Chapter 1 became the cannon fodder ex-wife of the richest man. The sun's shadow slants to the west, and the cut light and shadow divide the courtyard into two halves. Smoke curls from the chimney windows, and the courtyard is half lit and half dark. Mother Zhou was chopping vegetable leaves in the shadows. The green rapeseed leaves turned into thin green filaments under her knife skills. After cutting out a pile, she grabbed a handful and scattered them on the ground. The old hen and a group of fluffy yellow chicks pecked at the shredded vegetables scattered on the ground. "Mom, I'll take Jiang Xia to the health center." The man's voice was low, breaking the tranquility of the yard. Mother Zhou almost cut off her finger. She put down the kitchen knife and frowned. "What's going on? Isn't the person awake?" She just heard the couple talking. "She has a fever and is a little confused. I'll take her to the health center for a checkup." What Zhou Chunlei didn't say was that he suspected Jiang Xia had burned out her brain. They all talked nonsense and even touched him. When asked what his name was, he also said, "She turned out to be the cannon fodder ex-wife of the richest man." He didn't understand a word of the nonsense. "I couldn't listen to it either." Mother Zhou frowned. "Can I give her a pack of antipyretic powder?" Zhou Chunlei shook his head. Annoyance flashed through Zhou's mother's heart. "Then go." "What? Go to the health center again? If you have a fever and can't die, which health center should you go to?" "Fourth brother, do you think you have too much money, or do you think our family has gold and silver that we haven't mined yet?" Tian Kaiwa came out of the kitchen with the smoking tongs in her hand, and her mouth kept spitting out like a machine gun. Yesterday, she committed suicide by jumping into the sea and was discharged from the hospital. Today, she went to the hospital again. What did she do today? Did she jump? The sea or hanging? Hitting the wall? Or cutting your wrists? "Fourth brother, do you know that I don't dare to go out now? As soon as I go out, everyone asks me, 'Did your Jiang Xia run away with a man?' And your family, Zhou Chunlei, caught her and forced her to jump into the sea and commit suicide? I heard that the beautiful and educated daughter-in-law of your family's fourth son has eloped with someone else. You said she got married just a few days ago? She cried, made trouble, hanged herself, eloped, jumped into the sea, and hit a wall. What do you think? Our old Zhou family has been completely embarrassed by her. Don't you think it's embarrassing?" "I still find it embarrassing. My four sons still have to go to school. Even the teachers at the school can't help but be curious." Zhou's mother was very upset and said displeasedly, "Okay, stop talking." She was also very dissatisfied with this newly married daughter-in-law, but it was already frustrating and uncomfortable for her son to come home with such a thing. It's all because she didn't inquire clearly, thinking that her son's boss thought highly of his son and was willing to marry his daughter. If she knew Jiang Xia was such a person, she would have found an excuse to refuse the marriage. She only thought that her son was a capable man. He joined the army before graduating from junior high school, passed the college entrance examination in the army, went to the battlefield, made countless military exploits, and even became a battalion commander. Although he was discharged from the army due to injury, he was still qualified to marry the daughter of a factory director. I didn't expect to marry a self-proclaimed man with long eyes on his forehead, who looked down on them as a fish seller from the countryside. Tian Kaiwa became even more unhappy. She can do it. Why can't I say it? How can there be such a person? If she doesn't want to marry her, then don't marry her. If you marry her, you will have to live or die, and the fourth brother can't even open the door. If you can't get in, what does it mean to be a wife? She thinks she is a princess. Fourth brother, if you give me an accurate answer, when will your wife stop making trouble? Is she unable to survive this day? Zhou Qinglei was silent for a moment. Sister-in-law, I'll take her to see a doctor first, and we'll talk about it when we get back. Tian Kaihua was satisfied now, but she still couldn't help but said, "Where can I go to the health center if I have a fever? Isn't it free to go to the health center? A pack of antipyretics will dissipate it, and the dead will be alive. She is a rich lady, and she runs every day. Hospital, one spend is only 10 or 20. Mother Zhou slammed the kitchen knife into the cutting board made of wooden stakes. Tian Kaiwa immediately closed her mouth. Zhou's mother looked at Zhou Chunlei and said, "Take her to the health center for a checkup and take good care of her condition. Once you have taken good care of her, send her back to her home." Mother Zhou just wanted to send the person away as soon as possible. The Zhou family cannot afford this ancestor. Zhou Qinglei said nothing and turned back to the house. Tian Kaiwa couldn't help but said, "Mom, remember to get the bride price back together with the medical expenses when you divorce. Don't lose it." Mother Zhou gave her a cold glance and pulled out the kitchen knife. Tian Kaiwa hurried back to the kitchen house and murmured in a low voice, "I'm not wrong. When she got married, the fourth brother didn't even touch her hands. Isn't it a loss if I don't need to pay back the bride price for divorce? 2,000 yuan is almost enough to buy a wooden boat." Mother Zhou ignored her and continued to chop shredded vegetables. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. In the festively decorated new house, Jiang Xia listened to all the conversations outside. She looked at several very period objects in the room, including Huanin's sewing machines, wood-carved glass windows, light bulbs, old-fashioned hot water kettles with big red flowers, and enamel jars. The dialogue is too vivid and the scenes are too real. It took her more than 10 minutes to confirm the fact that she was not dreaming but walking through a book. Moreover, she was transported into a period novel called Rebirth in the 1980s, pampered by the richest man husband every night, and became the male protagonist's cannon fodder ex-wife. The male protagonist's ex-wife is also named Jiang Xia. The author's character is an idiot and brainless, a cannon fodder female partner who has ruined her good cards. The original owner had a good family background. His father was a retired soldier working in the government department, and his mother was the director of a garment factory. The family was well off. Her marriage to the male protagonist was a marriage arranged by her parents. At that time, the male protagonist was still in the military camp. He was already the battalion commander at a young age and had a bright future. She was very satisfied with it. Who knew that the male protagonist would be seriously injured on a mission, become deaf in one ear, and had to retire from the army and change his career? Forget about being discharged from the army and changing jobs. He was already the leader of a regiment when he was discharged from the army. Even if he is discharged from the army, he can still have a very good career. I heard that in the city, he is at least a division-level cadre. If he is in the town, he is a secretary-level cadre. How respectable. Everyone around the original owner envied her, making her feel complacent. Unexpectedly, after receiving the certificate and marrying into the Zhou family, she learned that the male protagonist had given up the job opportunity to his second brother. He was a person who could not sit still. He did not like working in the system or sitting in an office. He wanted to go into business. And what he meant by going to the sea was fishing for a living. Isn't this like being a fisherman selling fish? The original owner couldn't accept that she wanted to be a fisherman's wife and couldn't accept that she had to live in the countryside. So on the night of the wedding, she started making all sorts of noises and refused to sleep with the male protagonist, and started making noises about getting a divorce. Later, she was deceived by the sweet words of the domestically violent male partner and ran away with him. However, she was caught by the male protagonist before she even ran out of the village. When the man saw the male protagonist, he was so scared that he ran away. In panic, he pushed her into the sea, and Jiang Xia came through. Jiang Xia looked at the powerful man who came in through the door. The man's figure is as tall as an unshakable mountain, cold and solemn and imposing. He deserves to be the hero. Absolutely amazing. Zhou Chunlei came to the bedside and looked at Jiang Xia condescendingly. His tall figure of nearly 1.9 meters made him look like a mountain, cold and solemn, powerful and very aggressive. Jiang Xia also looked at him. The original owner likes someone who is fair and elegant, but she doesn't like it. She likes someone who is very aggressive in both facial features and temperament, cold, ascetic, and powerful. Look at his figure, with wide shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, and the white shirt can't block the looming lines. This figure is amazing. Zhou Chunlei noticed that Jiang Xia looked at him differently. Before, it was full of disgust, but now, just stop drooling. Sure enough, my brain is burned out. I'll take you to the health center to have a look, he said coldly. Oh, okay, thank you. Jiang Xia didn't show off. This body should still have a fever and hurt all over. Even if you have worn it, you can't lie down and wait for death. If you feel uncomfortable, you must treat it as soon as possible. She got out of bed, and as soon as her feet landed on the ground, her eyesight turned black and the world began to spin. Then she was pulled into a strong chest by a strong arm. Jiang Xia lay completely on top of him. Even though the dizziness had not passed, She could clearly feel what it meant to be an iron wall. Is this chest too strong? Isn't this arm too strong? How do you practice? She pushed it away subconsciously, but with no force. It felt like a push. Zhou Chunlei. He directly picked him up and put him back on the bed. I'll go to the production team to borrow a tractor. The voice was cold. Jiang Xia looked at him striding away, with a rather upright posture, as if he was running away. Cover your face. Did she seem to be teasing someone just now? This is the second time she has scared people into fleeing. Just 10 minutes ago, when she had just woken up, she thought she was dreaming, so she had teased him once by raising and lowering her hands. Zhou Chunlei walked out of the house in a hurry, and didn't even hear Zhou's mother ask him where he was going. The woman was indeed very ill. She was burning like crazy. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xia was sitting on the rumbling tractor, wrapped tightly in a thin quilt. It was Zhou Chunlei who helped wrap her up in the quilt, and it was also Zhou Chunlei who carried her onto the tractor. Tian Kaihua watched Zhou Chunlei busy, pursed her lips, and thought, people don't care about him, and they treat people as treasures. It's so mean. She still didn't control her mouth and couldn't help but said, I think Jiang Xia is quite energetic. There is no need to go to the hospital, right? Who doesn't have a fever? It will be over after a while. Why go to the hospital and spend so much money? Jiang Xia sat on the bed of the tractor and said weakly, Sister-in-law is right. You don't need to go to the hospital if you have a fever. You may be cured after a while. If you are lucky, you can save 10 or 8 yuan. But if you are unlucky, you will become a fool. My sister-in-law will take care of me for the rest of my life. If I am unlucky, if I burn to death, my sister-in-law will just take care of my parents for me. Tian Kaihua. It seems that you are really ill. Go. Go quickly and don't come back until you know what's going on. It's not her money that was spent anyway. The tractor rumbled and stumbled along the bumpy country road. On the road, I met several women carrying hoes, vegetable baskets or buckets. They saw Zhou Chunlei driving Jiang Xia on a tractor and asked curiously, Chunlei, where are you going so late? Driving a tractor out, are you going to the city? Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia didn't recognize anyone and didn't say hello. He just kept a polite smile. Go out for a while. Zhou Chunlei replied, and the tractor drove past. Several women behind him couldn't help but start discussing. Do you think Zhou Chunlei sent people away overnight? 100% yes. Jiang Xia has run away with someone, and Zhou Chunlei's head is so green that he can still want her? I drove her away a long time ago. When you look at that woman's appearance, you can tell that she is not a law-abiding person. The two of them are probably going to get a divorce. The Zhou family is in a good financial situation. They have built a new house and have a boat. Zhou Chunlei is also a capable man. Why can't she look down on him? Who does the Zhou family count? If Zhou Chunlei hadn't given up his job to his second brother, he would have paid it back. Well, now he is a fisherman. Jiang Xia is from the city. I heard that her father is an official and her mother is a factory director. She is well educated and her family is rich, so she naturally dislikes Zhou Chunlei. So when you want a wife, you should marry someone from the right family. Why should a fisherman marry an educated person? If you look at an educated person, he is not someone who knows how to live. If you marry, you won't be able to keep it. If you get divorced, you don't know if you can get your bride price back. I heard that the bride price was 2,000 yuan, right? The devil knows. The tractor rumbled, but Jiang Xia didn't hear the gossip of the village women. She lay on the edge of the tractor bed and admired the vast fields on both sides of the village road under the setting sun. The air is so good. Even the wind is extremely gentle, with a faint smell of the ocean. Jiang Xia knew from the book that this was a fishing village, very close to the ocean, and most of the villagers made a living by fishing. Suddenly, the tractor stopped, and there was a strong smell in the wind. Jiang Xia also heard the sound of sheep bleating. She looked over and saw a young woman in a white floral dress blocking a group of black sheep from crossing the road. The young woman stopped the sheep, looked at Zhou Chunlei with a smile, and said sweetly, Brother Zhou, you go through first. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Zhou Chunlei stopped the tractor and didn't hear what she said, but he guessed it. He pointed to the other end of the path. You go through first. After saying this, he subconsciously looked back. Almost forgot. Jiang Xia hates encountering sheep the most. Wherever the sheep pass, they will leave black sheep dung, one by one, making it difficult for people to get rid of. Moreover, the smell of sheep is strong. When he came back last time, after getting off the bus at the bus station, he took her to walk home. She almost vomited when they met him once. But now Jiang Xia has grown up with her grandmother in the vegetable market since she was 3 years old. What smell has she not smelled? She didn't think it was anything, but looked curiously at the girl herding sheep in front of her. In the book, the heroine is a girl herding sheep. She has a flock of black sheep at home. She had to herd sheep every day when she came home from school. If she didn't take good care of the sheep, she would be beaten severely by her stepmother. So the girl in front of me, with fair skin and sweet appearance, who doesn't look like a rural girl at all, is the gentle heroine in the book? She is worthy of being a heroine. She is quite beautiful, has a delicate figure, and has a quiet and refined temperament like a virgin. A group of black goats and a girl in a white skirt, with vast and continuous green fields behind them and the gorgeous sunset on the horizon, form a beautiful pastoral landscape painting. Even Jiang Xia found this scene stunning. But Jiang Xia knew that she was more beautiful than her. Because in the book, the original protagonist felt that she was prettier and had a better figure than the heroine. After she was domestically abused, she regretted it and went back to Zhou Qinglei, thinking that Zhou Qinglei would definitely change her mind, but she was slapped in the face by the heroine. Jiang Xia looked at Wenwan, and Wenwan also looked at Jiang Xia. She was reborn yesterday, and happened to witness the scene where Jiang Xia and Wu Qizhi eloped and were caught by Zhou Qinglei. She knew that Zhou Qinglei would divorce Jiang Xia. After all, which man can endure his wife cuckolding him? Zhou Qinglei was the richest man in his previous life, so she had heard many stories about him. She also knew that after the two divorced, Zhou Qinglei did not remarry and remained single until old age. But last night she actually dreamed that she and Zhou Qinglei were getting married. She became the wife of the richest man and lived the life of a wealthy woman who lived in a foreign-style house, raised dogs, and drove luxury cars that everyone envied. She felt that dream was her golden finger. She deliberately changed the place where she was herding sheep today, thinking of coming to Zhoujia village to see if she could meet Zhou Qinglei. I didn't expect to actually meet him. This proves that she and Zhou Qinglei are destined. Zhou Qinglei saw that when one refused to leave, he was afraid that Jiang Xia couldn't stand the stench of the sheep, so he drove away on the tractor. Wenwan looked at the tractor going away. After Zhou Qinglei and Jiang Xia divorce tomorrow, she can pursue her own happiness openly. This man belongs to her. After the tractor drove away, Jiang Xia saw that the heroine was still looking in their direction and asked, "Do you know each other?" Just now she heard the heroine call him Brother Zhou, but she remembered that the book said that the first time the hero and heroine met was when the hero saved the heroine who was swept into the sea by the waves. Zhou Qinglei's right ear was injured while on a mission, and the hearing in his right ear was almost zero. The sound of the tractor engine was loud. He vaguely heard Jiang Xia talking, but he didn't hear it clearly. He turned his head and asked loudly, "What did you say?" Jiang Xia replied loudly, "Do you know the woman just now?" Zhou Qinglei replied, "I don't know him." "Oh," Jiang Xia responded without saying anything else. Zhou Qinglei was a man of few words. If she didn't speak, he would not take the initiative to speak. He would only watch the road seriously and try to avoid pitfalls. The road from the village to the town has not yet been built, and the dirt road is full of potholes of various sizes and uneven. The tractor stumbled all the way to the town's health center. Jiang Xia was shaken to pieces and felt like vomiting. It's only been walking for about 10 minutes. Zhou Qinglei stopped the tractor and wanted to help her get off the tractor. When he saw that her face was blue and her lips were white, he was afraid that she would faint, so he directly hugged her off the tractor and walked quickly into the health center with her in his arms. The health center is a very simple two-story building. It was close to get-off work time, and there was no one in the health center. When the old doctor on duty in the emergency room saw Zhou Qinglei walking in quickly with a man in his arms, he thought he was seriously ill. He quickly stood up and called the nurse to push a bed over. After one pass of inspection, it turned out that the patient only had a fever and motion sickness. It doesn't matter whether it's burned or not. The old doctor had a dark face, prescribed a pack of antipyretic powder, told them to go home and drink more water, and then drove them away. The two of them walked out with blushing faces. Jiang Xia didn't know that her fever had gone away just a short time after she woke up, and now she felt much better. The old doctor inserted the thermometer needle back into the brown bottle next to it for disinfection and couldn't help complaining. He also mysteriously told me that everyone is suffering from fever. Do you want to do a checkup to see if the brain is burned? Burning, is this the kind of mental state a person with a bad brain has? I think he is so nervous at 37.1 degrees Celsius. He really wanted to hit the man's head with a stethoscope just now to see if there was water in his brain. The nurse on duty was a young girl who was discussing marriage with her partner. She was very understanding and said with a smile, "Doctor, he likes his wife very much. You didn't notice how worried he looked at her. He must be thinking about her. This is how her partner sees her when she is sick." The old doctor snorted coldly. The brain is filled with brain matter. If the brain is not filled with brain matter to act as a wife, then it is not a love brain. This is a disease in the brain, and it must be treated. The old doctor didn't know that he had accidentally uttered a word that would become popular in the future. The conversation between him and the nurse reached the ears of Jiang Xia and Zhou Chengli through the air. Zhou Chengli wished he could go deaf in both ears. He supported Jiang Xia and speeded up his pace unconsciously. Zhou Chengli is close to 1.9 meters tall. Jiang Xia feels that she is only 1.65 meters at most. One step with his long legs is equivalent to 2 or 3 steps for her. Moreover, the fever has just subsided and the body is still weak. Jiang Xia gently pulled the corner of his clothes. "Zhou Chengli, slow down. I can't walk." Zhou Chengli paused and looked down at her. His face turned pale again. "Could it be that you met a quack doctor?" He hugged Jiang Xia directly and looked back at the emergency room, wondering whether he should let the doctor do a more careful examination. Seeing Zhou Chengli pick him up again, the old doctor rolled his eyes and directly picked up the newspaper on the table to cover his face. "Zhou Chengli." Jiang Xia just wanted him to walk slower, but unexpectedly he picked her up again. However, now that he has hugged her, she will naturally not say anything else to avoid making each other more embarrassed. Just pretend that she is too weak to walk. Moreover, this man's arms were strong and his steps were steady. It was quite comfortable to be held by him, but it was quite tiring to hold my neck up all the way. After all, I had hugged him, so it was not bad at all. Jiang Xia simply put her arms around his neck and rested her head on his broad shoulders to make herself more comfortable. Now they are a legal couple and he is still a soldier. It is normal to serve the people. Jiang Xia comforts himself. Zhou Chengli stiffened and felt even more that the doctor just now was a quack. She used to avoid him like a snake and scorpion, but now she not only touches him up and down, but also takes the initiative to hug her, as if she is a different person. What if it's not that your brain is burned out? Let's go to the Municipal People's Hospital, take a picture, and do an examination. Fortunately, he drove a tractor. The tractor had lights, so he was not afraid of driving at night. Jiang Xia. He is not afraid of embarrassment, but she is. "My fever has gone down and I feel much better. You were walking too fast just now. My fever just went down and my body is still a little weak. I can't keep up with you. There is no need to see a doctor." After Jiang Xia finished speaking, he simply closed his eyes and found a doctor, a more comfortable position to pretend to sleep. Zhou Chengli glanced at the sleeping woman in his arms. The breath from her nose was spraying on his neck. There was indeed no burning sensation, as if the fever had subsided. He had felt her breath before, and it was always hot. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Zhou Chengli hesitated for a moment, but listened to her and walked out with her in his arms. The young nurse said with starry eyes, "That's great. Is that man a soldier? He's so strong." The person she was talking to was also a soldier. She could only communicate through letters. She didn't know if he was very strong. "I will write to him after get off work tonight and ask him." The old doctor shook his head. "It's so annoying. Young people nowadays." Young nurse. "Dr. Su, the spring breeze of reform and opening up is blowing. We are husband and wife. Isn't it the husband's duty to take care of his sick wife? It's so annoying. Don't be so old-fashioned." The corner of the old doctor's mouth twitched. "Don't let this spring breeze of reform and opening up be blown away by you." The tractor left the hospital chugging, and when passing by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Zhou Chengli saw that the Supply and Marketing Cooperative had not closed yet. So he stopped the tractor and walked in. Jiang Xia also wanted to see what the supply and marketing cooperatives of this era had for sale, but she thought she didn't have any money with her, so she forgot about it. Zhou Qinglei soon came back with a bottle of shushi in a glass bottle, the lid of which was already taken off. Jiang Xia thought he was thirsty, but she was thirsty too. I heard that sashi from this era had the smell of essential oil, but she didn't know if it was true or not. She had never tasted it. Jiang Xia saw him put shushi on the bed of the car, and then took out the pack of antipyretic pills prescribed by the doctor. Jiang Xia. Did he want to use shushi as boiling water to give her medicine? Do you want to be so unreliable? The result was even more outrageous than she thought. Zhou Qinglei poured a whole pack of antipyretic powder into the sachets. Jiang Xia was shocked. Pour the antipyretic powder into the sashimi, and the sashimi will bubble up immediately. Then Zhou Qinglei handed her a bottle of bubbling shushi. Take the medicine. Jiang Xia looked at the bubbling shushi. Could it be that he wanted to poison her before marrying the heroine? End of chapter. Jiang Xia stared at shushi as if he were staring at some kind of tiger wolf medicine. Zhou Qinglei said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's not poisonous. It won't be painful to take the antipyretic powder like this." Jiang Xia took the bottle of shushi doubtfully, without blinking her beautiful eyes, and looked at him suspiciously. "Have you drank it?" Zhou Qinglei denied it flatly. "No, Wen Guang and others drank like this when they had a fever. It was my mother who taught me." Jiang Xia looked at the red tips of his ears and said suspiciously, "Why are you blushing? Could it be that you were afraid of hardship and invented the drinking method yourself?" Zhou Qinglei. He turned his head and looked elsewhere and urged, "Drink quickly. Return the bottle. They are about to get off work." Jiang Xia felt that he had discovered the truth. It turned out that he was afraid of hardship. But Jiang Xia looked at the glass bottle in his hand. "Want to return the bottle?" "Well, this is a glass bottle that can be recycled and sold for money." Jiang Xia didn't want to delay after hearing this. She gritted her teeth and looked at Shushi, who had regained her composure with a look of death. Then she put the mouth of the bottle into her mouth and drank it in one gulp. It has the spirit of a strong man who cuts off his wrist and never returns. If you die, you will die. If you die, you may be able to wear it back. The corner of Zhou Qinglei's mouth raised slightly, and then he pressed it down. Jiang Xia finished drinking and handed the bottle to him. "Here." Burp. Jiang Xia let out a long burp. A stream of sachets vapor spurted out. "Jiang Xia, omega. I'll return the bottle." Zhou Qinglei tightened his lips, took the bottle as expressionlessly as possible, and left quickly. The moment he turned around. Hiccup. Jiang Xia burped loudly again. Totally out of control. And louder, brighter, longer. The air is full of sandy carbon dioxide. Jiang Xia covered her mouth. "Oh, isn't Shushi poisonous?" "Poisonous." She turned to look at a tall figure. He must want to poison her before marrying the heroine. Zhou Qinglei involuntarily quickened his pace, and this time he couldn't press the corner of his mouth hard enough. When we returned to the village, it was already 6 o'clock and the sun had completely set, but since it was August, it was not yet dark. The tractor belonged to the village production team, and they happened to pass by the production team on the way back. Jiang Xia accompanied Zhou Qinglei to return the tractor, and then the two of them walked home together. Everyone in the Zhou family is waiting for them to come back for dinner. When Tian Kaiwa saw them coming back, she couldn't help but said, "We're finally back. I'm almost starving to death." Then Tian Kaiwa saw Zhou Qinglei holding malted milk and condensed milk, and she immediately changed her face. "Guangzong Yaozu, my uncle bought you malted milk." She gave birth to 4 sons named Zhou Wenguang, Zhou Wenzong, Zhou Wenyao, and Zhou Wenzu. When the brothers heard this, they immediately ran over. "Fourth uncle, you are so good." When Zhou Qinglei went back to return the bottle of shushi, he bought a bottle of malted milk and 2 bottles of condensed milk, thinking that Jiang Xia would get dizzy easily, so he could replenish her body. So Zhou Qinglei avoided the hands of several nephews and only gave a bottle of condensed milk to his eldest nephew Zhou Wenguang. "The doctor said that your 4th aunt is weak and needs supplements. The malted milk supply and marketing cooperative only has 1 bottle left for you. 4th aunt, I bought you a bottle of condensed milk for your health." Jiang Xia didn't expect that it was bought for her, and the doctor didn't say that she was weak. Just tell her to drink more water. Remember to drink with your sister. Zhou Chunlei glanced at his little niece who was sitting at the dinner table and looking over quietly. Jiang Xia followed his gaze and looked at the little girl sitting obediently in the room. The little girl should be Zhou Zhou, the daughter of his third brother Zhou Chengyan. The book says that Zhou Chengyan died at sea 2 years ago while fishing, and his wife remarried, leaving behind a 5-year-old daughter. The little girl is now 8 years old. She is sitting at the dining table obediently, waiting for her meal. She looks over and does not fight or grab. Jiang Xia thought of herself in her previous life. She lost her parents at the age of 3 and grew up with her grandma. She was obedient and didn't dare to cry. She didn't dare to say anything when she was bullied at school for fear of causing trouble to her grandma. 5-year-old children are beginning to have memories, which is when they are sensitive. Zhou Wenguang smiled and took the condensed milk, and the boy said happily, "Thank you, uncle." Although there is no malted milk, the condensed milk is also delicious. Normally, his mother would be reluctant to buy them drinks, so every time his fourth uncle would buy them for them when he came back from the military camp. When Tian Kaiwa saw that her son only had a bottle of condensed milk, her face suddenly grew long. She gave Jiang Xia a rollicking look and snatched the condensed milk from her son's hand to prevent it from falling to the ground and broken by several children. My brother-in-law really has a lot of money and no place to spend it. He is about to get divorced. Isn't it a waste of money to buy so many good things to replenish her health? She took the condensed milk back to her room and hid it. Zhou's mother came out of the kitchen holding a plate of dishes. She also glanced at the malted milk and condensed milk in Zhou Qinglei's hand and asked Jiang Xia, "Have you seen the doctor? What did the doctor say?" Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Jiang Xia. The doctor said it's okay and prescribed antipyretics. I feel much better now, and it's okay. Zhou's mother nodded. It's okay. If you have a fever, drink more water. Eat first, and then take medicine after eating to avoid hurting your stomach. When sending someone back, you can't go home empty-handed. Just buy the malted milk and condensed milk. It's worth spending a few bucks. Zhou's mother just wanted her to recover quickly and sent her away. Otherwise, the family would never have peace. Okay, I'll wash my hands first. Jiang Xia replied. Mother Zhou didn't say anything more and walked into the hall holding the dishes. Zhou Chunlei originally wanted to put the malted milk and condensed milk back in Jiang Xia's room, but when he saw her going to wash her hands, he put the things back in her room. The Zhou family dug a well and installed a hand pump. Jiang Xia had never used it, but when Zhou Chunlei took her out of the yard to see the doctor, she saw that Zhou's mother was pressing the long handle, and water came out. Jiang Xia grabbed the handle of the water pump and shook it up and down like Zhou's mother. The water pump made a strange, thirsty sound, but no water came out. She looked at the water pump and was at a loss. How to use it? We didn't teach Chinese literature this year. Zhou Chunlei walked out and saw her pressing the water pump in vain. He walked over, scooped a little water from the bucket next to him, and poured it into the water pump. Go on and try shaking it. Turns out you still need to add water. Jiang Xia hurriedly shook it up and down. As a result, all the water flowed into the well, but there was still no water coming out. She looked at Zhou Chunlei blankly, feeling like she had become illiterate here. Zhou Chunlei, I'll come, you watch. Jiang Xia quickly got out of the way. Zhou Chunlei added water to the water pump with one hand, and quickly shook the handle up and down with the other hand. Suddenly the water surged up and flowed out of the water outlet of the water pump. You need to shake it faster. If you rub it faster, the water pump will generate a suction force and the water will be sucked up. You can find the feeling by trying it a few more times next time. Jiang Xia nodded, then stretched out his hand in the running water to wash it clean. Zhou Chunlei waited for her to finish washing, and then rubbed his hands with the remaining water. Jiang Xia stood by and waited for him to finish washing his hands, then went into the house to eat with him. When Jiang Xia followed Zhou Chunlei across the threshold, Zhou Chunlei glanced sideways at her. When the family saw Jiang Xia walking in, they all looked at her in surprise. Mother Zhou quickly placed the plate of shrimps in front of the empty seat in front of her grandson and moved the plate of pickles in front of her. End of chapter. Jiang Xia didn't know that after the original owner had a meal with everyone on the first day she got married, she didn't want to go out to eat. Zhou Chunlei sent it to her room. Not having the memory of the original owner is troublesome, but she has experienced a lot in her previous life and has long since learned to deal with it with a calm smile, no matter what situation she encounters. Facing everyone's gaze, Jiang Xia smiled and asked as if nothing had happened, "What's wrong?" "It's okay, sit down and eat," Father Zhou said. Zhou Qinglei pulled a bamboo chair from the corner and added a seat. Everyone consciously moved their positions to make more space. Zhou Qinglei motioned to Jiang Xia to sit down first. Only then did Jiang Xia realize that there was no place for her. It was probably because the original owner had not eaten with everyone before, so no one had a place for her. She calmly sat down next to Xiao Zhou. Zhou Qinglei sat down next to her and glanced at the pickles and vegetables in front of him. Zhou timidly called out, "Little aunt." Jiang Xia smiled and touched her little head. "Zhou is so good." Zhou froze and didn't dare to move. She was a little afraid of this little aunt. She had seen her slap her uncle. Jiang Xia took back her hand when she saw that she was afraid. The Zhou family's dining table is a long table made up of 2 short 8 immortals tables. At this moment, there are 6 members of the first house's family, Zhou's father and mother, Zhou, the orphan of the third house, Jiang Xia, and Zhou Qinglei, a total of 11 people. "Sit down." Zhou Qinglei's second brother and second sister-in-law work in the town. They usually live in the town and don't come back for meals. Zhou Qinglei also has an eldest sister who is married, so there are only 11 people to eat. Jiang Xia took a look at the dishes on the table: crabs, shrimps, fish stew, green vegetables, pickles, and seaweed, and egg drop soup. The Zhou family's food is indeed as good as written in the book. The Zhou family lives in a small fishing village, which is very close to the sea. The Zhou family owns a fishing boat. Zhou's father takes Zhou Qingxin and Zhou Qinglei out to sea to fish at 3 or 4 in the morning every day, so the Zhou family's meals never lack seafood. Zhou's father called out, "Dinner," and as soon as he finished speaking, the 4 brothers in the first room immediately reached for the plate of shrimps with their chopsticks, and each picked the largest one. All of a sudden, the largest shrimps were taken away, and it felt like half of the whole plate of shrimps was missing. Tian Kaiwa cursed and left it alone. She also caught a handful of shrimps herself, and then gave some of the largest mud fish in the fish pot to her sons. "If you don't eat more, is it easier for outsiders?" What was placed in front of Jiang Xia was all green vegetables and pickles, with a large plate of egg drop soup in the middle. It was difficult to pick up other vegetables, which showed how unpopular she was. Jiang Xia picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of green vegetables as if nothing had happened. Then a peeled prawn was placed in her bowl. Jiang Xia looked at Zhou Qinglei and smiled. "Thank you." Zhou Qinglei didn't look at her, and put the largest mud fish in the fish pot, picked out the bones, and gave the fish meat to her. "Eat carefully, I don't know if there are any fish bones." The first meal she came to Zhou's house had fish bones stuck in it. Usually the fish he brought to her house had fish bones picked out. Jiang Xia felt embarrassed and thanked him again, asking him to eat by himself and leave her alone. Zhou Qinglei picked up another shrimp, peeled it, and put it into Jiang Xia's bowl. The shrimp was far away from her, and she couldn't catch it. Zhou's mother glanced at her youngest son and sighed. If she had known better, she would not have removed the plate of shrimps, and her son would not be able to take a bite. Father Zhou ate in silence, as if he didn't know anything. Tian Kaiwa secretly rolled her eyes. Her son didn't need to find fault with eating fish at the age of 4. He was squeamish and pretentious. They are about to get divorced. Why are you so nice to her? Jiang Xia glanced at the plate of shrimps and saw that there were no more shrimps. It is not unreasonable for a young man to live in poverty. The 4 brothers Guangzhong Yaozu ate the meal as if they were stealing it. They didn't even peel the shrimps, so they ate all the shrimps in one go. Jiang Xia saw that Zhou didn't catch it, so she put the shrimp into Zhou's bowl. Zhou seemed a little surprised, turned to look at Jiang Xia, and whispered, "Thank you, Annie." Jiang Xia smiled and gave half of the fish to Xiao Zhou next to him. Zhou timidly said again, "Thank you, little aunt." "Little aunt, you can eat it yourself and don't worry about me." Zhou will spit out the thorns when eating fish, so he is not afraid of the thorns. She didn't understand why her little aunt was so gentle today. It was a bit scary. Zhou's mother also peeled a shrimp for Zhou and stuffed it with a mud fish. This fish had few bones and tasted good. Zhou liked to eat it. She said to Jiang Xia, Xiao Xia, just eat it yourself. Zhou can eat fish by herself, so don't worry about it. Today, this daughter-in-law seems to be a bit normal, with a smile on her face, not like the whole world owes her money. Too bad, she's not normal most of the time. Can't stay. Jiang Xia said hello and started eating by himself. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. I have to say, this wild seafood is really delicious. The shrimp meat is chewy, fresh, and sweet. The meat of the mud fish is firm and delicious. The flower crab is also particularly fresh and sweet. It can be seen that these seafood are simply steamed or cooked with some salt, but they are all very delicious. The other dishes were quickly eaten by the Zhou brothers. No one ate the flower crabs. The Zhou brothers thought it was too troublesome and lacked meat, but Jiang Xia especially loved crabs. Zhou Chunglei saw that she liked to eat, so he peeled it for her. Tian Kaiwa saw Zhou Chunglei peeling shrimps and crabs for Jiang Xia, and couldn't help but said to Zhou Qingxin, You see how much my fourth brother loves his wife. I have been married to you for so many years, and I have never seen you peeling crabs or shrimps for me. Zhou Qingxin said angrily, Didn't you say that flower crabs are worthless and have no meat, so they don't like to eat them? People in the village will throw them away if they find them, so only Zhou likes to eat them. She eats shrimps with their shells on. She says peeling shrimps is a waste of time and will result in fewer shrimps to be eaten, so her sons are like her. Zhou. She likes to eat it because her brothers can't compete with other dishes. Only brother Hua Crab doesn't want to bother him. Tian Kaiwa. Married to a piece of wood. I get angry when I see it. Zhou Qingxin was also full and walked away. Jiang Xia was a little surprised that flower crabs were not valuable. In modern times, this thing was more expensive than some fish. Zhou Chunglei didn't say anything, and silently picked out the remaining crab meat and gave it to Jiang Xia and his niece, so that everyone had finished eating and left the table, but Zhou Chunglei was still there peeling crabs for her and Zhou. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou went out after eating. Tian Kaiwa saw that Jiang Xia ate with gusto and also ate a crab, but she was impatient. She ate the shrimps with their shells. She stood up and took the opportunity to say, Fourth brother and sister, you eat the slowest. Wash the dishes and chopsticks. Since she can get out of bed to eat, why not do housework? Okay. Jiang Xia didn't care. Others had cooked the rice, so it was normal for her to wash the dishes. Tian Kaiwa saw that she was interested and couldn't help but push forward and assigned work to Jiang Xia. Tomorrow, Dad and the others will go to sea around 4 o'clock in the middle of the night. Remember to get up at 3 o'clock to prepare breakfast and the lunch they will bring. I have done it every day these days. Everyone is the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family, so we have to divide the labor and cooperate in housework. Why doesn't Jiang Xia have to do anything? He works so hard to serve a whole family, and why does he still have to serve her? End of chapter. Before Jiang Xia could speak, Zhou Chunglei said first, Sister-in-law, I'll make breakfast tomorrow. Jiang Xia's fever hasn't gone away yet, and the doctor said she shouldn't work too hard. The work at home is still hard these days, so you and my mother should do it. Tian Caihua's face immediately elongated. She walked out directly, muttering in a low voice as she walked. It's true that all of them are destined to be rich ladies. I am the only one to be destined to be a maid. No one has a delicate body, rich skin, thick skin, and is busy from morning to night. Not sick. Tian Kaiwa went to the kitchen to pour hot water for her little son to take a shower, and dropped the pot lids and pans with a bang. I'd better get up and make breakfast tomorrow morning. Jiang Xia said. It was fair to take turns. She had no problem with it, and she wasn't used to having free meals. Zhou Chunglei looked at her in surprise, then continued to pick the crab meat with his head down. No, I can just get up and do it. My sister-in-law is just a sharp-tongued person, so don't worry about it. It's not that he doted on his wife. He just felt that Jiang Xia felt dizzy after walking a few steps today, so why did she get up to work? And even if she is not dizzy, she still wants a divorce. She might go back to her parents' house tomorrow, so why should she get up and make breakfast for the whole family? Zhou's father and Zhou's mother were enjoying the cool outside the yard. They heard the sound of Tian Kaiwa falling and beating. Zhou's father frowned and said, You will ask Chunglei later if he wants a divorce. If he wants to leave as soon as possible. Father Zhou had had enough of this life of no peace. Zhou's mother thought that Jiang Xia seemed to have changed. Why don't you look again? I didn't see that Jiang Xia seemed to have changed while eating. We have only been married for a few days. Isn't it a joke to get divorced so quickly? Forget it. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Haven't you made enough jokes yet? Zhou's father waved his hands and shook his head in disgust. Change. It's easy to change a country, but it's hard to change one's nature. How can it be that easy? And looking at his young daughter-in-law's delicate and incompetent appearance, Zhou's father felt that it was right to leave her, and he would suffer the consequences if he didn't leave her. She needs her son to take care of everything and even wash her clothes. How can this be a wife? This is marrying a princess. She should marry into a rich family and become a young mistress. Their Zhou family temple could not afford to support her, the princess. To get a wife, you still have to marry someone who is strong, tall, strong, and able to work. After Zhou Chonglei finished peeling the crabs, he went to the kitchen and scooped 2 buckets of hot water from the large iron pot, mixed the water temperature, and then carried it into the shower room. Jiang Xia and Zhou Zhou had just finished eating. She asked Zhou Zhou to go find his brother to play while she cleaned up the dishes. Zhou Chonglei walked in and took the dishes from her hand. I'll collect them. The hot water has been put in. You go take a shower first. Others will have to wash in a while, so you try to hurry up. The Zhou family has to queue up to take a shower. Zhou's father and eldest brother are going to see tomorrow, and several nephews have to study and need to go to bed early. Jiang Xia wouldn't come out for more than an hour every time she took a bath, and asked her to wait for others to wash her first before she got angry again. The whole family is afraid of her. Jiang Xia didn't say anything after hearing this. Others have prepared bath water for you. Are you still embarrassed to refuse? She went directly back to the room to find clothes and take a shower. There was no running water or bathroom heater, so Jiang Xia was not comfortable using it and was a little uncomfortable with it. But she was very adaptable and took off her clothes to take a shower. Zhou Chonglei added water and continued to boil it in the large iron pot, so that his parents and niece would have hot water to take a bath and then wash the dishes. Tian Kaiwa dressed her youngest son and came out to see Zhou Chonglei washing dishes and pursed her lips. It's just that my brother-in-law has a good temper and is so doting on his mother-in-law. Jiang Xia had cuckolded at him, and he was still so kind to her. If she were her brother-in-law, he would have been so angry a long time ago. Would he still be nice to her? It would be merciful not to chase her out with a broom. She asked, "Brother-in-law, have you forgotten what you said this afternoon?" He said that he wanted to give everyone an explanation. Zhou Chonglei glanced at the shower room subconsciously and replied, "I didn't forget it." Tian Kaiwa was satisfied and warned again, "Remember to get back the bride price when you divorce. Don't be stupid. You haven't even touched it with your hands. Don't lose money. My sister-in-law is also doing it for you. If you get the 2,000 yuan back, you can marry again. A good one. Jiang Xia doesn't deserve you to be nice to her, and the medical expenses should be paid back." Her brother-in-law was still a young man when she got married, and she said this because she loved him as a son. Zhou Chonglei didn't say anything. He didn't agree with his sister-in-law's words, so he simply didn't speak. Seeing that he didn't speak, Tian Kaiwa felt that he was ungrateful, so she went out to find her sons and went home to take a bath and sleep. Those brats didn't know where they died after eating. Zhou's father and Zhou's mother walked in and saw their son washing dishes. Zhou's father was dissatisfied and became more determined. Zhou's mother was unhappy and helpless, but when she saw that her son was almost finished washing, she didn't step forward to help. She sighed. "Alay, come to my room later, and I have something to tell you." Zhou Chonglei responded, "Okay. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version." Zhou Chonglei put the washed bowls in the kitchen cupboard and went to his parents' room. "I have to give an explanation to my family tonight." 1. When Jiang Xia came out after taking a shower, there was no one in the patio. She didn't see where the washing powder or laundry soap was, and she didn't know what was used to wash clothes in this era. She planned to ask later, so she took the clothes and the enamel basin back to the room and put them in the corner. This was the basin she saw in the room. It was new and must have been bought when she got married, so she dared to take it in and put it away. Zhou Chonglei came out of his parents' room and saw the shower room door open, knowing that Jiang Xia had returned to the room after taking a shower. He came outside the room and knocked lightly on the door. This was originally his room, but after getting married, he always made the floor in his nephew's room. He only came in tonight if he had something to talk to Jiang Xia. In the room, Jiang Xia was sitting in front of the dressing table, wiping her hair and waiting for it to dry quickly. There was no hair dryer, so she could only air dry it naturally. She looked at the face in the mirror and found that the original owner's appearance was exactly the same as her modern self. This made her very satisfied, because she was a beautiful woman to begin with. What's even more surprising is that my skin is now better, supple and smooth, with almost no pores and no blemishes. In my previous life, I stayed up late a lot. Although my skin was white, it was not as good as it is now, and the pores were a bit enlarged. After all, this body was still young, only 20 years old. The skin was supple and tender, the pores were invisible, and it was so white that it glowed. My figure is not as plump as my previous life, but I am taller and taller than before. Jiang Xia measured it with her hands. In her previous life, she was AC, and now she only has AB. But AB is enough, but it is too big, making it uncomfortable to run, and she looks fat in tight clothes. There was a sudden knock on the door, and she quickly put down her hand and replied, "The door is unlocked." Zhou Qinglei then opened the door and walked in. Zhou Qinglei looked at the person sitting in front of the dressing mirror. Under the dim light, her skin was so white that it shone brighter than the light bulb above her head. He looked away and said directly, "Let's get a divorce. Happy Mother's Day to all mothers. Mom, thank you for your hard work." End of chapter. Jiang Xia was mentally prepared. She heard the conversation between Tian Kaiwa and him. Jiang Xia turned around and looked at him calmly. Okay. Zhou Qinglei was not surprised that she deserved to be so happy. Her previous troubles were all about wanting to leave. He continued, "My household registration and food relationship are still in the military camp and have not been transferred back. I cannot apply for a divorce certificate for the time being. Only when my household registration is transferred back can we apply for a divorce certificate. If you don't want to stay here, I'll send you back to your parents' home. If you can bear it, you can wait until the divorce certificate is issued before leaving." He was just being polite in his last sentence. He knew she wanted to leave tonight. But until the divorce certificate is issued, she is his wife, and he cannot drive her away, so he gives her a choice. Jiang Xia thought for a while. Then I will wait until I get the divorce certificate before I leave. Now that she has no memory of the original owner, she would be easily found out if she rashly returns to her original owner's parents. Moreover, ID cards had not yet been released at this time, and it was inconvenient to rely on a letter of introduction to stay in a hotel. Therefore, it was the best choice to stay in the Zhou family temporarily before getting the divorce certificate. Give her a month or two, and when she earns money, she can buy a house in the village. She will have a place to stay even after the divorce, and then she can slowly get to know the original owner's parents. Zhou Qinglei glanced at her in surprise. Wasn't she eager to return to the city? She felt like she had become a different person after having a fever. Jiang Xia knew that he was suspicious and explained, "My parents will not agree to our divorce. If I go back after getting the certificate, there is nothing they can do." Jiang Xia has a basis for saying this. In the book, the original owner's parents did not agree with the original owner's divorce. The original owner divorced the male protagonist and returned home. Jiang's father and Jiang's mother did not let her in, forcing her to go back and live with the male protagonist. The original owner was homeless and did not want to go back to find the male protagonist, so he had no choice but to find the domestic violence man and followed him without a name or status, which led to a series of tragedies. This makes sense. He also knew that Father Jiang would not agree to their divorce. Zhou Qinglei nodded. Okay. After all, they were strangers, so the two fell silent. Embarrassment was in the air. Seeing that she had nothing to say, Zhou Qinglei said, "You should go to bed early." "Oh, you go to bed early too," Jiang Xia replied. Zhou Qinglei turned around and walked out. When he saw the basin of dirty clothes at the door, he took it out. Jiang Xia doesn't know how to wash clothes, so he washed all her clothes after she got married. Jiang Xia was thinking about something and didn't notice that he took away the clothes she had changed. After Zhou Qinglei went out, he washed Jiang Xia's clothes in the patio. Tian Kaiwa coaxed her youngest son to sleep. When she came out, she saw her brother-in-law helping his wife to wash clothes. She rolled her eyes. Then she thought that he had just come out of her parents'-in-law's room, and entered Jiang Xia's room. She asked, "Fourth brother, what are you doing? Have you discussed it with Jiang Xia?" So are you planning to divorce? When will you apply for a divorce certificate? You can apply for it tomorrow, Friday. If you don't apply tomorrow, you have to wait until next Monday. We won't get divorced for the time being. My household registration has not been transferred back. I can't divorce until my household registration is transferred back. Tian Kaiwa was a little unhappy when she heard this. But she also knew that when the two of them were arguing about certificates, Zhou Chunlei had not yet been discharged from the army, and he had even filed an application. Who knew that he was deaf in one ear after doing a mission, and he had to be discharged from the army as a last resort. Then she will go back to her own home tomorrow? She's about to get divorced. She can't leave our family to live and eat for free, right? Tian Kaiwa really couldn't stand Jiang Xia and didn't want to serve the eldest lady. Zhou Chunlei paused for a moment and then said, "She will not leave until the divorce certificate is issued." Tian Kaiwa immediately darkened her face when she heard this. Wait until the divorce certificate is issued before leaving? How long will it take? Zhou Qinglei was silent for a moment, thinking of his commander's words when he retired from the army. I'm afraid this marriage won't be divorced, and it may not last more than a month or two. Even if he applies for divorce soon after getting married, the application will not be approved, and it may not be possible if it continues like this for half a year. It's estimated to take about half a year. What? Half a year? She wants to stay in our house for half a year and eat and drink for free? Is that still called a divorce? If she stays for another half year, she will be able to give birth to a child. Tian Kaiwa became irritable at the thought of having to serve a sister-in-law who couldn't do anything for half a year. Zhou Chenglei's eldest brother, Zhou Qingxin, came back from outside and whispered, "Why are you yelling and screaming? When will it be your turn to take care of the fourth brother's affairs? Do you think I want to take care of her? You don't need me to serve her. You see, I don't care." Tian Kaiwa went straight into the house with a dark face. "I really can't stand it anymore, and I have to endure it for half a year. Who knows if they will still be separated half a year later? Why is it that everyone is the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family and they can do everything, but she doesn't have to do anything because she doesn't know how?" Zhou Qingxin said to Zhou Chunlei, "Don't worry about your sister-in-law. Just discuss the matter between you and your fourth younger brother and sister. She just has a problem with doing more work, but without the fourth younger brother and sister, she doesn't have to cook either. One more and one less. What's the difference? Just talk about her. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version." "I know," Zhou Chunlei responded. Zhou Qingxin went back to the house to coax his wife, fearing that her parents and Jiang Xia would hear her making a fuss, which would end badly. Zhou Chunlei worked quickly, washing the clothes and drying them in a few seconds. He made a decision and was about to tell his parents when Jiang Xia walked out unexpectedly. Tian Kaiwa was so loud that it was impossible for Jiang Xia not to hear her. She walked out and saw that Zhou Chunlei was hanging her clothes, and she was a little embarrassed. She said, "I will move out tomorrow." Jiang Xia just sorted out the original owner's things and found that there were more than 100 yuan, which was enough to stay in a guest house for a period of time without being desperate. Zhou Chunlei glanced at her. "Come into the room and talk." The two returned to the room one after another. Zhou Chunlei asked directly, "Where do you plan to move?" She had just said that she was moving away instead of going home, and he guessed that she had no intention of returning to her parents' home. Jiang Xia said truthfully, "Go to the city to stay in a guest house or hotel, but I need you to help me find the village chief to open a letter of introduction." Zhou Chunlei frowned when he heard this and refused without even thinking. "No, I plan to separate the family. After the separation, you and I will just move out. The divorce certificate has not been issued, and the two are husband and wife. It is reasonable for her to live at home, and Zhang's father also has a favor for him. He was a soldier under Zhang's father when he first entered the army camp. He taught himself many things, and he could not let him." Jiang Xia went to stay in a hotel by herself, and he didn't trust her to stay in a hotel as a girl. Jiang Xia looked at him. "If you want to separate the family because I don't go back to my parents' home, then there is no need. I can stay in a hotel temporarily, and you can help me find the village chief to write a letter of introduction. She doesn't like to owe others, just leave. She has hands, feet, and brains, but it doesn't mean she can't survive." It's just that she doesn't have a household registration book with her, and the village chief doesn't know her. So she can only ask him to help open a letter of introduction. Otherwise, she will leave directly. Zhou Chunlei said truthfully. It's not all because of you. Sooner or later we will separate. My second brother has already separated. My sister-in-law also has objections to me. I also want to separate the family. He knew that his elder sister-in-law had a problem with him since he arranged a job for his second brother. The eldest sister-in-law is actually making a family separation. It would be better to separate the family as soon as possible to avoid growing disagreements when living together. Zhou Chunlei glanced at Jiang Xia and added, very firmly, until the divorce certificate is issued, if you don't go back to your parents' home, I can't let you live in a guest house alone. You can only stay with me. End of chapter. Jiang Xia was silent for a moment and asked, if we separate, where should we move? Jiang Xia didn't want to stay, but others who traveled through time would at least accept the memory of the original owner, but she didn't. No memory at all. She doesn't even know which direction the door of her parents' home is open, so how can she get back to her parents' home? So Zhou Chunlei didn't give her a letter of introduction, so she had no choice but to stay. The old house in the past, decades old, is very dilapidated and cannot be compared with this house. Moreover, that house is closer to the seaside and will be a bit damp. I don't know if you can bear it. Zhou Chunlei told her the truth and asked her if she chooses to avoid all kinds of troubles that she can't bear. Jiang Xia doesn't care, as long as he has a place to stay. It doesn't matter to me. Zhou Chunlei didn't think it mattered to her. She wasn't used to this new house, and I'm afraid she couldn't stand the old house even more. But if she can't bear it anymore, she can go back to her parents' home. I'll go talk to my parents about the separation. You go to bed early. Then Zhou Chunlei went out. After Zhou Chunlei went out, Jiang Xia didn't come back when her hair was dry. He probably didn't come back to sleep. It was okay. After all, they weren't familiar with each other and it was a bit awkward to sleep in the same bed. She closed the door and turned on the light to sleep. Drowsily, she felt someone come in and touch her forehead, then go out again. People with fevers tend to relapse in the middle of the night. Zhou Chunlei was worried and came over to check on her. Seeing that she no longer had a fever, he went back to his nephew's room to lay the floor. The next day, Jiang Xia was woken up by the crow of roosters. It was still dark, probably around 5:30, but she went to bed around 10 last night and woke up feeling refreshed. There were low voices and some work activities outside. Jiang Xia didn't have the habit of staying in bed, so she got up and walked out. In the courtyard, Tian Kaiwa was shredding sweet potatoes and cooking sweet potato porridge. Seeing Jiang Xia getting up so early, he was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, hello, fourth brother and sister, you are not feeling well so early. It will be better if you sleep more. She was obviously in a good mood. She already knew that Zhou Chunlei was going to separate, so she decided not to argue with Jiang Xia. Zhou's mother was chopping shredded vegetables to feed the chickens. When she saw Jiang Xia was in a depressed mood, the whole family was broken up by her. She still asked with concern, has the fever gone down? The younger son later said last night that he would not divorce and separate the family. No matter how dissatisfied Jiang Xia is, Zhou's mother still has to endure it. Otherwise, her son will be caught in the middle, and it will be her son who suffers the anger. Her son went to the army when he was a teenager. He went to the battlefield for more than 10 years and came back alive after narrowly avoiding death. He did not come home to feel jealous. Others don't feel sorry for her son, but she does. As long as Jiang Xia is willing to live a good life with her son in the future, she will tolerate whatever is wrong with her. Who makes the son reluctant to divorce? Others showed concern when they spoke, and Jiang Xia was not an ungrateful person. She smiled and said hello. Retreat. Mom, don't worry. What is sister-in-law making for breakfast? I'll do it. It's still a bit unnatural to call Zhou's mother Mom, but since we can't get divorced for the time being, we have to call her mother if we're not used to it. As soon as Zhou's mother heard this, she said, you don't have to do it. If you don't cause trouble, I will be at ba. Good luck. The resentment towards her was unconsciously brought out. Jiang Xia. Tian Kaiwa also felt that Jiang Xia didn't know how to do it. She was just talking about it, but the family was about to be separated. After today's work, she wouldn't have to wait on her, so there was no need to worry about it. She was in a good mood today and said with a smile, no, It's almost done. I'll put the sweet potatoes into the porridge and boil it for a while, then you can eat it. You go and wash your face. Tian Kaiwa neatly poured the shaved sweet potato shreds into the white porridge that was cooking on the small stove, pushed the firewood in a little more, increased the firepower, and cooked the porridge quickly. Once cooked, you can have breakfast, and after finishing breakfast, you can separate. Jiang Xia went to wash his face and brush his teeth. Just after brushing his teeth and washing his face, Zhou Qinglei also came back from outside. He was covered in sweat, obviously coming back from running. Zhou Qinglei was obviously startled when he saw Jiang Xia getting up so early, and subconsciously asked, "Why are you getting up so early? Are you dizzy? Don't you have a fever yet?" Jiang Xia had never experienced this feeling before receiving care one after another early in the morning. Even though she knew that the other person was not sincere, she smiled and said, "It's okay. Much better." Zhou Qinglei saw that her complexion was rosy, so he said nothing and fetched 2 buckets of water to take a shower and brush his teeth. The porridge was not cooked so quickly. Jiang Xia helped Zhou's mother chop sweet potato leaves and asked her if they were for feeding the chickens. Zhou's mother was afraid at first that she would chop her hands off, but she was surprised when she saw that she was chopping her hands quickly and well. "No, it will be boiled for pig consumption later." Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Oh, does the pig food still have to be cooked? Seeing Jiang Xia's interest, Zhou's mother talked to her and taught her some things. Her son and she have been separated from each other. She knows better, and her son is more relaxed. Then Jiang Xia learned that the Zhou family raised 3 big fat pigs, a cow, a dozen chickens and ducks each, and a group of chicks that had just been hatched 10 days ago. The pigs need to be fed, and the cows can be let out to graze. The work of herding cows is usually done by the children of the family. As long as the ducks rush to the beach, they will find small fish and shrimps to eat, and then they can catch them back. The chickens can also be put in the bamboo forest in the morning and let them find food on their own, but they must also be fed a meal in the evening. The chicks need to be handled more carefully, and the chickens should be fed rice. If they are fed vegetable leaves, they should be chopped. If they are older, the old hen can take them out to forage. No one steals it. It happens in every household. All you need to do is mark the chickens, geese, and ducks, such as cutting off the tail or a tuft of hair on the top of the head, tying the feet with a rope, etc. The 2 finished cutting a lot of sweet potato vines. Jiang Xia cleaned the yard, and the porridge was ready for breakfast. There was only sweet potato porridge for breakfast, but the sweet potato porridge was delicious. It had the sweetness and softness of sweet potatoes and the salty flavor of shrimps. Jiang Xia ate 2 bowls. After breakfast, Guangzhong Yaozu and Xiao Zhozhou walked to school by themselves with their school bags on their backs. Zhou's father called the family into the hall to talk about the separation. "You brothers have already gotten married, and it's time to separate. The second brother bought a house in the town a while ago and was the first to separate. When he bought the house, your mother and I paid 2,000 yuan. Then it was agreed at that time that the house and the divided family would have nothing to do with them." Tian Kaihua pursed her lips. Why was she dissatisfied? That's why. She and Zhou Qingxin were uneducated and had no jobs. Zhou Qinglei could have worked in the town government after returning from the army, but he didn't do it. He gave up the job opportunity to his second son, without caring that he was still at home. The fishing brother. The second child was a cadre in the brigade at the time and already had a job. Why didn't Zhou Qinglei give up his job to his elder brother? Looking down on his eldest brother, who just graduated from elementary school? Then Zhou Qinglei married Jiang Xia and came back. She didn't do any housework. She cooked for the whole family by herself, took care of the elderly, and took care of both of them. Why did she not get any benefits and still have to serve them? Father Zhou continued. Qinglei told Qingxin about this new house, and he and Jiang Xia will move to the old house. Tian Caihua's eyes lit up. End of chapter. Tian Caihua's eyes lit up. This red brick house was only built 2 years ago, and it's still new. There wasn't enough money to build a house at that time, so Zhou Qinglei had to send back half of it. Unexpectedly, he didn't want it and gave it to them. Tian Kaihua finally felt a little more balanced. Then the new house will be allocated to Qingxin, and the old house will be allocated to Qinglei. Xiaoxia, do you have any objections? Father Zhou looked at Jiang Xia. Tian Kaihua glanced at Jiang Xia. What opinion could she have? Both of them are planning to divorce. and she won't be living together for long. Zhou Qinglei and Zhou Qingxin told each other last night that they were afraid that their parents would not agree to the separation, so they kept it secret from the two elders and said they would not divorce, but just separate the family. In fact, she felt that Zhou Qinglei was worried that his parents-in-law would not look good on Jiang Xia in the future if they knew they were getting divorced. After all, we are no longer a family, so who would be willing to raise her for nothing? Moreover, the brother-in-law is not young anymore. He is 28 years old, almost 30. If Jiang Xia is left at home for half a year and gets divorced, he will be 29. After a divorce, you may not be able to marry a second one right away. If you delay, wouldn't it be 30 years old? My parents-in-law would definitely disagree. They have always wanted my brother-in-law to get married and have children as soon as possible. It means that my brother-in-law is an honest and kind-hearted man, but a woman who wants to divorce him has supported her for half a year in vain. Jiang Xia smiled and said, Dad, I have no objection. Whatever Qinglei says is whatever it is. I listened to Qinglei. Whatever Qinglei said was what she said, and she listened to Qinglei, which made Zhou's father look better. This is what being a daughter-in-law should be like. Tian Kaiwa got the benefit and didn't mind saying nice things. She said with a smile, Dad, the fourth brother is capable, and the fourth brother and sister are educated. They will definitely be able to make money to build a bungalow soon, and build one bigger than this one. Zhou Qinglei had no expression on his face. Jiang Xia sat next to him and just smiled. Father Zhou continued, the fields and land at home. Tian Kaiwa immediately said, Dad, when the production team divided the land at home, the four brothers Guangzhong Yaozu all had a share. The fourth brother's household registration was not there at that time. Zhou Qingxin stared at her. Dad hasn't finished speaking yet. Don't interrupt. The fourth brother has given the new house to their family. What else does this woman want? Won't the land be divided between the fourth brother and his wife? It's too much. Tian Kaiwa glared at Zhou Qingxin. He had no ability and didn't fight for anything. He thought he was rich. Don't you know that you still have 4 sons to raise? I am a half-grown man living in poverty. I have no more fields. What will I eat? And she was telling the truth. Zhou Qinglei was indeed not assigned any land, and his household registration was not there. Zhou's father didn't care about Tian Kaiwa. How could the division of the family be truly fair? He could only do his best. The house was given to her. Although what she said was true, the land was naturally divided between the fourth and his wife. She took all the benefits. The family fields, private land, vegetable garden land, and bamboo garden are divided equally among you 3 brothers. 1 acre of land and 2 shares of land for me and Qin Ma will be enough, and we will leave them to Zhou in the future. Tian Kaiwa was dissatisfied when she heard this and blurted out, the second brother's family and Zhou are also there? She took advantage of the house, and she tolerated the land being given to Jiang Xia. The second brother and his wife were both on public food, right? There is also a girl called Zhou who is going to get married in the future, so how can she have land? Shouldn't the land owned by the 2 elders belong to their eldest family in the future? Since ancient times, there has been a field for the eldest son. After the old man passes away, shouldn't that field be left to the eldest son? Zhou Qingxin, shut up. Otherwise the house will be divided equally. Can you just say a few words less? Zhou Qingxin is almost mad at his wife, who is not as sensible as Jiang Xia. Seeing that Jiang Xia didn't have any opinions at all, he only asked her, listen to Qinglei. Tian Kaiwa didn't say anything, but she was furious. Married to an incompetent man and still pretending to be generous. He didn't know that he had 4 sons and the house was divided equally. Where would his son live when he gets married? Can he afford to build another one? Father Zhou asked again. Don't you have any objections to Tian Hidi? Zhou Qingxin said. Dad, we have no objection. It should be divided like this. He tugged on Tian Saihua's clothes, and Tian Kaiwa had no choice but to say, let's divide it how Dad said. Their family has a lot of land, so if they divide it this way, they can have enough food. Zhou Qinglei, no. He didn't care about the fields. He didn't have much time to plant, and Jiang Xia didn't know how to plant. She was too delicate to plant, and Jiang Xia wouldn't care if she was going to get divorced soon. Father Zhou looked at Jiang Xia, who said nothing. Jiang Xia, I have no objection either. Father Zhou continued, the family boat. Tian Kaiwa was anxious again. Only with a boat can you go fishing and make money to support your family. The couple knew nothing and were uneducated. How could they survive without a boat? If the three brothers divided it into 4 parts, how could they survive in the big house? Dad, is that half of the boat for us and our 4th brother? Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Zhou Qingxin, can you please stop interrupting? Tian Kaiwa pouted. Aren't you going to let anyone talk? Zhou's father just pretended not to hear and said calmly, We, father and son, will sail the boat for a day, and we will take turns. Tian Kaiwa had no objection this time. Although she wanted the 2 brothers to sail the boat for a day, Zhou's father was still young and could still do it. She couldn't stop Zhou's father from driving the boat. What if she had to support him? Also, this boat was bought from the production team not long ago, but not old. The family didn't have enough money to buy it, so Zhou Chunglei contributed part of the money. She was just afraid of giving the ship to Jiang Xia. Zhou's father continued, The pigs, cows, chickens, and ducks at home. Each of you brothers has 1 pig, and 1 for me and your mother. Your mother raises the cows. You have to lead them to use them. Later, they will be sold for half of each person. Chickens and ducks, it's half for 1 person. It's hard to take care of that nest of chickens, so let your mother raise them. Tian Kaiwa had no objection to this. She smiled and said, Whatever Dad says will be whatever. Qinglei, please bring 1 set of the tables, chairs, farm tools, bowls and chopsticks at home when you move here. There are many people in the family, and there are 2 sets of 8 immortals tables piled up in the utility room. When the brothers and sisters gather together during the New Year and holidays, I just took them out to use, but they are all old. There are many tables and chairs, and Tian Kaiwa has no objection to them. Anyway, the furniture has been placed in the hall now, and it is all new. Zhou Qinglei has no reason to move this set in the hall. Father Zhou, as for money. Tian Kaiwa moved her buttocks and sat up straight. Mother Zhou looked at her 2 daughters-in-law. One was calm and calm. The other could not hide her narrow-mindedness, as if she was afraid of suffering a loss. After such a comparison, Zhou's mother doesn't dislike Jiang Xia so much. It seems that she must be a little educated. Even if she is educated and has a big heart, she doesn't know if she can live with the 4th child, but don't let her son look down on her sincerely. The son divided the family into pieces just to keep her. Father Zhou glanced at Mother Zhou and said, Take out the money. Mother Zhou came to her senses and took out a large bag of money from an old cotton-padded jacket. Jiang Xia took a look and saw that it was quite thick. Then Jiang Xia saw Zhou's mother unpacking the money wrapped in various wrapping papers layer by layer. The outermost layer was yellow plastic film, then newspapers, then faded homespun cloth, and finally handkerchiefs. A total of 5 layers were opened. Only the layers reveal the great unity inside. Jiang Xia. End of chapter. Tian Kaiwa stared closely at the big stack of unity in Zhou's mother's hand and mentally estimated how much money it had. Zhou's mother. We still have 1,200 yuan at home. Tian Kaiwa. So few. Zhou Qingxin tugged on her clothes. Zhou's father ignored her and took the big stack of unity from Zhou's mother. This 1,200 yuan is 300 for the boss, 600 for the 4th. The extra 300 is for the 4th to repair the house, and the remaining 300 belongs to me, your father and Zhou. Do you have any objections? Zhou Qingxin hurriedly said, No objection. Tian Kaiwa rolled her eyes. She had some objections. She felt that repairing the house did not require as much as 300, and although the house was dilapidated, it could be lived in with a little cleaning and no repairs were needed. But she got a new house, which cost more than 3,000 yuan to build at the time. She was embarrassed to say this, so she let it go. Take some losses, she doesn't care so much. I have no objection either. Tian Kaiwa said reluctantly. Zhou Qinglei doesn't care about this. He has a lot of private money. Jiang Xia is a renter and has no objections. Father Zhou, then the money will be divided like this, and the family separation will be decided like this. Tian Kaiwa was anxious, so it was decided? It's not finished yet. She blurted out. Then parents, you and Zhou will live with the 4th brother and the others from now on, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room fell silent. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou didn't expect Tian Kaiwa to say that, and they were both stunned. Zhou Qinglei frowned. He thought that his sister-in-law didn't want to live with him and his wife, but he didn't expect that his sister-in-law was not willing to live with his parents either. What's the environment like in the old house? What is the environment like in the new house? The old house is dilapidated and old, leaking air and rain. Zhou Chengxin angrily scolded. What are you talking about? Of course our parents live with us. Tian Kaiwa immediately said, I also want to live with my parents, but this house only has 6 rooms. Wen Guang and the others are older. It's okay for 2 brothers to share 1 room now. I'm afraid it won't be possible if it's bigger. Wen Guang and the others are too big. He's in junior high school and will get married within a few years, and Zhou won't be able to sleep with his parents again in 2 years, right? This house can't accommodate so many people. She couldn't raise her own 4 sons, but she didn't want to raise a niece. It's not like the 2 elders only have 1 son, so why do they keep living with them? Zhou Chengxin, you don't need to say much. Dad, Mom, and Zhou all live with us. Tian Kaihua was angry. I didn't say anything. Why are you so crazy? You made me feel unfilial. Didn't I also live with my parents and be filial to them for more than 10 years after I married you for more than 10 years? I am not the only daughter-in-law of the 2 elders. Did I say anything? Isn't there enough room in the old house? I didn't say that I would not take care of my parents in the future. And I was thinking about my 4th brother. My parents live with my 4th brother, waiting for my 4th brother and Jiang Xia. Zhou Chenglei interrupted her. Dad, Mom, and Zhou all live with me. After saying that, he remembered that he had not asked Jiang Xia what he meant. In fact, they were about to get divorced. It didn't matter whether she was happy to live with her parents, but Zhou Chenglei was afraid that she would make trouble. He turned to look at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia was very embarrassed that the separation of the family was caused by her. When she saw Zhou Chenglei looking over, she followed his intention and said, My parents and Zhou can live with us. There are many rooms in the old house. You and I Zhou can live there too. I don't know any farm work, so I have to ask my mother to teach me. She said it sincerely, which made people feel comfortable. It was not like what she usually said. Zhou Chenglei couldn't help but look at her. I was relieved in my heart. Tian Kaiwa also breathed a sigh of relief. She was also afraid that Jiang Xia would make trouble, and then her parents-in-law continued to live with her. She quickly smiled and said, The 4th brother and the 4th sister-in-law also think long-term. The 4th brother and sister don't understand anything. My parents live with you. I can help you with a lot of things. When the 4th brother has a child in the future, Mom can also help the 4th brother take care of the child. Zhou is also a diligent child and can help with housework. Your parents and Zhou will help you with the work in the future. The 4th brother and his sister are relaxed. Her sons were also raised by her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law was indeed very hard-working and easy to get along with, but she was also a hard-working person and could do the little work at home by herself. Besides, she has been living with her parents-in-law for more than 10 years. She has several sons, so they have to take turns raising them, right? Father Zhou and Mother Zhou actually don't want to live with any of their sons and don't want to cause any trouble to them. But there are only 2 rooms in the house, and the eldest daughter-in-law obviously doesn't want to live with them. Father Zhou looked at Jiang Xia, not knowing whether she meant what she just said. Still fake. Jiang Xia said, Dad, Chenglei and I are sincere. You, Mom, and Zhou can all come and live with us. I don't understand anything, and I need you all. They had already agreed to divorce. Since Zhou Chenglei wanted to live with his parents, she followed his advice. Jiang Xia thought that in her previous life, she had only a weak relationship with her parents and relatives. When she was 3 years old, her father had an affair, and her mother dragged her father to death in a very violent way. Together with the 3rd party, she later had to pay the other family a lot of money, and the family was lost. After I entered junior high school, my grandma also disappeared. At that time, it felt like she was the only one left in the world. The small basement was obviously very crowded, but it also felt very big, too big. At that time, I was afraid to go home and face the basement alone. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Later, I gradually got used to being alone. Jiang Xia's words, "We husband and wife need you," moved Zhou's father and Zhou's mother. When people get old, they are most afraid of not being needed by their children and of causing trouble to their children. Father Zhou nodded. Then we and Zhou will live with you too for the time being. The younger son is a capable person. When the younger son builds a new house, the two elders will live by themselves instead of living with the couple. Jiang Xia smiled. Okay. Mother Zhou was relieved and a little happy when she saw Jiang Xia smiling sincerely and not looking unhappy at all. The younger son has no children yet, and she also wants to live with her younger son so that she can help them in the future. Zhou Chengli glanced at her. For some reason, he felt that she was a little sad just now. It wasn't that he was unhappy about having to live with his parents, but a feeling of loneliness and discomfort. She hid it deeply and even fleetingly, but he just felt that she was sad, lonely, and uncomfortable just now. It was like an orphan missing her parents who had passed away, but why did she feel this way? Are her father-in-law and mother-in-law still alive? Or is he mistaken and she is just homesick? The matter of dividing the family has been discussed in this way. Father Zhou added, as for the living expenses of the two of us, we can still work now, so we don't need you to go out. If we can't work anymore, you can pay more. Tian Kaiwa smiled and said, okay. Father Zhou added, today happens to be the first day of the new year, so there is no need to choose a day. Qinglei and I will clean the old house. Xiaoxia and your mother will share some of the things in the house and pack them up. We will move there today. End of chapter. People in the village are very particular about moving and making beds. They can't just come and go. They need to choose an auspicious day. If not, choose the 1st or 15th day of the lunar month. So Father Zhou decided to move today. Zhou Chengli and Zhou's father took the cleaning tools and went to clean the old house. Jiang Xia was worried that men were not as thorough as women in cleaning. She still had very high requirements for the sanitation of her home environment, so she said, I don't have to clean up my things. I will also help with the cleaning. With more people, the work can be done faster. The original owner got married not long ago and was ready to divorce at any time. Many things were still in the red, white, and blue bags. Now is the perfect time to move. Okay, let your mother stay and share the things with your sister-in-law. Tian Kaiwa thought Jiang Xia was smart again, so now she pretended to be diligent and went to clean, leaving Zhou's mother to stay and distribute things. In this case, would she be embarrassed to share the old, bad things with her mother-in-law? I really underestimated her. What a thief. Suddenly, she thought about the whole family separation process. Jiang Xia acted like a virtuous person who didn't fight for anything, which made her care about everything, be mean and unfilial. In the end, except for taking advantage of the new house, the other two elders didn't suffer at all. They are a couple. Tian Kaiwa gets angrier the more she thinks about it. Bah, she didn't believe that Jiang Xia really didn't want anything. This big-tailed wolf. Simply insidious and cunning. It is estimated that the two elders still felt that Zhou Chengli and Jiang Xia had suffered a loss by moving to the old house, so they secretly used some private property to subsidize them. Thinking of this, Tian Kaiwa became unhappy again. Jealousy made Tian Kaiwa temporarily forget that Jiang Xia was getting divorced. What would she care about? The Zhou family lives in a small fishing village, close to the mountains and close to the sea, so most of the villagers make a living by going out to sea to fish. Moreover, their area is mostly plains with few mountains. The land is vast and sparsely populated, so every household has a lot of fields. The life of the villagers is pretty good, and they will not go hungry. The Zhou family's old house is relatively close to the sea, but it's not on the beach, it's just relatively close. Houses close to the sea have heavy water vapor and are relatively humid. If you live there for a long time, you will easily get rheumatism. If you encounter a tsunami, there is a risk of being destroyed. There is absolutely no poetry in, I have a house facing the sea, with spring flowers blooming. So the villagers, when building a house, one would not choose the seaside. Although the seaside scenery is beautiful, they see it every day and are not unfamiliar. But later on, as the economy developed, many houses and hotels were built on the seaside in order to create tourist areas and selling points. Jiang Xia looked at this stone house that had been there for a long time. The courtyard walls were also made of stone, which looked very stable and had a sense of age. The yard is already overgrown, but very large. Jiang Xia was a city dweller in her previous life. After her parents died, she sold her house at a loss. The house she lived in later was still a basement assigned to her by her grandmother when she was a sanitation worker before she retired. It was very small, dark, and had no windows. There were even flowers in the house. Not alive. It wasn't until she was admitted to college and paid off the medical bills she owed for her grandma's treatment. 2 years after graduating from graduate school, she had the money to buy a full-price apartment in Beijing. What was a shame was that she wore it out before the apartment was handed over. Come over. So she has never lived in a house with a yard in her life. The yard was very big, and Jiang Xia liked it when she saw it. When she got divorced, she would also buy a house with a yard, with flowers in the front and fruit trees in the back. She has already used this yard as a prototype in her mind, imagining how to build her own small yard in the future. Now the yard is full of weeds, and because it is an old house built for decades, no one has lived in it for 2 or 3 years. It is in disrepair and has no popularity. Many tiles on the roof have fallen off. Standing on the house inside, you can see light filtering through the gaps in the tiles when you look up. Light leakage naturally leaks rain. Father Zhou frowned. I have to buy some tiles for the roof and repair it, otherwise it will be troublesome if it rains or a typhoon blows. Zhou Chenglei, I'll buy it tomorrow. Jiang Xia looked up and saw that the sky was so blue that it didn't look like it would rain, but Jiang Xia thought of the plot in the book. In the book, a super typhoon made landfall on the coast of this area. After the typhoon, there were many fish and shrimps on the beach. The heroine also came to pick up fish and shrimps and sell them to earn living expenses and tuition fees, because school was about to start in September. As a result, she was too bold. In order to chase a fish, she ran far away and was swept into the sea by the waves. It was the male protagonist who saved her. According to the plot in the book, the original protagonist and the male protagonist will divorce and leave today, and it's time for the female protagonist to appear. Who knows when the super typhoon will come? She was a little anxious and said, August is the season when typhoons are active, and we don't know when it will rain. It's still early. Can we buy some tiles now and repair the roof? Father Zhou said, there are weather forecasts this year. There will be broadcasts from typhoon radio stations telling everyone not to go to sea. Jiang Xia felt a little relieved, but couldn't help but wonder, is this weather forecast accurate? Sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not. Jiang Xia. Father Zhou, the weather forecast is for the entire city, and there are so many counties below the city. Zhou Chenglei saw her worry and said, Dad, I'm going to see if there are any tiles for sale. If I buy them back, I should be able to repair the roof in one afternoon. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Father Zhou didn't want to be alone with his daughter-in-law for too long, so he said, I'll go ahead. You guys clean here. There is a brick kiln in the next village, and if you buy it, it will be delivered to your door. You don't have to pull it yourself, so Zhou Chenglei didn't rush to go. After Zhou's father finished speaking, he went out. Zhou Chenglei looked at the weeds in the yard. It was difficult to weed, so he said, You go to the house to clean, and I will weed the yard. Most of the furniture in the house has been moved away. The house is empty and has been cleaned during the move. There is no clutter, only dust. She will not be too tired to clean it. Jiang Xia had no objection, so she her headscarf and covered her nose and mouth with a cloth, and then she took a broom and patrolled her new home, full of ambition. There are 4 rooms in this house, with the living room in the middle and rooms on both sides. The living room is very long and deep, and the layout is not very good. There are 2 relatively low rooms on the left and right sides of the main house. On the left is the kitchen, with 2 large stoves and 2 small stoves next to the large stove. On the right is a utility room, used to store farm tools and the like. There is a low and narrow room next to the kitchen, which is the shower room and bathroom. The floor of the bathroom is paved with red bricks. The kitchen and utility room are not paved with tiles. The house is paved with square old bricks. That's fine. Jiang Xia heard from her college roommate that her hometown still had mud brick houses from the 1950s and 1960s. The floors were not paved with tiles, but were made of hard mud, and the floors were black. This house also has a backyard, which is quite large. It also has a pigsty, a cowshed, and a chicken coop built with stones, but they are all in tatters. After the visit, Jiang Xia felt that it was much better than expected, so she decided to start cleaning the room first. The old house was also electrified and installed with lights. Jiang Xia pulled the rope on the wall next to the door, and the tungsten bulb came on. She took a long broom and decided to clean the cobwebs on the walls and beams first. After sweeping the 4 walls, when she was holding the broom to sweep the beams, she suddenly made eye contact with the 2 snakes on the beams. Ah! Jiang Xia was so frightened that she threw away her broom and ran out like the wind, blowing the cloth off her face. End of chapter. Zhou Chengli was weeding with a hoe. He had already hoed a large area. When he heard the screams, he immediately threw down and rushed in. As soon as he ran into the living room, Jiang Xia rushed up and jumped directly on top of him, tying him tightly with his hands and feet, hanging on him, trembling all over. Zhou Chengli was slightly stunned. He couldn't touch her with his hands, so he just let her hang on him and asked, "What's wrong?" "Snakes. There are snakes. So big, 2 of them. They are staring at me." Jiang Xia was so frightened that her whole body trembled, and her voice trembled. Jiang Xia is actually very courageous. She used to work part-time and often came home late at night. She even dared to beat up a pervert when she met him at the exit of a subway station. She is not afraid of people, ghosts, wild dogs, rats, or cockroaches, but she is afraid of snakes. She is most afraid of snakes. I usually feel scared when I see it on TV through the screen. We met her just now in such an unsuspecting way, and almost scared her to death. She hugged Zhou Chengli's neck tightly and wrapped her legs tightly around his waist. "Get out! Get out! Hurry! Hurry! Hurry!" Zhou Chengli was strangled by her until his neck almost broke. He could only carry her out of the yard and coaxed, "Don't be afraid. It's just a snake. I'll catch it. You let me go first." After leaving the house, Jiang Xia was no longer so afraid. She stabilized her mind and let go of her feet. However, when she lowered her head and saw the grass on the ground, she shrank back again. Her legs tightly wrapped around his legs, unable to get off the ground. "There aren't any snakes in this yard, are there?" Zhou Chengli. He really couldn't guarantee this. It's normal to have snakes in summer. Probably Jiang Xia's scream just now was so loud that it alerted the neighbors next door and attracted the 2 families next door. Then they saw the 2 of them hugging each other. That posture was so eye-catching. The way they looked at Jiang Xia changed. Although they were a couple, they were doing this kind of thing in the yard and shouting so loudly. They were totally shameless. Zhou JJ joked, "Chengli, are you so impatient that you can't even wait to enter the room in broad daylight?" As he spoke, his eyes fell on Jiang Xia's butt. No matter how thick-skinned Jiang Xia was, her face turned red. She let go of Zhou Chengli and got off the ground. She was still afraid and looked around her feet with her eyes. Zhou Chengli's face darkened. He stood in front of Jiang Xia and covered Zhou Junji's eyes. "Stop talking nonsense." A woman in her 40s or 50s saw that Jiang Xia's expression was wrong, so she knew that everyone had misunderstood, so she tried to help the couple. "Lei, what's wrong with your wife? Is she scared?" Zhou Chenglei took over what the great-grandmother said and explained to everyone. "There was a snake in the house just now, and Jiang Xia was scared." "Jiang Xia, this is the great-grandmother." Jiang Xia looked over and was surprised that the other party was such a young lady, but she was grateful that the other party was willing to help her out. She smiled and shouted, "Great-grandmother." Grandma smiled and said, "Be good." Zhou Chenglei said again, "You stay here with Grandma to talk, and I'll catch the snake." Grandma's eyes lit up when she heard about catching a snake. "Catch a snake? Where is it? I'll catch it. What's so scary about snakes?" Grandma rushed into the house, as excited as if she heard there was some treasure in the house. "Jiang Xia," Zhou Chenglei explained, "my grandma is very good at catching snakes. She taught me how to catch snakes. Let me go in and have a look." Jiang Xia only has 2 words, admire. Grandma suddenly turned around and asked, "Where is the snake?" Jiang Xia pointed to the room, facing the door, on the beam of the innermost room on the right. "Forget it. I'll go in with you guys too." There were so many people that Jiang Xia wasn't that scared anymore, and it was true that several villagers looked at her like a monster. Zhou Chenglei followed her, knowing that she was embarrassed to face the villagers. With his great-grandmother, a master at catching snakes, nothing would happen. The 3 of them entered the house. Jiang Xia pointed to the room. She didn't dare to go in, so she stood in the hall. Unexpectedly, other people also followed in to watch the fun. Zhou Junjie was not afraid of snakes and wanted to see if the snake was worth anything, so he also entered the room. The three women did not go in. Panditi came to Jiang Xia and asked with a gossipy face, "Niece-in-law, why are you cleaning this old house?" Jiang Xia glanced at her. She didn't recognize him or had any impression. She replied, "Move here." These three women lived in the house next door and happened to be the third wife-in-law. When Panditi's eldest daughter-in-law heard this, she also asked, "Move here? Have you separated? Are you moving here with Zhou Chunglei?" "Yeah." Jiang Xia nodded and responded softly, not used to saying more. "Are they really separated?" Panditi's eldest daughter-in-law was a little envious. Panditi said again, "This house is old and dilapidated. Why are you willing to move here? Your new house is all used for gardening and picking flowers." Jiang Xia, "It would be nice to tidy up this house." At least in her last life, she had never lived in such a house. Panditi's daughter-in-law glanced at Jiang Xia with obvious disbelief in her eyes. She didn't care about the previous new house. She was clamoring for a divorce. Would she feel comfortable in this house? She was probably waiting for her mistress to pick her up, so she didn't care, since she wouldn't be staying long anyway. Looking at her skinny skin and tender flesh, you can tell that she is restless. She will not be able to survive in the village and will leave sooner or later. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Who among you proposed the separation of the family? Did you propose it, or did your sister-in-law propose it? Who will support your parents-in-law, and who will they live with? Panditi asked again. "Auntie, let me go in and take a look." Jiang Xia was not used to saying this, so she walked into the room. But she didn't know that when dealing with women like this in the village, she had to talk more about it. She had to talk about gossips about her own family, even those with eldest parents in the East. She had to talk about everything, and she had to agree with them. If you didn't tell them, others will think you are fake and unsociable. When Panditi saw that she was ignoring her, she rolled her eyes at Jiang Xia's back. Bah, people from the city are amazing. They just ignored people after asking her a few words. They have eyes on their foreheads. Jiang Xia stood inside the door and saw the two snakes still on the beam. Zhou Chunglei picked up the long broom thrown by Jiang Xia on the ground and lured the snakes down. One of the snakes wrapped itself around a bamboo pole and crawled down. Another snake was so frightened that it crawled away on the beam. "Grandma, Lei, give it to me, I'll do it." Zhou Chunglei put down the bamboo pole. The great-grandmother stepped forward and walked around to the direction of the snake's tail, seized the opportunity, and quickly took action, pinching the snake's 7 inches. The snake's tail immediately wrapped around her arm. Jiang Xia looked horrified. There was another beam on the beam. Zhou Chunglei threw away the long broom, jumped up slightly, and climbed onto the beam with both hands. With a push of his arms, his whole body went up, and then he climbed onto the beam with his long legs. Then he cautiously approached the snake. Jiang Xia didn't dare to look at the snake, only looked at him, and then she was attracted by his neat figure. She looked at the arms exposed under Zhou Chunglei's rolled-up shirt cuffs. The muscles were smooth and the veins were slightly red. The long legs wrapped in green military trousers looked strong and strong. Go, 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 go over there." Grandma held a snake in one hand, picked up a long broom with the other, and went to drive away the snake. Jiang Xia came back to her senses and saw the snake crawling to the other end. Her heart skipped a beat, and she didn't dare to look. She subconsciously looked away and found that the three women were staring at Zhou Chunglei just now. Their eyes were just short of drooling. Couldn't help but find it funny. A man like Zhou Chunglei, who has extraordinary handsome appearance, strong body, and exudes a strong ascetic aura, can be regarded as a female killer in modern times, ranging from 80 to 8 years old. Zhou Junjie came to Jiang Xia unknowingly. "Are my brothers and sisters afraid of snakes?" Jiang Xia gave him a cold look and walked away. Zhou Junjie smiled. On the crossbar, Zhou Chunglei quickly found an opportunity to hold the snake's 7 inches, then jumped directly down and landed steadily. Zhou Chunglei and his great-grandmother held the snake and walked towards the door. Jiang Xia, who was standing at the door, was so frightened when she saw the snake spit out the snake letter that she ran away. Grandma laughed when she saw it. "Ha ha, what are you afraid of? This is a grass snake. It is not poisonous and can be found everywhere. In the future, you will see it more and get used to it, and you won't be afraid anymore." Jiang Xia. End of chapter. Seeing that Jiang Xia was so scared, Zhou Chunlei said, "Grandma, I'm just kidding. Snakes only exist on mountains and grass, not everywhere." "Grandma, Ale, don't lie. I'm right. These snakes are common in vegetable fields and fields. They even get into the house at night. I even caught one under the quilt." "Get under the covers?" Jiang Xia's face turned pale when she thought of the news she had received in the past. Zhou Chunlei saw Jiang Xiaxing's loveless face and felt that he could not let his grandmother say another word. He said, "My grandmother lied to you and deliberately scared you. Grandma, can you help me throw away the 2 snakes? If Grandma scares her again, she will probably not dare to sleep tonight." He picked up a snakeskin bag on the ground that he had just brought to put the garbage in and threw the snake into it. The old man from the snake village who entered the house said that he could not be beaten to death but could only be thrown out. "I'm not lying, it's true. However, the reason why there were snakes in the quilt was that my grandmother caught 2 snakes and brought them back to play with her grandson. At night, the lid of the bamboo basket was not tied tightly, and the snakes crawled out." Seeing that Jiang Xia's face was so pale, she felt that she was almost frightened, and she probably didn't dare to sleep by herself at night. She also threw the snake into the snakeskin bag, and then called the people next door with the snakeskin bag. "Let's go. It's okay. Let's go back and do our own thing. If you have nothing to do at home, you can stay and help my little stone clean up the yard." When Panditi's family next door heard this, they all left. "There's a lot of work waiting to be done at home early in the morning. I have no time to help others clean up the yard." Zhou Junjie glanced at Jiang Xia. He wanted to stay, but was pulled away by his wife. After everyone left, the great-grandmother intended to practice Jiang Xia's courage. How could he do it in the countryside if he was afraid of snakes? In the summer, snakes can be seen scurrying out at any time while walking on the road. Grandma took Jiang Xia's hand and walked out. "Let's go. Grandma will take you to throw the snake." Jiang Xia was pulled away by her great-grandmother, her whole body stiff. Did her great-grandmother's hand just catch a snake? The 2 of them walked into the fields. Not far ahead, Panditi said to her 2 daughters-in-law, "Go and weed the peanut field today." Zhou Junjie is Panditi's youngest son. When he heard this, he immediately said, "Mom, I'll go to the dock to see if there is any work." Then he ran away. Panditi's eldest daughter-in-law pursed her lips. At this time, all the ships were out to sea, so what else could be done at the dock? The second child is lazy, greedy, lustful, and loves to gamble. He probably went to gamble, and she wants to separate the family. Panditi ignored him and walked to the peanut field with her 2 daughters-in-law. Panditi's daughter-in-law said, "The 2 grass snakes were so frightened and made such a fuss. I thought something had happened." The eldest daughter-in-law said with envy, "I am from the city. Where do I see snakes on weekdays? I see a lot of them in cars." When Panditi thought about Jiang Xia ignoring her, she said angrily, "I've seen a lot of people who are afraid of snakes. This is the first time I've seen people who are afraid of snakes like her. Don't marry into our village if you are so squeamish. Don't you see? The way she looked just now, she ignored anyone who spoke to her, and her eyes were so big that she saw so many cars. It's not like her family owns a car." The younger daughter-in-law thought of the way her man looked at her and couldn't help but sarcastically said, "A city person is so great? She is a city person, but she ended up marrying a fisherman." She also said that she is educated, and educated people are so unfair. She is so shameless when she rides on a man in broad daylight. No chicken in District 3 can ride her. These words made Jiang Xia and Grandma angry. Jiang Xia wanted to throw the snake in the snakeskin bag at her. Grandma seemed to have read through her thoughts and handed over the snakeskin bag. Jiang Xia didn't know where the courage came from. He immediately took it and swung the snakeskin bag. The 2 snakes were thrown out and landed just behind the 3 people's feet. The 3 of them heard the movement and looked down. Oh, 2 snakes were scurrying around at their feet, and the 3 of them screamed and jumped in fear. There happened to be an old man walking up from the path in the field, and the little daughter-in-law jumped directly on the old man's back. After Jiang Xia threw the snake, he took his grandma and ran away. The 2 ran all the way back to the Zhou family's old house, looked at each other, and couldn't help laughing. Zhou Chunlei was cleaning the house when he heard the sound, walked out, and looked at them confused. The great-grandmother smiled and said, "Lei, You are a good wife. You must cherish her. Jiang Xia is embarrassed. How did Grandma know that she is good? Is it okay to throw snakes at people? Or throw it and run? Hit and run is good? Zhou Chengli glanced at Jiang Xia, not knowing why, and just nodded politely in response to his grandma's words. Jiang Xia felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly said, I'm going to clean the house. Jiang Xia walked into the house, raised her head, and looked around the house. She always felt that there would be a snake hiding in some corner waiting for her at any time. Zhou Qinglei felt that she was still afraid. I will clean the house. You go home and pack your things. Jiang Xia shook his head when he heard this. No, let's clean it together. I want to check it carefully. Zhou Qinglei didn't say anything else, knowing that she wouldn't dare to move in if she didn't look at it carefully. He suddenly understood why she was making trouble every now and then. She was probably really not used to this rural area. Zhou Chengli looked at the house that was leaking and smelling of mold. Now the living conditions were even worse. She probably couldn't bear it for a few days and left. Grandma, I'll help you weed. The couple said in unison. No, Grandma, we can do it ourselves. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. The great-grandmother smiled and said, It's okay, I am idle. Xiaoxia, please remember to check carefully. I don't know if the two snakes have laid a nest of snake eggs in the house and hatched a nest of baby snakes. Jiang Xia, what kind of tiger-wolf talk is this? Lay a nest of snake eggs and hatch a nest of baby snakes? Is there still such an operation? She wants to put it back on. I missed the one-bedroom apartment she bought in Beijing, although it hasn't been handed over yet. Grandma took A and hoed the grass on the ground with a smile. Huh? I don't believe she dares to sleep alone at night. Aren't you so scared that you dare to sleep while hugging Ale? She is also looking forward to holding her great-grandchild. My great-grandmother's son is the same age as Ale, different generation, and her grandchildren are old enough to go to elementary school. Grandma-in-law is the elder, only 2 years older than Zhou's mother, but she is older than Zhou's mother. She works very neatly and can remove a thin layer of turf with just one click of the hoe. It's not good to leave Grandma alone in the yard. Jiang Xia went to weed with Grandma. Jiang Xia took A and hoed like her grandmother, but she couldn't do it like her. Either she hoed too deep and made a hole, or she hoed too shallow and the grass roots were still there. She made the ground pitted. Terrible to look at. After hoeing for a while, her back hurt and her hands hurt. At first glance, there were blisters on the palms of my hands. This hand is too tender and blisters form so quickly, and this body is too delicate. Jiang Xia took one look and ignored it, continuing to slowly with the hoe. After Zhou Chengli finished cleaning, Grandma and Jiang Xia also cleaned up the grass in the yard. Jiang Xia has strong hands-on skills and has learned how to use a weed. However, she developed several blisters on her palms, which were all broken. She didn't feel any pain while working, so she didn't care. The great-grandmother looked at the land that Jiang Xia had tidied up, which was flat and clean, and happily praised. Xiaoxia learns things very quickly. Ale, you are married to a treasure. He is so capable and can master it as soon as he learns it. This is the first time that my great-grandmother has seen him. Zhou Chengli looked over. I saved this chapter a few months ago. I had an experience of a snake entering the house when I was a child. I made it up. I didn't expect to see such a video a few days ago. End of chapter. Zhou Chengli's eyes originally fell on Jiang Xia's hands. After hearing this, he turned around and glanced at the clean ground she had hoed. He was also surprised that she learned so quickly, but he had a cold temperament and could not say any words of praise. He only said, You guys sit down and I'll throw away these weeds. Then he went out carrying 2 snakeskin bags of weeds. Humans are social animals, so villagers' houses are usually concentrated in a certain place. There were many neighbors in the Zhou family's old house. Many villagers passed by the Zhou family for half the morning. Soon, most of the village knew that the Zhou family was separated. Zhou Chengli moved Jiang Xia to the old house. The women gathered together to mend the fishing nets and discuss the matter. Why did the Zhou family suddenly separate? Do you even need to ask? You can guess with your toes that it must be the educated daughter-in-law who is causing trouble. She doesn't seem to be a person who can live a good life. She broke up the family. Whoever marries such a woman will be unlucky. Zhou Chengli and his wife live in an old house with their elders, but his wife is willing? I see her very happy cleaning the yard, with a smile on her face. Girls in the city are different. Their skin is so white that they smile more than TV stars. It's beautiful, so beautiful, like a fairy. What's the use of being beautiful? You can see she can't even hold a hoe, and she can't do anything at first glance. Why are you marrying her? Just for decoration? It's so beautiful. It's useless. It will run away with people. The top of Zhou Qinglei's head is like the grass in the yard, huh? Zhou Qinglei suddenly stood in front of them, holding a snakeskin bag of weeds in one hand. Several people raised their heads and fell silent for a moment. That's wrong. She wasn't running with someone that day. That person was her high school classmate, and I knew her too. I was looking for her to talk about the college entrance examination. Aunts, please don't misunderstand me. I don't want to hear these words again in the future, and it will be even worse if she hears them. No. After Zhou Qinglei finished speaking, he passed by them carrying 2 large bags of grass with an expressionless expression. He didn't know why he stopped to say this. He never cared about these rumors. Rumors spread and dissipated, probably because of the blisters on her palms. Zhou Qinglei joined the army after graduating from junior high school. After more than 10 years of service, he had been on the battlefield and killed enemies. When he was angry, his aura of killing everyone was beyond the ability of a few village women. Several women watched him go away without daring to breathe. They didn't dare to speak until he came back after throwing away the garbage. Even when he walked by, a few of them lowered their heads and pretended to be serious about weaving fishnets. It wasn't until Zhou Qinglei's back disappeared completely that they breathed a sigh of relief. They continued to be quiet for a long time before anyone spoke, and they made a tacit agreement not to discuss the Zhou family's affairs. When Zhou Qinglei came back from taking out the garbage, his great-grandmother was teaching Jiang Xia to fetch water with a bucket. The well in the old house was not equipped with a hand pump. When fetching water, the bucket tied with a rope was directly thrown into the well and then pulled up. Jiang Xia had never tried it before. She threw a bucket into the well. The bucket floated on the water and could not sink completely no matter how hard she tossed it. After a long time, it only filled half of the bucket of water. Grandma pulled her up and demonstrated again. After 2 attempts, she finally succeeded in submerging the bucket into the water and filling it with water. She said happily, "Okay." The grandma smiled and continued to give instructions. "It's amazing. You can learn it as soon as you learn it. Be careful and pull it up. It is easier to exert force when the rope is wrapped around your arm." Jiang Xia happily pulled the bucket up, but she overestimated the strength of her body, so the bottom of her foot slipped when the bucket was pulled halfway, and Jiang Xia rushed towards the mouth of the well. She quickly let go, and the bucket fell back into the well, and she was pulled. He stumbled and crashed into a strong chest. The great-grandmother also stretched out her hand to hold her, and said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, Qinglei is back. Xiaoxia, you are weak, so don't fetch water." Zhou Qinglei pulled her a few steps away from the well before letting her go. His heartbeat had not yet calmed down, and he said with a dark face, "Didn't you tell me to sit down? Don't you know that there is danger around the well? Do you have any common sense?" Jiang Xia was not afraid. "It's okay. I just had no experience, and the soles of my shoes were stained with mud, and it was wet here, so it slipped a bit. I'll just fill it up with half a bucket and half a bucket next time." Grandma nodded. "Yes, yes, yes, half a bucket and half a bucket. Don't fetch water from now on," Zhou Qinglei said directly. Grandma nodded. "Yes, yes, yes, don't fetch water from now on. There is Ale. He is very strong. Let him fetch. Falling into the well is no joke." Jiang Xia. "Grandma, you only know how to say yes, right? You're right about everyone else's words, but this is just stupid, do you know?" Zhou Qinglei didn't say much. He picked up the rope that fell on the ground, easily fetched a bucket of water, and lifted it up. Jiang Xia thinks she can do it too. It was really an accident just now. But Zhou Qinglei was indeed a bit scary when he had a straight face, so she let it go. At this time, Zhou's father came back and bought a cart of tiles, followed by a cart of sand and cement. "Auntie is here? Ale, come over and remove the tiles. This is your uncle one." Zhou Qinglei took out a small bottle from his trouser pocket and gave it to Jiang Xia. "Sprinkle some medicine on the wound on your hand." Then he walked over to help and said hello to the delivery person, "Uncle one." Grandma also walked over. "I bought so many tiles. Many tiles have fallen off. Zhou's father talked to his great-grandmother while working. Jiang Xia glanced at the small bottle and wondered what kind of medicine it was. She stuffed it into her trouser pocket and walked over. The tiles on the cart range from sheet to semi-cylindrical, and there is a cart of sand and 2 bags of cement behind them, all of which were delivered with help from others. Jiang Xia also saw that the person helping push the cart was a young girl. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. The heroine again? She was a little strange. Didn't the male protagonist and the female protagonist get to know each other after the female protagonist was swept away by the waves and the male protagonist rescued her? I've seen this twice in advance. Sure enough, people with fate will always meet. Jiang Xia thought. She should find a way to make money and move out as soon as possible. When Wenwan saw Jiang Xia was still there, she was startled. Why is she still there? Shouldn't she and Zhou Chunglei have divorced early in the morning, and then she just didn't come back to the small fishing village? The Wei Kiln happened to be in Wenwan's village. Wen's father worked in the Wei Kiln. Wenwan would also help step on the mud and break the tile cylinders when he had time. She knew Zhou's father and saw him buying tiles to repair the leaks. She felt that Zhou Chunglei he knew how to mend tile leaks, so he followed her on the pretext of helping her father push the cart. She wanted to have contact with Zhou Chunglei as soon as possible, and also wanted to have more contact with the Zhou family, so that she could marry into the Zhou family as soon as possible. She can get married first, and then take the college entrance examination. But why is Jiang Xia still there? She glanced at Jiang Xia. Her face was gray, and her clothes were stained with a lot of mud. She was also helping to repair the house. What's going on? She wanted to ask, but didn't know how to ask. Jiang Xia looked at her for a moment, and then looked away. She came to Zhou's father and asked, "Dad, are there enough tiles?" Father Zhou glanced at the roof. It should be about the same. The main house must be enough. If the space in the kitchen is not enough, buy some and repair it slowly. Zhou Chunglei glanced at Jiang Xia, and then motioned to the delivery person to unload the things under the eaves so that they could be handed over when the time came. He moved 2 bags of cement directly to the eaves. Father Zhou helped move the tiles. Jiang Xia also went to help move the tiles. Seeing Wenwan standing still, Father Wen shouted, "Why don't you come to help? Why are you standing there? You're not smart at all." Being scolded in front of Zhou Chunglei's face, Wenwan blushed a little, but she still stepped forward to Zhou Chunglei's side, lowering her head to move the tiles, which seemed a bit pitiful. The two were a little close. Zhou Chunglei took a few steps back and said, "I don't need your help. Go sit on the threshold stone and take a rest." Wenwan replied softly in a low voice, "It's okay. I'm used to it. Happy 520 babies. 520. Thank you everyone for your votes and rewards." End of chapter. Zhou Chunglei frowned and looked at Jiang Xia, turning a deaf ear to Wenwan's words. When Jiang Xia didn't respond, he walked directly to her. Jiang Xia was looking down at the tiles. She was measuring how many pieces this delicate body could move at one time. She heard Zhou Chunglei's words, but she thought he was talking to Wenwan. She stretched out her hand and decided that it would be safer to move 10 yuan at a time. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he was grabbed. Zhou Chunglei held Jiang Xia's wrist and pulled her away from the cart with a little force. Jiang Xia was stunned for a moment and looked up at him in confusion. "Didn't you hear what I said just now?" Zhou Chunglei frowned. "Jiang Xia." "I heard it, but I didn't know he was talking to her." Zhou Chunglei pulled her to the door and under the eaves. "Sit down. Your hands don't hurt? Have you taken the medicine I gave you? It's Yunnan Baiyao. It's very effective. If you take a little bit, it won't hurt the next day." Wenwan watched Zhou Chunglei pull Jiang Xia away. Her face flushed, so he didn't say that to her? It's her own passion. "Jiang Xia, I'll go to bed at night, and then go to bed. Now I have to work, and it will be wiped off if I go to bed. It's a waste." Yunnan Baiyao is indeed very effective, but it is overkill for the injury on her hand. The medicine should not be cheap. Jiang Xia took advantage of the situation and sat down on the threshold, picked up the green military kettle next to him, and was about to unscrew it. Zhou Chunglei stretched out his long arm to help her unscrew it, and handed it to her. "There is no work for you to do. Apply the medicine as soon as possible." After saying that, he walked back to help move the tiles. Jiang Xia took the kettle and was not in a hurry to drink it. She called to Grandma. "Grandma, The sun is shining brightly. Come sit here and drink some water. Grandma walked over with a smile. Jiang Xia handed the kettle to her. She waved her hand. I'm not thirsty. This is the water that Ale unscrewed for you. I'm afraid it's too sweet. It's not good for the elderly to eat too sweet. Jiang Xia. Grandma sat down next to Jiang Xia. Isn't my Ale very good at caring for others? Jiang Xia couldn't deny this. She remembered that he had washed her clothes last night. I think my great-grandma is more caring. She feels sorry for me and is reluctant to drink water. If you want me to drink more, just say so. After saying this, she raised her head and started drinking water. Grandma laughed. This child is eloquent, which is a good match for Ale, who talks little. After getting along for a long time, my great-grandmother liked Jiang Xia more and more. This kid works quickly and has a squeamish body, but he is not squeamish at all and has a tenacity. People in the village said she would run away sooner or later, but she couldn't see it. Ale is lucky to marry you. Jiang Xia choked directly. Cough, cough, cough. She is not Zhou Qinglei's official match, and they are in a hurry to divorce her. Zhou Qinglei heard Jiang Xia's cough and turned to look over. Grandma noticed that Zhou Qinglei was looking over and said loudly, Lei, Xiaoxia said that I am lucky to marry you. Jiang Xia's eyes widened. How could she say that? Haha. Grandma laughed. Zhou Qinglei knew that his grandmother was teasing Jiang Xia, so he didn't care and turned around to continue moving the tiles. Wan. She looked across at the man moving tiles who seemed to be deliberately keeping a distance from her and was extremely surprised. What was going on? Aren't the two of them going to divorce? Why doesn't this look like it? How could Jiang Xia say this? At this time, Father Wen asked Father Zhou, it seems that no one has lived in your house for a long time. Why has it been repaired again? Father Zhou, the children are all married, and the original house is not enough for living, so the younger son and his wife moved here. Wan was so surprised that she blurted out, the two of them are moving here? Father Zhou glanced at her in surprise. He didn't understand why Lao Wen's daughter was so excited, but he still said, well, we two will come together too. Gentle and thoughtful. It wasn't like this in the last life. After she heard that Jiang Xia and Zhou Qinglei had divorced, she went directly to the city to find her mistress. She also heard that Jiang Xia followed Wu Qizhi without any name or status without getting a marriage certificate. Later, she took a train to go to college and saw Jiang Xia and Wu Qizhi taking the train to find her parents. Wu Qizhi also told Jiang Xia to persuade her parents to arrange a job for him. Not like it is now. Zhou Qinglei should divorce Jiang Xia, and Jiang Xia should be with Wu Qizhi. What went wrong? Jiang Xia and his wife, an old man and a young man, sat under the eaves and watched them move tiles, talking intermittently. Mainly Jiang Xia was asking, because she was afraid of being asked, so she simply took the initiative and took the opportunity to learn about the situation of the Zhou family and the small fishing village. The tiles were unloaded quickly, and Zhou Qinglei didn't even look at Wan during the entire process, and even kept avoiding her while moving the tiles. After the tiles were removed, Wan had to leave with Father Wen. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. She couldn't help but look back at Zhou Qinglei, wondering what went wrong. If Zhou Qinglei doesn't divorce, what will she do? She then looked at Jiang Xia, who was sitting in the corner with supple and radiant skin. No, they will get divorced. Jiang Xia can't stand the life in the countryside. She wants to be a royal wife, but she won't be able to stand living in this shabby house now. When that big typhoon comes and the roof is blown away, she will probably be frightened and run away. A flower grown in a greenhouse cannot withstand the blow of wind and rain. She remembered that a big typhoon made landfall in this area in her previous life. After the typhoon, there were many shrimps left on the beach. At that time, people in this village could even sell the shrimps picked up by children for more than 10 yuan. She is also waiting for the typhoon to come, so that she can make a fortune by picking up shrimps, which will cover her tuition and living expenses for her senior year of high school. The great-grandmother said she wanted to go back to cook. Jiang Xia also stood up and said to Zhou Qinglei, I'll go back and help cook. Zhou Qinglei was about to climb up to the roof to clean up some broken tiles. Hearing this, he glanced at her, and his first thought was, can she cook? Then his eyes fell on her hands. No, my mother and sister-in-law can do it. At this time, Zhou's mother walked in holding Zhou in one hand and a vegetable basket woven with red, green, and yellow plastic webbing in the other hand. It's time to eat. Eat before you finish. Zhou had a military kettle hanging around his neck and said obediently, Grandpa, Uncle, and Aunt are eating. Zhou's father was mixing sand and cement together. When the time came, he added some water and stirred it into cement sand. After listening to Zhou's mother, he put down the shovel and went to wash his hands and eat. Mother Zhou took 2 silver aluminum lunchboxes from the handbasket and handed them to Jiang Xia. This is yours. This is Chenglei's meal. Chenglei's hands and body were covered with cement dust, so he went to wash his hands. Jiang Xia took it and smiled. Thank you, Mom. Zhou held a green military kettle and timidly came to Jiang Xia. Annie, do you want some water? Jiang Xia smiled even more gently. Thank you, Zhou. Annie also has some here. Auntie is not thirsty, so give the water to Grandpa. Okay. Zhou felt like he was being pardoned and ran to give the kettle to Zhou's father again. Zhou Chenglei washed his hands and face, came to Jiang Xia with a wet face, and took the lunchbox she handed over. Go to the door and sit on the threshold to eat. After saying that, he turned around and walked away, picked up the hoe, put it down, and sat directly on the handle of the hoe, facing the bright sun. Jiang Xia glanced at it and said, Why are you sitting there so dry? Let's go sit at the door together. You've been working for a long time. Why don't you drink some water before eating? There are no stools here, and the room is hot and stuffy. Only the eaves at the entrance of the hall are out of the sun, so it's cooler. But there is no room under the roof. Zhou's father took his lunchbox and sat directly on a bag of cement. Zhou's mother also took Zhou to sit on another unopened bag of cement. The cement is placed under the eaves. Sitting on it is protected from the sun, which is more comfortable than sitting on the threshold stone. Zhou Chenglei glanced at her. Her skin was dazzlingly white under the sun, her eyes were deep and clear, and there was no disgust or disgust. He was covered in sweat and dust just after work, especially the smell of fish when he came back from the sea. She usually looked at him like a fly. Sitting together, she doesn't mind him being dirty. End of chapter. Jiang Xia has never disliked the smell of labor. Her grandmother used to be a cleaner, but later she became a vegetable seller. She could earn more by selling vegetables. She sat down close to the door frame, leaving a wide enough space for him, and then handed him the water bottle. You drink some water first. Zhou Chenglei was indeed a little thirsty. He glanced at the seat next to her and sat down. I'll hold your lunchbox for you. Zhou Chenglei originally wanted to put the aluminum lunchbox on the ground, but after hearing this, he gave the lunchbox to her, took the kettle she handed over, unscrewed it, raised his head, opened his mouth wide, and poured the water from the kettle into his mouth through the void. Jiang Xia glanced at him. He tilted his head up and opened his mouth wide. His drinking posture was not elegant at all, but it was extremely wild. The jaw line and sidelines are beautiful, wheat-colored skin pores are very fine. The neck is slender, the top button of the shirt is buttoned tightly, and the sharp Adam's apple rises and falls as he drinks water, as if trying to break free. It's like jumping out of the restraints of taking off the collar. It's so sexy. This man has no blind spots at 360 degrees. Zhou Chenglei drank half a bottle of water in one breath. When he put it down, he found that Jiang Xia was looking at him and was distracted. He thought she wanted to drink, so he handed the bottle to her. There is more. Jiang Xia regained consciousness and took it, raised her head, and took a few sips. Damn, I'm actually crazy about it. This man is poisonous. Zhou Chenglei saw that she was drunk and reminded her urgently. Slow down, don't choke. Jiang Xia slowed down. Zhou Chenglei saw that her fair and pretty face was stained with a touch of red due to the heat, and the fingers holding the military green kettle were white and thin, tender and long. The porcelain white complexion formed a sharp contrast with the military green kettle, which was very eye-catching. With just one glance, he looked away. Jiang Xia took a few sips and then stopped drinking. Drinking too much water before eating would make her lose her appetite. Zhou Chenglei waited for her to finish drinking and took the kettle from her hand, screwed on the lid, and put it aside. Jiang Xia handed him the lunchbox on his lap. He took it and opened the lid of the lunchbox, revealing a box full of food, including a lot of dried fish and a boiled egg. Zhou Chenglei handed the lunchbox to her, and then took the unopened lunchbox in her hand. Jiang Xia was warmed by his thoughtfulness and smiled politely. "Thank you." Her voice was clear, sweet, and a little soft, which made people feel comfortable. Zhou Chenglei couldn't help but glance at her. The sky was blue and cloudless, and the girl's smile was very clear and flawless. "No need." After just one glance, Zhou Chenglei silently looked away, lowered his head expressionlessly, and opened the lunchbox in his hand, revealing a full box of lunch. More green vegetables and sauerkraut, less dried fish, only 2 pieces, less rice, more sweet potatoes, and the lunchbox just now was in stark contrast. Jiang Xia also saw it. It was originally the lunchbox given to her by Zhou's mother. She didn't care, she was going to get divorced anyway, and she understood that nothing in this world was good for no reason. "I can't finish eating, let's change." Zhou Chenglei picked up his chopsticks and started eating. "No, you can have leftovers." Seeing that he was already using his chopsticks, Jiang Xia picked up a few dried fish and put them in his lunchbox. Zhou Chenglei avoided it. "No, just eat." "Jiang Xia, I really can't eat so much." "Zhou Chenglei, eat until I can't eat anymore." Jiang Xia could only forget it. Mother Zhou saw it and frowned, feeling that Jiang Xia was ignorant. Men need to do strenuous work and eat more meat to have strength. Jiang Xia doesn't know how to do anything, so why does he eat so much meat? Gain weight. The rice is sweet potato rice, and the vegetables are steamed dried fish, baby cabbage, and sauerkraut. The dried fish is very fragrant. Because it is so small, the fish bones can be chewed and swallowed directly. The sauerkraut is refreshing, the Chinese cabbage is very tender, and the sweet potato rice is sweet. They are all delicious. It has nothing to do with cooking skills, but the ingredients are very good. Jiang Xia ate until she was full and still had half a box of food left. After all, it was prepared according to Zhou Chenglei's appetite. She stretched her waist and stretched her stomach. She was too poor when she was a child, and her family was a vegetable seller. She never wasted a meter of rice, but she couldn't eat anymore. Zhou Chengli had just finished eating. When he saw her stretching her waist to stretch her stomach, he asked, "Can't you eat any more?" Jiang Xia nodded. "I'm full." Zhou Chengli reached out and took away the lunchbox in her hand, then took the remaining half of the box of food into his mouth and finished it in a few mouthfuls. Jiang Xia. Zhou also came over with a lunchbox at this time. "Uncle, I can't finish my meal. Grandma told me to give it to you." Zhou Chengli took it without saying anything and ate Zhou's leftover meal in a few mouthfuls. Jiang Xia's expression became more natural. After eating, Zhou Chengli took the small spoon from Jiang Xia's hand and went to the well to clean the 3 lunchboxes. After washing the lunchbox, he asked Jiang Xia and Zhou's mother to go back and take a nap together. The sun was quite strong at noon, and he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to bear it. Jiang Xia didn't go back. She has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder and doesn't like to rest before finishing her work. Zhou's mother took Zhou back, and Zhou had to go to school around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhou's father and Zhou Chengli started working. Zhou Chengli climbed onto the roof, and Zhou's father mixed the cement and sand. Jiang Xia was wearing a straw hat and doing small tasks such as passing tiles down there. Not long after, Zhou's mother, Zhou Qingxin and Tian Kaihua all arrived, pushing a cart of tables and chairs over. Then Zhou's father, Zhou Qinglei, and Zhou Qingxin's father and son all went up to the roof to repair the tile leaks. Zhou's mother was mixing cement sand below, while Jiang Xia and Tian Kaihua stood on the ladder and the other on the ground, passing the tiles and cement sand around. Not long after, my great-grandmother and her family also came to help. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Grandma's 6-year-old grandson Zhou Jia shouted loudly as soon as he came in, "Brother, nephew, I'm here." Eldest brother, Zhou's father. Eldest nephew, Zhou Qingxin. Nephew, Zhou Chengli. Grandma's son Zhou Yonghua is the same age as Zhou Chengli, but he is 2 generations older than Zhou Chengli and belongs to his grandfather's generation. So he had to call someone his own age great-grandfather. Zhou Chengli has not shouted since he was a child. He only calls Zhou Yonghua by his name, not grandpa. The two have been playing together since they were young, skipping classes and studying together, and they have a good time. Because Zhou Chenglei didn't call him grandpa, Zhou Yongwu taught his 6-year-old son to call Zhou Chenglei's nephew. On the roof, the 3 fathers and sons of the Zhou family pretended not to hear. Zhou Yongwu climbed up the bamboo ladder to the roof and looked at Zhou Chenglei. Little grandson, your grandpa didn't call anyone when he came. Zhou Chenglei wanted to kick him down. Zhou Jie jumped up to Jiang Xia and said, Niece-in-law, I am your uncle. Jiang Xia looked at Zhou Jie, who looked like a tiger-headed man. She touched his head. Hello, sir. Sir, have you not eaten? Why are you so short and thin? If you take me out, others will think you are my son and not my uncle. You have to eat well. Jiang Xia took advantage of him verbally, but the child had a big head, a thin body, and looked malnourished. She had just chatted with her great-grandmother and learned that her great-grandmother's family had only one grandson from 3 generations, who was frail and picky about food, which made people worried. Zhou Jie hates people saying he is short. He is the shortest child in the village. He pouts. Not too big, not too small. Humph. I will grow up one day, and I will be taller than you by then. Humph. Everyone in the yard laughed. Grandma smiled and said, Then you have to eat well. You can't be picky about food. Zhou Jie didn't listen, so he ran to ask Zhou's mother Zhou and Guangzhong Yaozu where they were. I heard that they were at the new house, so I ran to play with them. There is strength in numbers, and with the addition of 3 adult men, who are good at work, the 6 men repaired the roof in 2 hours. Zhou Yongwu found 2 large buckets of lime water from someone unknown and painted the walls that were stained with mold, black, and peeling everywhere in the house. In summer, August is the hottest time, so it dries quickly. After brushing here, it will dry over there. Jiang Xia looked at the painted room. It was white, bright, and much more comfortable. The 3rd father and son of my great-grandmother's house helped paint the wall, and the 3rd father and son of Zhou Chenglei went back to move things. At about 5 o'clock, everything was moved. But it was also because there were not many things. There were only 2 old square tables and 8 chairs in the living room, and nothing else. Jiang Xia looked at her new home. Although it was bare of walls, probably because there were so many people, it didn't feel lonely or cold. Tian Kaiwa walked in at this time, took a look at the brand-new house, and said with a bit of sadness, This old house will be quite comfortable if it is renovated. But it shouldn't cost 300 yuan to renovate it, right? End of chapter. Jiang Xia glanced at Tian Kaiwa. If sister-in-law thinks this house is better, I can trade with sister-in-law. Tian Kaiwa. Zhou's mother walked in with a red, white, and blue bag and asked casually, What do you want to exchange with your sister-in-law? Tian Kaiwa immediately said, No, Jiang Xia was just kidding. Mom, is there anything else you need to move? I'll move it. After saying that, he ran out. Zhou's mother was confused and ignored her. She gave the big red, white, and blue bag to Jiang Xia. These are Ale's clothes. You can put them back in your room. Okay. Jiang Xia paused and then agreed. Zhou Chenglei told her when he was cleaning the house today. He was afraid that his parents would not agree to the separation, so he did not talk about their divorce. He only talked about the separation and asked her not to talk about it for the time being. Jiang Xia had no choice but to take it and bring it into his room. She thought for a while, but didn't help him tidy up. The bed and wardrobe in Jiang Xia's room are all new. Zhou's mother also cut out some sheet characters of different sizes from the leftover red paper when the 2 got married and pasted them on the walls, windows, and doors, making them look like newlyweds. Same as the room. Jiang Xia's wedding dowry came with all 36 legs, 2 Phoenix brand bicycles for a man and a woman, a Huanan brand sewing machine, a Shanghai brand watch, and a Red Star brand radio. It's only the early 1980s, and these dowries are already very respectable, especially in rural areas. Of course, in cities, some people's dowries are already equipped with TV sets instead of tape recorders. In a few years, washing machines, refrigerators, and televisions will become high-end wedding accessories. Jiang Xia took out her clothes from the red leather suitcase and put them in the wardrobe. Mother Zhou came in carrying a black plastic bucket with a long-handled wooden lid. She said to Jiang Xia, Xiao Xia, take out Ale's clothes and give me the bag. I will use it to hold the quilt. Jiang Xia had no choice but to open the red, white, and blue bag and take out Zhou Chenglei's clothes. Most of them were white shirts and military uniforms, as well as boxer briefs and vests. Jiang Xia quickly stuffed these underwear into the closet, as if it was hot to the touch. After taking everything out, Jiang Xia took out the bag and gave it to Zhou's mother. Her face was still a little red, but when she saw Zhou's mother put a black bucket behind the door, she asked curiously, "Why is this bucket behind the door?" Zhou's mother: "This is a urine bucket, used at night. The urine can also be used to pour vegetables." Jiang Xia: "Put a urine bucket in the room, won't it stink?" Seeing Jiang Xia's surprised expression, Mother Zhou asked, thinking that Jiang Xia was from the city, "Do you want to put one in the room?" Jiang Xia shook her head hurriedly. "No need." Zhou Chunglei walked in at this time. Jiang Xia quickly changed the subject. "My great-grandmother and eldest brother helped us with the day's work today. You go buy some seafood and come back. I'll cook 2 tables of meals to thank them and celebrate our move to a new home." Jiang Xia didn't say anything, but Zhou Chunglei also had this intention. He came in because he wanted to tell his mother that he was going to buy seafood and ask his mother to pick some vegetables from the vegetable garden. Jiang Xia brought it up, which surprised him a little. Mother Zhou was also a little surprised that Jiang Xia would think of this. As for what she said about cooking 2 tables of meals, Mother Zhou was not at ease. She smiled and said, "I'll go to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables. I'll let you go buy seafood." Zhou Chunglei nodded. "I was just going to buy it." Then he said to Jiang Xia, "Just let my mother cook the food. Don't let your hands get wet." Jiang Xia nodded. "I know." After listening to her son's words, Zhou's mother glanced at Jiang Xia and went out with the urine bucket. Her son was kind to her, but she didn't know if she would have paid her by mistake sincerely. As for letting Jiang Xia cook, will she? Mother Zhou didn't dare to hope. Today she helped with some small work like this without making any fuss. Mother Zhou was like, "Ba." Zhou's mother didn't know that Jiang Xia had a hand in cleaning up the yard, otherwise she wouldn't have thought so. Next, Zhou Chunglei went to buy seafood. Zhou's mother went to pick vegetables. Jiang Xia washed the pots, wiped the stove clean, washed rice and cooked. Tian Kaiwa washed the dishes and set them aside. These dishes and chopsticks had not been used for a long time and were all gathering dust. Grandma brought over a piece of pork belly, weighing more than 3 kilograms, and a few fresh cucumbers. Jiang Xia felt quite embarrassed. The great-grandmother said cheerfully, "Then, let's make braised pork for everyone tonight. The new house will be settled. The house will be fat and prosperous." Grandma Chung had already said so, and it was not good to refuse anymore. Jiang Xia accepted Grandma Cheng's kindness with a smile and said, "Grandma Chung, please give me your words. I will make braised pork for Grandma Chung." Grandma laughed and said, "I have bad teeth, and I like to eat braised pork that melts in my mouth." Guaranteed to melt in your mouth. Jiang Xia smiled. Grandma went to light the fire with a smile. Melt-in-your-mouth braised pork is not difficult to make, but it does take time. Zhou Qingxin went home and brought a large iron pot over. The 2 iron pots cooked together, which was fast enough. When the family was separated, each family had a big iron pot. Tian Kaiwa was worried that Jiang Xia didn't know how to cook, so she said, "I'll do it, and you can wash the dishes and vegetables. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version." Jiang Xia smiled and said, "It's okay. Sister-in-law has worked hard today. I'll cook the vegetables and sister-in-law will help me." Tian Kaiwa didn't insist after hearing this. It wasn't her family that was treating guests. She didn't do it well, and it wasn't her who was embarrassed. Moreover, cooking for so many people would cause too much fumes, and I would not be able to eat. Mother Zhou happened to come back with 2 big baskets of vegetables, including beans, eggplants, cucumbers, melons, and Chinese cabbages. Tian Kaiwa went out to wash vegetables. Mother Zhou saw Jiang Xia, the chef, and looked at Tian Kaiwa. "Why do you ask her to cook? Can it be eaten?" Tian Kaiwa: "She doesn't need my help. She has to do it herself." Tian Kaiwa felt that her mother-in-law was partial, and she went to wash the vegetables with a sullen face. Her great-grandmother's daughter-in-law also helped wash the vegetables. She didn't want to be embarrassed in front of outsiders, so she didn't quit in shame. Mother Zhou quickly went in to help. Jiang Xia was making cucumbers. She just took a look at the vegetables picked by Zhou's mother and knew what to do. She has soaked the braised pork cut into equal sizes in light salt water. The meat soaked in light salt water will become softer and firmer, easier to cook, and taste better. Moreover, Leaching out the blood water can also remove the fishy smell. While it was soaking, she made a cucumber salad. Zhou's mother was a little surprised when she saw that Jiang Xia looked presentable and had the right salt and sugar, as well as wine and vinegar. Then she went out to wash the vegetables with confidence. After the pork belly was soaked and dried, Jiang Xia poured the meat into the hot iron pot without adding oil and stir-fried it over low heat until the surface of the meat turned golden. Jiang Xia scoops up the excess oil and uses it to fry eggplant, melons, or vegetables, which will be very fragrant. Then she added seasonings such as ginger, green onions, dried chili peppers, sugar, salt, and soy sauce to the braised pork and continued to stir-fry until the rock sugar completely melted and the pork belly was colored. She added water and wine, boiled, and served directly. Bring to a simmer in a casserole over low heat next to the stove. Jiang Xia cleaned the large iron pot, fried the eggplant and melon, and then made a braised eggplant with perilla, beans, and perilla together with the beans and perilla. Tian Kaiwa brought the washed vegetables in and saw that she used so much oil to fry the eggplant and melon. She was stunned. Oh my God, are these eggplants or oils? Fortunately, the family was separated. She wouldn't dare let her cook even if the family was separated. However, it smells good. It smells so good. Just looking at the shiny purple eggplant and green beans makes me want to eat them. Zhou Qinglei also bought seafood, including bamboo shrimp, blue crab, tiger grouper, mud fish, small red squid, and white clam. When he saw Jiang Xia holding the spoon, surprise flashed in his eyes, and then his eyes fell on her small white hands. Thinking of the blisters on her hands, he walked over and reached out to take the handle of the spatula from her hand. I'll do it. The tall figure suddenly approached. Jiang Xia subconsciously turned around and looked back. Her elbow accidentally bumped into his waist. Because of this turning movement, Zhou Qinglei stretched out his big hand to hold her small hand. End of chapter. The touch under his hand was as soft as boneless. Zhou Qinglei retracted his hand and took a step back. Jiang Xia also turned over the vegetables in the big iron pot as if nothing had happened. The great-grandmother smiled and said, "Hey, I didn't expect Ale to love his wife so much. Xiaoxia, just let him do it." Zhou Qinglei said again, "I'll come." This time he didn't reach out. Jiang Xia didn't look at him. "No, I'll just come. You go and wash the white shell for me." Bai Bei was worried that there was sand, so she needed to rinse it with water and then use it to make steamed melon with garlic paste. Zhou Qinglei was too embarrassed to stay any longer, so he obediently went out to wash his hands. Jiang Xia cooked with 2 iron pots alone, and she also arranged 2 small stoves. Because most of the meat is seafood, it is easy to cook, and there are many people helping out. In about 2 hours, Jiang Xia was able to cook 10 dishes and 1 soup. The man who was chatting outside had already been aroused by the aroma coming from the kitchen, making his stomach growl. Guangzhong Yaozu and his brothers went to herd cows and ducks and came here to eat after dark. Several children smelled the aroma of the kitchen and gathered around the door of the kitchen, praising the deliciousness of the ants' cooking. Tian Kaiwa cursed and drove them away several times, but they refused to leave. Later, Jiang Xia smiled and sent them out to help pick some flowers to put on the plate, and they ran out in a hurry. When the food was served, everyone was shocked to see the delicious, and exquisitely presented dishes. Jiang Xia had the experience of working in the kitchen of a 5-star hotel in her previous life. On the braised pork, she decorated the plate with purple eggplant flowers picked by Guangzhong Yaozu's brothers. A carrot, the small carved red flowers look like a plate of blooming peonies. The tiger spots are cut into circles and steamed, garnished with shredded green onions and red peppers. And the fish's mouth is decorated with a flower that beats the melon, just like it's like a peacock opening. Its tail, lifelike, so beautiful. Everyone usually cooks the food casually and just puts it on the plate. How can it be arranged so neatly, let alone decorate it? Father Zhou, this is what Xiaoxia made. It's so beautifully presented that I can't bear to eat it. Mother Zhou smiled and said, "How do you know it was Xiaoxia who did it?" Father Zhou gave her a meaningful look. "What are you talking about? When my wife and eldest daughter-in-law cook, they just want one to be cooked well and not have diarrhea after eating. How could they make it so fancy?" Mother Zhou secretly stepped on him. Zhou Qingxin exclaimed, "The 4 brothers and sisters are so good at craftsmanship. but they hide it so well. Grandpa, not only is this good craftsmanship, this craftsmanship is simply better than that of a state-owned hotel. The great-grandmother said cheerfully, "This is the first time in my life that I have seen cooking made like flowers. I really learned a lot today." Zhou Yonghua gave Jiang Xia a thumbs up. "My granddaughter-in-law is good at her craftsmanship." Then he said to Zhou Chunglei next to Jiang Xia, "Grandson, you are so lucky." Zhou Jia imitated his father. "My little nephew, you are so lucky." Zhou Chunglei didn't pay attention to the verbal excitement of the father and son. He focused on the food on the table. He was someone who had eaten a state banquet. He suspected that if he gave her more ingredients, she would not be able to complete the state banquet. But is her cooking skills so good? Jiang Xia lived for 28 years in her previous life. After the age of 3, she was short of food and clothing. She even had no time to eat because she worked part-time, so she was often hungry and full. It wasn't until she graduated from college and paid off her medical expenses that she felt relaxed. Then she liked to cook dishes that looked delicious, and she also liked to arrange dishes when eating by herself, and arrange every dish beautifully. That was the only thing she did in her free time. Fun. But there is absolutely no way the original owner could do this well. Sensing Zhou Chunglei's appraising gaze, Jiang Xia had already thought of an excuse and said with a smile, "Someone in my grandfather's family served as a royal cook in the palace. My grandfather's cooking skills are very good. I learned from him when I was a child, but I haven't done it for a long time. I don't know how it tastes, so we'll just eat it." Everyone praised it again. "It looks delicious. My mouth is watering just smelling it. It's absolutely delicious." Zhou Chunglei knew that Jiang Xia did live with her grandparents for a period of time when she was a child, but that was before she went to elementary school, right? Jiang Xia picked up the wine glass, pulled his sleeves, and whispered, "We, husband and wife, would like to propose a toast to everyone." Zhou Chunglei came to his senses. The words husband and wife were like feathers crossing Zhou Chunglei's heart. He lowered his head and glanced at her white and tender hand holding her sleeve, and then looked at the glass with the red word, sheet, printed on her other hand. The wine glass was bought when they got married. They are indeed a couple, although they are about to get divorced. He lowered his eyes, picked up the Shi wine glass, and stood up. Zhou Chunglei raised his glass and said, "I'm sorry to trouble you all today. Jiang Xia, and I would like to toast you all. Thank you for your help." Jiang Xia stood up. "Thank you so much for today. If it weren't for your help, the house wouldn't have been repaired so quickly. Thank you. Check out the 16-9 book bar and see the correct version. Good meat and good dishes are indispensable for good wine." Zhou Chunglei bought wine, by the way. Jiang Xia found wine glasses and poured them for everyone before eating. She asked Zhou's mother that none of them drank. Only the great-grandmother said to drink a small glass of wine. So Jiang Xia prepared watermelon juice for the adults and children who did not drink. The watermelon was brought over by Zhou Jia's mother. It was grown by her parents' family. The stone melon was a very big one. It was gritty when cut into pieces. It had been soaked in well water and was particularly sweet. Everyone raised their glasses of wine/watermelon juice, stood up, and clinked their glasses. Prosperity in moving into a new house, a prosperous home, and good health. Jiang Xia drank the cup without leaving a drop. The way she drank was skillful, calm, and elegant, which was a pleasure to watch. Zhou Chunglei glanced at her. Liquor worth 2 qian was in his mouth, and he felt it was spicy. She was as delicate as she was, but she drank it without changing her expression, as if she had toasted with others countless times. Grandma happily drained the wine in her glass and said with a smile, "Xiao Xia is such a good kid. He can go out into the hall and into the kitchen. He is a person who can do great things. Ale, your luck is behind you." Zhou Chunglei picked up the wine bottle and poured wine for everyone without saying a word. Jiang Xia replied mischievously, "My grandma is the most discerning. She has a sharp eye and can tell at a glance that I am a prosperous man." Everyone at the table laughed at Jiang Xia's thick skin. Hearing everyone praising Jiang Xia, Tian Kaiwa looked at a table of greasy dishes and pursed her lips. "I don't know whether the family is prosperous or not, but it is inevitable that the family will be ruined. Who is willing to put so much oil in cooking?" The half jar of oil shared between the families was almost enough for her at the first meal. No matter how capable Zhou Qinglei is, he can't afford to support her, right? Zhou Yonghua picked up the wine glass and said to Zhou Qinglei, Lei, you married a wealthy man's wife. We must have a drink, and granddaughter-in-law, you come too. Jiang Xia responded with a smile. Zhou Qinglei did not fill her glass. She reached for the bottle. Zhou Qinglei took the bottle away and put a glass of watermelon juice he had just poured in front of her. This wine has great stamina. Drink it. Watermelon juice. Zhou Yonghua. Hey, this is not okay. Grandpa is toasting, so you have to drink. You can't drink watermelon juice. I heard that the two of them haven't slept together yet. It's really difficult for his grandson. He is 28 years old and has not tasted the taste of a woman. For the sake of his grandson who has helped him fight since he was a child, tonight he, a grandfather, decided to help him. End of chapter. Zhou Qinglei looked at Zhou Yonghua lightly. Grandpa's son, Zhou Yonghua was stunned instantly. It's good to drink watermelon juice. Xiaoxia just drinks watermelon juice. Granddaughter-in-law even forgot to shout. Grandpa turns into grandson in seconds. Jiang Xia has a very good drinking capacity, which he developed through training in his previous life. After she graduated from graduate school, she partnered with her senior brother to open a venture capital company. Being a venture capital investor requires socializing, and as long as there is socializing, drinking is inevitable. Especially at the dinner she hosted, she was hospitalized for stomach bleeding several times after drinking it, and she continued to drink it after she was discharged. She couldn't help it in her previous life, but now she can do whatever she wants. She had already toasted just now. She picked up the glass of watermelon juice and said with a smile, I really don't drink enough. If I drink one glass, I will use watermelon juice instead of wine and toast to my grandpa. Zhou Yonghua's spine immediately became strong. He is a grandfather. Why are you so cowardly? Grandson, hurry up. My grandson's wife will respect me. Hurry up. Zhou Qinglei didn't argue with him and picked up the wine glass. The meal was a feast for both the guests and the host, and all the dishes were eaten. The four brothers Guangzong and Yaozhu finally mixed the rice with vegetable juice, and even the vegetable juice was not left out. Even picky eater Jiang Xia ate an extra bowl of rice. Everyone was full of praise for Jiang Xia's cooking skills. Grandma, I have never eaten such delicious braised pork. Zhou Qingxin. It's all boiled shrimps, and the shrimps made by the four brothers and sisters are very refreshing and sweet. Unlike his wife, the shrimps were cooked until they were tasteless. I just realized that Xinghua and Bai Bei are a perfect match. No chef in a state-owned hotel can cook as good as Lei's wife. Listening to everyone's praise, Zhou's mother smiled all over her face, and she liked Jiang Xia a lot. Tian Kaihua is a bit unpalatable. She was married to the Zhou family and worked hard for many years without getting a word of praise from everyone. After Jiang Xia's meal, they just couldn't praise her to the heavens. Put so much oil in cooking. Even if you find a sow to cook it, it will be delicious. But she also admired Jiang Xia's knife skills, which were simply amazing. After the meal, the men put the tables and chairs away, and the women put away the dishes. Jiang Xia was about to wash the dishes when Zhou Qinglei grabbed her and said, just let my mother and the others do it. She has done enough cooking just now, and she doesn't need to wet her hands to hold the spatula. Unlike washing dishes, her hands need to be wet. Zhou Qinglei said to Zhou's mother again, Mom, Jiang Xia removed the grass in the yard with a hoe. Her hands are blistered. Please wash the dishes. Mother Zhou, have a son. Have a son. Every one of them forgets their mother after marrying a daughter-in-law. However, Jiang Xia actually removed the grass in the yard. After today's meal, Zhou's mother looked at Jiang Xia with admiration. Now she felt even more that Jiang Xia was willing to live with her son. Otherwise, why would you be so active at work? As long as Jiang Xia is willing to live a good life with her son, she is not the kind of person who would embarrass her daughter-in-law. And she was very happy to see the relationship between the two develop for the better. Mother Zhou smiled and said, Lei didn't tell me earlier that your hands were blistered. We can just wash the dishes and chopsticks. Go and sit down. Grandma's daughter-in-law He Xinghuan laughed after hearing this and said, if Xiaoxia's hands have blisters, don't wet them. We can just wash a few bowls. Besides, you are tired from cooking so many dishes just now. Jiang Xia didn't insist. She didn't like washing dishes the most. Then I'll go sweep the floor. Tian Kaiwa pursed her lips and had blisters on her hands. What's so big about it? She had a big cut on her hand with a sickle before. Why didn't she still do everything? Thinking so, Tian Kaiwa didn't show it and echoed. After washing the dishes, she wiped the stove clean before leaving with her own large iron pot and casserole. After the house was cleaned and everyone left, Zhou Chunlei moved the last few chairs back to his great-grandma's house and closed the courtyard door. Father Zhou and Zhou Zhou have already washed up and gone back to their rooms. They are used to going to bed early. When Zhou Chunlei saw Jiang Xia coming out of the kitchen carrying a bucket of hot water, he hurriedly stepped forward to take it. Jiang Xia said, "I want to wash my hair, just leave it in the yard." The shower room was too narrow and there were no lights. Who knew if there were snakes, so she didn't dare to stay in it for too long. There was no way to take a shower, so I had to do it anyway. Zhou Chunlei frowned. How many days can I wash it again? I can't stand it without washing. Between cleaning and cooking, her hair was full of dust and the smell of oil smoke, and she couldn't bear it. Don't your hands hurt? I have to wash my hands even if they hurt. I can't bear to have dirty hair. Zhou's mother came out of the shower room at this time and said, "Olay, just help Xiao Xia wash her hair." Two people. Zhou's mother was stunned when she saw both of them. What's wrong? Isn't it natural for a man to wash his wife's hair? I injured my hand before, and your dad also washed it for me. As long as the couple gets along more, their relationship will naturally develop. The son is already 28 years old, and he doesn't even have a child yet. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Zhou Yonghua is the same age as Ale, and Zhou Jia is about to go to elementary school. Zhou Chunlei looked at Jiang Xia. "Let me help you." Jiang Xia blurted out. "No, you can help with washing your hair, but what about taking a bath?" "Mother Zhou, I can also help with bathing. When I get too old to move, why don't I rely on my wife to help?" Zhou Chunlei. Jiang Xia. Did she get on the wrong bus? Mother Zhou simply took out a small bench and sat in the yard to wipe her hair and stared at them. "Hurry up, Ale. Why are you standing still? Why don't you help Xiao Xia wash her hair?" The two had no choice but to bite the bullet. On the August night, the cicadas were chirping, the breeze was blowing, and the stars were twinkling and peeking at the couple on the ground. Jiang Xia sat on a small bench, holding a head full of bubbles. This is the bubble made by Finghua brand shampoo. Jiang Xia is the only one in the whole village who uses shampoo to wash their hair. People in the village usually use soap locust, Platycladus orientalis leaf, camellia seeds, and other things to boil water to wash their hair. Zhou Chunlei stood behind her, gently holding her scalp with his fingers. His hands were full of bubbles, and he was a little confused. It was the first time for Zhou Chunlei to wash someone's hair, and he was inexperienced. Jiang Xia said that there were not enough bubbles, so he poured more shampoo. So he poured a little more shampoo, and then too much. It made both of them quite embarrassed. "Does it hurt?" He was afraid that his hand was too strong. "It doesn't hurt. You can flush." Jiang Xia took a towel and wiped the water and bubbles on her face, eyes, and neck. "It's more painful than washing it yourself." Jiang Xia lowered her head and turned her hair towards the enamel basin with big red flowers printed on it, revealing the smooth and white back of her neck, which was long and soft. Zhou Chunlei took a spoonful of water from the bucket next to him, and while slowly pouring water on the back of her head, he combed her hair with his hands, allowing the water to smoothly wash away the bubbles on her hair. "It would be great if I could lie down and wash my hair. Then I wouldn't have to worry about water flowing into my eyes." Jiang Xia wiped the water from her eyes and couldn't help but said. Zhou Chunlei didn't say anything, but he thought that he could buy a recliner when he went to the market the day after tomorrow. "Not tomorrow, we have to go to sea tomorrow." The eldest brother probably felt guilty and asked him to go to sea first, and then it would be his turn the next day, and it would be his father's turn on the last day. When Zhou Chunlei was distracted, the water that was pouring down along the silky black hair turned playfully. The water flowed down Jiang Xia's slender and white neck and penetrated into her collar. Zhou Chunlei subconsciously wiped it with his hands and inadvertently saw the straight arc in the collar of the floral shirt. End of chapter. Zhou Chunlei's hand holding the water spoon accidentally shook, and he quickly picked up the dry towel on the back of the chair and put it around her neck to cover the beautiful spring scenery. Suddenly, A large amount of water flowed down her neck. Jiang Xia, who didn't know anything, quickly wiped her neck with a towel. It's too fast. Slow down. The clothes are all wet. Sorry. His voice was slightly hoarse. After finally helping Jiang Xia wash her hair, Zhou Chunlei helped her carry 2 large buckets of hot water into the shower room and let her take a bath. Fortunately, Zhou's mother had already gone back to the room. Otherwise, if she had urged them to take a bath together, they wouldn't know how it would have ended. After Jiang Xia took a bath, she sat in the yard and dried her hair. The wind is very comfortable tonight, with a faint smell of sea. At night in the fishing village, there is no light pollution, and the night sky is filled with stars. Jiang Xia was combing her hair with a red plastic comb while thinking about what to do next. She must take the college entrance examination, not only because of her diploma, but also because of what she learned in her previous life. But she can't take the college entrance examination this year. Time has passed, and she only has 100 yuan on her. The money is definitely not enough. She has to find a way to make money and take the exam again next year. The exam will be taken next year at the latest, because according to the book, married people can no longer take the college entrance examination after next year. Just how to make money. Zhou Chunlei came out of the shower and saw Jiang Xia looking distractedly at the night sky. He didn't know what to think, so he said, "It's windy in the yard, and there are a lot of mosquitoes. Go to bed early when your hair is dry, so as not to catch a cold." Jiang Xia came back to her senses and glanced at the clothes of the 2 people in the basin. Her face felt a little hot for no reason. She quickly responded, "Well, I'll go back to the room first." As soon as she came out of the shower, he took the clothes from her basin. She said she would wash it herself because she was getting divorced after all. He glanced at her lightly. "Don't you know how to wash? I have always washed it for you, not less than these few days." What else could Jiang Xia say? Zhou Qinglei waited for Jiang Xia to return to the room and began to wash the clothes the 2 had changed. In the room, Jiang Xia's hair has been dried. She was lying on the bed looking at the snow-white old-fashioned mosquito net, listening to the sound of clothes being rubbed outside, and wondering, will Zhou Chunlei go back to the room to sleep after washing the clothes later? Probably not. They both agreed to divorce. Zhou Chunlei didn't sleep in the same room with her last night. If they move here tonight, he will have a room by himself. Not long after, there was a closing sound in the hall, and then there was a closing sound in the next room. When Jiang Xia heard this, he turned on the light and went to sleep. The cicadas were chirping outside the window, and the sound of the waves could be vaguely heard. The room was very quiet, which was perfect for sleeping. After a tiring day, Jiang Xia soon felt sleepy. In a daze, there was a slight strange noise coming from the tiles on the roof, like something crawling across. Jiang Xia froze. She opened her eyes wide and couldn't see anything in the darkness, but she suddenly thought of the 2 snakes in the room during the day. "I thought of what my great-grandmother said about laying a nest of snake eggs and hatching a nest of snake babies." "Jiang Xia, I miss you so much. Why are you thinking about this?" "No, I probably heard it wrong." She pulled up the quilt and covered her head. At this time, there was another strange noise from the tiles on the roof. The room was so quiet, so I heard it very clearly. Zhou Chunlei. That scream almost lifted the back of the roof tiles. Lifting the quilt, opening the mosquito net, and getting out of bed, Jiang Xia ran out like a gust of wind. In the next room, Zhou Chunlei had just taken off his shirt and was about to sleep when he heard a scream and ran out without even wearing any clothes. Then a black shadow pounced directly on him, hanging on him like a sloth. "There are snakes. There are snakes on the roof." Zhou's father and mother were both frightened and woke up. Zhou was a child, sleeping deeply and snoring. The 2 of them were so frightened that they quickly got out of bed and went out of the room to take a look. Mother Zhou opened the room door and quickly closed it. What's wrong with her? Father Zhou followed her, impatient to be woken up. This was not the first time he had made trouble in the middle of the night. Zhou's mother pushed Zhou's father to go to bed. "It's okay. It's okay. Ale is here." Xiaoxia was probably frightened by the snake during the day and had a nightmare. Mother Zhou also heard from her great-grandmother during the day that there was a snake in the house. Father Zhou ignored it as soon as he heard it. It was just a snake. He could see it every now and then in Xiatian, and Ale could catch snakes. What was he afraid of? People from provincial towns are rare and strange. The 2 lay back on the bed and continued to sleep. In another room, Zhou Chunlei held Jiang Xia in his arms, turned on the light, and looked around with a flashlight. There was nothing she could do. She hugged him too tightly and was unwilling to go to the ground. Zhou Chunlei held Jiang Xia in his right hand and held a flashlight in his left hand, checking around. Even though I knew in my heart that it couldn't be a snake, but probably a mouse, I still checked it carefully. Look, there are no snakes. It must be rats crawling across the roof. Rats generally don't bite people. After his right ear was injured, he was almost deaf. Only one ear could hear, and his hearing was not that sensitive, so he didn't hear anything just now. But he could guess. Jiang Xia looked around according to the light of the flashlight in his arms, but she was still afraid. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. He probably couldn't understand it, but she was just afraid of snakes, very afraid of snakes. I don't dare sleep alone. Zhou Chunlei. The floor had been washed today and was not dry yet, so there was no way to lay the floor. Finally, Zhou Chunlei carried her back to the next room to get his own pillow, thin quilt, and the clothes he had just taken off. He was used to sleeping topless, but he couldn't sleep with her. Jiang Xia was lying on the inside of the bed, watching him put on a long-sleeved shirt, buttoning it to the top button, and his muscle lines were looming under the shirt. Zhou Chunlei turned off the light, sat on the bed, tucked the mosquito net, and lay down. Go to sleep. The man's voice was low and a little hoarse. There was a distance between the two of them, and a thin quilt was placed between them. Jiang Xia closed her eyes in peace. It was midsummer in August, and there was no fan or air conditioning. The smell of the people around him was so hot that it was impossible to ignore. Jiang Xia felt a little hot and a little dry. She was like a wolf at 30 and a tiger at 40. In her previous life, she was almost as old as a wolf and a tiger. What are you thinking about? Jiang Xia was startled by her random thoughts. She turned over and faced the wall. She gently kicked off the thin quilt and hugged her. She put aside the yellow waste in her mind, listened to the sound of cicadas and waves, and forced herself to think about nothing. Sleep. Zhou Chunlei was also hot, and he was covered with thin quilts. The bed is 1.5 meters long. It's a bit close for two people, so it's safer to be covered with a quilt. Feeling Jiang Xia kicking off the quilt, he asked, "Is it hot?" Jiang Xia stiffened and replied, "Well, it's hot. It's normal to be hot in August." Zhou Chunlei opened the quilt, got up from the bed, took a big sunflower fan, lay back down, and gently fanned the two of them. The wind blown out by the big sunflower fan is gentle, soft, and cool, just enough to make people feel neither cold nor hot. Maybe it was because the wind was too comfortable, or maybe it was because the breath of the people around him was clear and calm, which made people feel at ease. Jiang Xia's breathing soon became clear and shallow. Zhou Chunlei felt that the people around him were asleep, but he couldn't fall asleep. He wanted to get 2 buckets of well water to take a shower. It was too hot. But as soon as he moved, the people around him turned around and put their hands and feet on him. Zhou Chunlei. It wasn't until early in the morning that Zhou Chunlei fell asleep. It felt like he hadn't slept for long when the voices of his parents talking quietly came from outside the house. Zhou Chunlei opened his eyes. We are going to see. End of chapter. Today, Zhou Chunlei is the first to use the boat. The father and son agreed during dinner yesterday that Zhou Chunlei will go to sea first. Tomorrow, it will be Zhou Qingxin, and finally Zhou's father. Zhou Qingxin probably felt sorry that he was living in the new house, while Zhou Chunlei and his parents were living in the old house. So he asked Zhou Chunlei to go to sea first. Zhou Chunlei carefully took away the small arms and long legs that were draped on his body. It was only then that he took Jiang Xia's small arms away. Before her long legs could be removed, her arms came up again, hugging her even tighter. Zhou Chunlei tried several times, but couldn't take it away. As soon as he took it away, she caught up with him. He was sweating. Zhou Chunlei could only whisper, Jiang Xia, let go of me first. I'm going to get up and go to sea. Jiang Xia, Jiang Xia. Zhou Chunlei shouted 3 times before Jiang Xia woke up and responded in a daze. Oh, are you going to get up to sell vegetables? Jiang Xia sat up without even opening her eyes. Zhou Chunlei, what about getting up to sell vegetables? Did she dream of selling vegetables? I'm going to see. You continue to sleep. Jiang Xia suddenly woke up when a low-alcohol male voice came to her ears. She just dreamed of sleeping with her grandma. Zhou Chunlei opened the mosquito net and got out of bed without turning on the light. You continue to sleep. Jiang Xia was completely awake. Thinking that he just said he wanted to go to sea, he hurriedly got out of bed and fumbled to turn on the light. You and I are going to sea together. I haven't been to sea yet. I want to see it. Is that okay? Living on mountains and rivers, and fishing on the seaside, Jiang Xia wanted to see how to fish. Maybe in the future, she would have the opportunity to build a fishing boat and go out to sea to fish. Zhou Qinglei originally wanted to refuse. She would definitely not be able to bear the strong sun at sea, but he couldn't say anything when he met her eyes. Under the light, those beautiful big eyes were as bright as the moonlight-crushed sea surface in the dark night, deep and charming, full of expectation. He nodded. Okay. Anyway, he is going to sea today, and the money he earns is his own, and it will not affect his elder brother. If she can't stand it by then, she can just come back early, which will just mean losing some gas money. Jiang Xia smiled, her eyes shining. Then I'll get ready. If just now her eyes were like the sea surface with moonlight crushed in the dark night, then now they were like the sea surface crushed with sunshine in the evening, dazzling and as bright as the stars. Zhou Chunlei responded softly, looked away, took his clothes, and walked out of the room. Because Zhou Qinglei wanted to take Jiang Xia out to sea, Zhou's mother took Zhou's father and whispered to him to be sensible and not to hinder the relationship between his son and daughter-in-law, and to hide aside if nothing happened. The two finally had last night, and she was looking forward to having a grandchild as soon as possible. Father Zhou was speechless. She thought the boat at home was big. Still hiding? He just jumped into the sea. The three of them walked to the dock together. It was August, and on the seaside before dawn, the moon was bright, the stars were sparse, and the fishing fires were dotted. The sea breeze blows against your face with a faint ocean smell. The people in the village who went out to sea for fishing also went out to sea at about this time, but today they were a little late. Several boats had already sailed out on the sea. Father Zhou wore a flashlight on his head, shining his light on the road, and his steps were a little fast. Jiang Xia didn't want to be held back, so she trotted to follow. No hurry, my dad will buy some diesel first. Jiang Xia then slowed down. Zhou Chunlei held a flashlight to light the way for her, walking at her speed. After walking for about 10 minutes, we arrived at the pier. There are fishing boats docked on the pier. The lights on the fishing boats are bright, the light and shadow are blurry, and there are many shadows of people. They are all fishermen and boats preparing to go out to sea. Father Zhou has already bought diesel and brought it on board. When everyone saw that the person next to Zhou Qinglei was not Zhou Qingxin, but a woman, they couldn't help but take a second look with strange eyes. An old man about the same age as Zhou's father glanced at Jiang Xia and asked Zhou Chunlei, "Alei, is this your wife? Are you taking her out to sea?" Zhou Qinglei got on the boat first and reached out to help Jiang Xia get on the boat. He was afraid that she would not be able to stand firmly, so he only replied, "Yes." Jiang Xia glanced at his big palm before stretching out his hand. Zhou Chunlei helped her get on the boat and let go. The man looked at Zhou's father again and said, "Zhou Yongfu, do you want to bring bad luck to women when you take them out to sea?" Zhou's father was untying the rope. When he heard this, he said angrily, "Fuck you. I'm not superstitious like you, and I have no taboos." "Bah, don't believe it. A woman will leak even if she has no bottom. How dare you take her out to sea? You're going to be in trouble." Other villagers couldn't help but say, "Qinglei, going to sea is not a joke. Please listen to my uncle's advice and don't take your wife to go to sea. Women will be unlucky and risk their lives if they get on the ship." Jiang Xia has really never heard of this, although she doesn't believe it. But I don't know if Zhou Chunlei doesn't mind. She asked, "There is a saying in the village that women cannot go to sea?" Zhou Chunlei didn't like hearing this and said calmly, "My family can do it. Don't worry about others. With the reform and opening up, women can hold up half the sky. And there are lesbians on warships. How could they be so unlucky?" He never thought that women couldn't do anything, and some female soldiers were also very brave. Father Zhou sailed the ship out to sea. He didn't believe this either. He had secretly taken the old woman out to sea before, and she lived a peaceful life. He only believes that if a husband and wife are of the same mind, they can break through metal. Everyone shook their heads when they saw that they didn't listen. If you don't listen to the old man's words, you will suffer the consequences. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. You're really not afraid of death. Wait for bad luck. Even if the boat doesn't capsize, you won't be able to catch any fish. Why are you so kind enough to remind him? Never mind them. The engine made a da-da sound, and the ship slowly sailed towards the endless black sea, with twinkling stars above the sea. There is nothing interesting to see in the sea at night, only the light from scattered fishing boats. She looked up at the midsummer night sky, where the stars were twinkling. Is it cold? Zhou Chengli handed her a military green coat. Kind of. The sea breeze was a bit cool, so Jiang Xia took it and put it on. There is a little soapy scent on the clothes, which is the scent of him. Zhou Chengli gave the clothes to Jiang Xia and walked over to start the boat, letting Zhou's father take a rest. As time passed, the stars gradually closed their eyes. The sky was already a little brighter, and there was a line of white light on the eastern horizon, which gradually faded. Jiang Xia was about to watch the sunrise on the sea. Suddenly, she saw a golden light flashing on the sea in the distance. She asked curiously, Zhou Chengli, I saw a golden light flashing on the sea surface over there. Is it some kind of luminous fish? Zhou Chengli was driving the boat, and the engine was making a clicking sound. He had bad ears and couldn't hear it. Father Zhou looked in the direction of Jiang Xia's finger, but unfortunately, he didn't see anything. Some fish can glow, he said nonchalantly. Seeing that it was almost far away, Zhou's father went to sail the boat and said to Zhou Chengli, You go and set the net, and I will sail it. Zhou Chengli walked over to prepare the net. Jiang Xia vaguely heard a cluck sound. She asked, Did you hear a cackle? Is it a seabird? Gurgling sound. Zhou Chengli paused, stopped taking off the net, and looked towards the sea. Which direction? Father Zhou also looked at Jiang Xia. Where's the gurgling sound? This is not the sound made by ordinary fish. The sound disappeared. Jiang Xia still pointed in one direction. It seems to be coming from over there. Father Zhou immediately drove the boat in the direction pointed by Jiang Xia, looking forward to it. The clucking sound, could it be? At this time, the cluck sound sounded again. Jiang Xia, listen, it's ringing again. As soon as Jiang Xia finished speaking, the gurgle sounded again, and it was gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. One after another, just like the old frog in the field in early summer and the robin on the tree. Immediately afterwards, there was a chorus of shouts, one after another. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The sound was as loud as water in a kettle boiling, and more like the sound of pine waves blowing in the pine forest. End of chapter. It's a school of large yellow croakers. Such a loud, gurgling sound must be a school of large yellow croakers. Father Zhou drove towards the source of the sound at full speed, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Prepare the hand-thrown net. When the fish are densely packed, the sound made by the large yellow croaker is like a boiling sound. The sound is so loud that it can deafen natural enemies, which is rare among fishes. Zhou's father sailed the boat over and saw a group of large yellow croakers. You can see the golden light shining in the dim light. The large yellow croaker does not like light and will sink to the bottom of the sea at dawn. Quick, throw the net. Throw the net by hand. Father Zhou said excitedly. Zhou Chengli had already picked up the hand-thrown net and cast it down. Father Zhou also quickly picked up the hand-thrown net on the deck and threw it down. Jiang Xia has never cast a net, but she can still catch fish with a net bag. She had already picked up the hand net and was ready to catch fish at any time. Zhou Chengli lowered the net and caught a large bag of fish. Inside the resuscitation cabin, Father Zhou reminded. Zhou Chengli had already opened the living cabin in advance, and he knew it without Zhou's father having to tell him. Jiang Xia fished out 3 fish, only to see the golden yellow croakers being poured into the living cabin. On this network, there are dozens if not 100, right? I'm afraid there are more than a few dozen. She also poured in the 3 fish she had caught, then quickly turned around and continued fishing. A loser is worse than a loser. The general idea, if you lag behind in everything, you will not be the first to gain advantages and opportunities, you will suffer losses, which is worse than being a loser. The opportunity to make a fortune came, but if she didn't know how to seize it, her journey would be in vain. She might as well just jump into the sea and feed the fish. At this time, Zhou's father also pulled up a net, and countless golden ones were submerged into the living cabin. Zhou Qinglei and Zhou's father tossed the fish net by net, and Jiang Xia fished the net bag by net bag, specializing in picking the big ones, and they were quick and accurate. The two of them cast 3 or 4 nets in a row, and the school of fish dispersed and swam away. The school of fish dispersed, and Zhou Qinglei and Zhou's father did not sail the boat to chase them. Father Zhou never kills everyone when fishing. Although it is difficult to catch them all in one catch, there are always fish that slip through the net, but he is not a greedy person. Zhou's father is like this, and Zhou Qinglei is naturally the same. But both living cabins are almost full. Father Zhou looked at the 2 large live cabins full of fish and said with a smile, "Xiaoxia's shipping is good. As soon as we go out to sea, we encounter a school of large yellow croakers. These large yellow croakers can be sold for several hundred yuan. I can make half a year's worth of money just by using the internet." Jiang Xia smiled and said, "Dad's shipping is good, and you picked a good sea area. Moreover, you and Cheng Lei have experience and know that there are large yellow croakers. I just have a sharp ear. If I was the only one to go to sea, I would be scared to hide. Get up." Father Zhou laughed with joy. Who doesn't like to hear good words? What he said was correct. If Jiang Xia hadn't heard the cluck sound and the boat was going fast, he would have missed it. This little daughter-in-law seems to have really changed, and she can talk a lot. He said that if husband and wife are of the same mind, their power will break through metal. The word home and everything prosper has been passed down from ancient times, and it is not without reason. He doesn't believe that women will miss out if they get on the boat. He only believes that if husband and wife work together, everything will be prosperous for the family. If the family is twisted into a rope and exerts force in the same direction, there is no mistake. Just like rowing a boat, if you row east and he rows west, how will the boat move forward? Only when everyone rows in the same direction will the boat move forward. When he got back, he went to find a man named Su and asked him to see if he would be unlucky if he brought his daughter-in-law on board the ship. As Zhou's father sailed the boat, he said to Zhou Qinglei, "I'll drive farther away while you lower the net." Zhou Qinglei covered the living cabin, responded, and walked over to set the net. After his net was lowered, Zhou's father speeded up the boat. Jiang Xia could vaguely see the fishing nets being gradually lowered and spread towards the seabed under the impact of the current. The whole process of trawling is long. In summer, the days are long and the sun has not yet come out, but it is already dawn. Zhou Qinglei said to Jiang Xia, who was lying there watching the fishing net sink into the bottom of the sea, "The trawling will take at least an hour or 2. You can take a nap." After dragging this net, she found an island to land on. The sun was strong enough for her to stay on the island. Jiang Xia was surprised. "So long." "Well, there won't be any fish if we don't delay for a long time. If we stop temporarily, the fishing net will sink to the bottom of the sea, so at least for an hour or 2, you can get some sleep." "No need." Jiang Xia shook her head. She watched with interest how the fishing net was submerged into the sea. After watching for a while, she began to walk around the boat, studying how to use the equipment on the boat and curiously asking questions. She also watched how Zhou's father sailed the boat. Seeing that she was interested, Zhou Qinglei patiently explained it to her. Jiang Xia studied in a circle, and it had only been 10 minutes, but the sun was coming up, so she simply sat down and waited to enjoy the sunrise on the sea. The boat was moving forward on the sea, and the sun came out. The sunlight passed through the thick clouds, and the glow was brilliant at that moment. Jiang Xia sat quietly, the red light of the morning sun shining on her fair face, and the delicate down on her hair glowed in the sun. Zhou Qinglei's eyes fell on her inadvertently, and he forgot to look away for a moment. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Jiang Xia looked at it for a while, then stopped looking, but it was a bit boring just sitting there. She was not used to such leisure, so she asked, "Do you have a fishing rod?" Zhou Qinglei shook his head. No. He could only sit there, and Jiang Xia simply studied whether the fishing net on the bottom of the sea had caught any fish. 2 hours passed unknowingly, and Zhou's father said, "Allez, start an internet cafe." "Okay," Zhou Qinglei responded. The father and son worked together to close the net. Jiang Xia stood not far away and watched, and saw that the two of them were struggling to drag the net. Father Zhou said happily, "It's so heavy, it broke the internet." As the net came closer, a large bag of fish began to emerge. So many fish, Jiang Xia exclaimed. Zhou Chengli. We must have encountered a school of fish again. The father and son were also excited. They caught so many fish just after going out to sea. They rarely encountered them, not once in several years. The two of them used all their strength to drag up the entire net of fish. After dragging it up, Zhou's father had to rest for a while before he had the strength to pour the fish out with Zhou Chengli. Jiang Xia saw father and son holding one end of the fishing net, and Zhou's father shouted, "One or two." The two of them pulled the fishing net hard at the same time according to the rhythm. A large pool of fish poured out and filled the entire deck. They were piled up like a hill, with mackerels jumping around Jiang Xia's feet. It must have been a school of mackerel preying on a school of shrimp. So this net catches all the mackerel and shrimp schools. Most of them are mackerel and monodon shrimp, as well as other miscellaneous fish. How to deal with these fish? Jiang Xia asked without understanding. She figured it couldn't just be left on the deck, everywhere. It's summer now, and it won't smell or feel fresh after being exposed to the sun for a long time. Although it was still morning at this time, the sun was already a bit fierce, and Jiang Xia had already covered his head and face. Father Zhou, after sorting them and putting them in baskets, you divide them up while I continue to cast the net. Zhou Chengli. Dad, take the boat to the island and dock it. He had just deliberately brought the boat to this area, and there was a small island not far away. What are you doing? Father Zhou asked. End of chapter. Let Jiang Xia rest on the island. Father Zhou stopped talking after hearing this and prepared to sail the boat to the island. Where can Jiang Xia Xingjing be willing to rest? You don't have to go to the island to rest. I'm not tired. I'll share the fish on the boat. Keep casting the net. If you're lucky, cast an extra net. Father Zhou also had this idea. It was still so early, so why should we rest? It was rare for his daughter-in-law to be sensible, so he smiled and said, Then let's cast the net again. It will be noon by then. Let's take a rest during dinner. Okay. Jiang Xia responded with a smile and said to Zhou Chengli, Continue to cast the net. Zhou Chengli had no choice but to lower the net, and then he and Jiang Xia sorted the fish on the deck. Fish are sorted by size, and fish of similar sizes are put into the same basket. A full basket weighs about 50 kilograms. Because these fish came from the trawl net, they were already dead, so they were easy to separate. Zhou Chengli is used to it. He can tell how heavy the fish is at a glance and can sort it out quickly and accurately. But he never expected that Jiang Xia could divide it faster and more accurately, just like she had done it countless times. In her previous life, Jiang Xia started selling vegetables with her grandmother every day when she was more than 3 years old. Although she couldn't help with anything at first, she learned to help a little when she was 4 or 5 years old. By the time she was in junior high school, she could weigh about 1 kilogram. You'll know it when you hold it in your hand. Fast and accurate? Without it, it's just familiarity. The Spanish mackerel is relatively large, and it took the two of them more than an hour to put all the mackerel into the basket. Then I divided the fish and shrimp and got more than 10 kilograms of monodon shrimp and more than 10 kilograms of miscellaneous fish. Among these miscellaneous fish were a few small red squids and flower crabs, which were just in time for cooking at night. More than 2 hours had passed since they were completely separated. Zhou's father said, Lei, you can set up the net. Good. So Zhou's father slowed down the speed of the boat, and the father and son worked together to hoist the net. This net was not as heavy as the previous one, so the two of them pulled it up relatively easily. Zhou Chengli poured out the fish alone. Jiang Xia saw a rat spot wearing a spotted skirt at a glance. Very beautiful. The most important thing is that this fish was still alive after being dragged into the trawl net, which is very rare. Father Zhou also saw it, picked it up immediately, and put it in a bucket to keep. The fish is more expensive when sold alive. This time there were mostly miscellaneous fish, but there were also a dozen mackerel and large yellow croaker, as well as many small red squid. Small quantity, but good variety. Father Zhou smiled and said, This net is not bad. Hurry up and score a point. It was already noon at this time. Zhou Chengli said, Eat first. Father Zhou, that's okay. Zhou's mother had prepared the meal in the morning and put it in a lunchbox for them to take on board. The food is already cold, but I'm not afraid of summer either. Zhou Chengli opened the lunchboxes and glanced at them before handing them to Jiang Xia. This time, the dishes in the 3 lunch boxes were all the same, and Zhou's mother did not treat them differently. The only dishes available were steamed dried fish and pickled cabbage. I was pressed for time in the morning and couldn't cook that many dishes. Moreover, the vegetables turned yellow after being stored for a long time and were not tasty. Zhou's mother usually didn't prepare them. In addition to lunch boxes, Zhou's mother also prepared 6 boiled eggs for the 3 of them, which they can eat when they are hungry. The food doesn't taste as good when it's cold, but pickled vegetables go well with it. And Jiang Xia was really hungry after working for a long time, so she ate most of the boxed lunch, and then Zhou Chunlei took care of the rest. After dinner, Father Zhou wanted to trawl the net again. Once he went to sea, he wanted to seize all the time to trawl, hoping to make more money. But the sun was too strong, so Zhou Chunlei wanted to send Jiang Xia to the island to rest. How could Jiang Xia go to rest? There was a lot of work on the ship, and she felt uncomfortable until she finished it. I don't need to rest. Hurry up and sort these fish. Jiang Xia picked up a blue crab that wanted to escape and handed it to him to tie up. She doesn't know how to tie it yet. Zhou Chunlei couldn't control her, so he took it over and used herbs to tie the blue crab's claws and feet tightly around the body, forming a cross shape. Jiang Xia watched his movements carefully. When it was over, she also picked up a crab and learned to tie it up. It was unfamiliar at first, and my hand was caught by the crab claws, but I was wearing gloves, so it was okay. Zhou Chunlei saw that she was a little clumsy, but she tied the crab well in one step. He only had one thought at this moment: ingenuity. She is really smart and learns everything quickly. Jiang Xia tied it up and tied it with a bow, admired it for a moment, then raised the crab and looked at Zhou Chunlei. Doesn't it look good? Zhou Chunlei took a look and felt that the bow was unnecessary and in the way, but he still nodded, yes. Ignoring her, he went to put out the net, planning to put it out and come back to sort it. Jiang Xia put the crab aside and planned to continue looking for crabs to tie. When she raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, her eyes swept across the sea, as if she saw a red light flashing on the surface of the sea and then submerged into the bottom of the sea. Jiang Xia immediately pointed to the front and said, "There are schools of fish. There are schools of fish in front. Red ones." Upon hearing this, Zhou's father immediately increased the horsepower, and the fishing boat moved forward at full speed. Zhou Chunlei stopped letting go and looked over. Not long after the boat sailed, he saw the red that Jiang Xia saw. Gargi fish. It's a school of gargi fish. Hand-thrown net. Chunlei, prepare your hand-thrown net quickly. Zhou's father shouted excitedly while sailing the boat to chase them. What's going on today? Why are there so many schools of fish? Zhou Chunlei has already picked up the hand-thrown net. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Jiang Xia hesitated for a moment, then picked up the hand-thrown net. She saw them throw the net several times and felt that she had learned how to throw the net. When the fishing boat approached the fish, Zhou Chunlei took a hand-thrown net and threw it. The fishing net spread out in midair and fell into the sea. A group of gargi fish were covered under the net and rolled vigorously. Zhou Chunlei dragged the net up. Jiang Xia also imitated Zhou Chunlei and threw the hand-thrown net forward. The net spread was not as big as Zhou Chunlei's, but it still covered many fish when they fell into the water. You can catch more than using a hand net bag. She pulled hard to the boat. Father Zhou also rushed over. His movements were familiar, and he cast the net neatly. The 3 of them cast 6 or 7 nets in total, and the fish dispersed. The deck was full of lively gargi fish. The red color is very festive. Zhou's father's dark face was smiling so hard that he couldn't even see his teeth. This is gargi fish, also called red sea bream. Like the large yellow croaker, it is a relatively valuable fish. Nowadays, large yellow croaker and gargi fish are becoming increasingly difficult to find, and prices are beginning to rise. He has been fishing for so many years, but he has only seen other people encounter schools of gargi fish, but he has never encountered one himself. He heard that someone is studying artificial breeding of red sea bream, but he doesn't know if it is true. Father Zhou smiled brightly when he saw that the gargi fish was quite big, probably weighing 1 to 2 pounds. Post it. Post it. My daughter-in-law's shipping is amazing. Father Zhou said, go back early today. Today is a good day. While it's still early, we can sail the boat to the market wharf to sell it. The price of fish collected at the wharf in the city is a little higher than that of the purchasing office at the wharf in the village. Usually there is not much fish, so the villagers will not spend the gas money to go to the city to sell it. After all, the gas cost of a round trip is almost the same. But today they have a lot of goods, and they are good goods, so of course they have to go to the market to sell them. Zhou Qinglei responded. I will put the net down and drag another net back all the way. Okay. Father Zhou went to sail the boat. After Zhou Qinglei put down the net, he and Jiang Xia took the time to sort the fish and put them in baskets. Now Jiang Xia's fish eyesight and speed are faster. It was so fast that Zhou Qinglei couldn't help but glance at her. The afternoon sun was scorching, and she was wearing a straw hat and long-sleeved clothes to cover her whole body. It was so hot that a small layer of sweat formed on the tip of her nose. Just because I'm afraid of being exposed to the sun. He felt hot just looking at it, and it was hard for her to bear it. But her skin was white. She occasionally raised her head to wipe her sweat, and her skin was dazzlingly white in the sun. 2 hours later, the fishing boat docked at the city pier. It was still early, only around 4 o'clock, and there were not many fishing boats returning to the pier, but there were also quite a few. There are already many people selling fish on the pier, and there are also traders waiting for the fishing boats to return to collect their goods. End of chapter. As soon as Jiang Xia's boat docked, everyone screamed in surprise when they saw baskets of gargi fish filling the boat. Have you encountered a school of gargi fish? You're going to make a fortune. Brother, in which sea area did you encounter a school of gargi fish? You are so lucky. We also met the gargi fish that are so difficult to see. The amount of fish in this boat is several hundred kilograms, right? It's almost 1,000 yuan. I'm going to make a fortune. I'm going to make a fortune. I'm going to make a fortune. People around were standing on the pier or on their boats watching the excitement. Zhou Qinglei said to Zhou's father, I'll go to the dock to see if there is any dealer who has received the goods. Father Zhou nodded. At this time, several people squeezed out from the onlookers. Which boat caught the gargi fish? Let's see. Oh my God. So many. As he said that, he pushed through the crowd and jumped into Zhou Qinglei's boat. He also touched the fish in the basket, opened it, and took a look at the gills. This fish is dead, but it's still fresh. Jiang Xia corrected. It's very fresh. It's not a fish from a trawl net. It was still alive and kicking when we pulled it onto the boat. We caught it and returned immediately. A man in a white shirt also got on the boat and said directly, Brother, I want this gaji fish. I am Su Wonan, the manager of Futai restaurant. How can I sell this fish? It's a good day today. The restaurant hosted a wedding banquet for several families, but they happened to be short of fish. Gargi fish is red and has a festive name, so it is perfect for wedding banquets. Damn it, Manager Su. I got on the boat first. Why are you so unkind? The guy who just came on said dissatisfied. Then he pulled Zhou Qinglei over, pointed to 2 baskets of fish of different sizes and said, Brother, my name is Yang Dayo, and I am also a fish collector. The big ones cost 80 yuan a load, and the small ones cost 60 yuan a load. I'll take it. I'll take it all for 10 yuan. Fish are sold here, either by the caddy or by the load, depending on the quantity. Generally, 1 load weighs about 100 kilograms. In other words, Yang Dayo's price is only 80 cents and 60 cents per caddy. Everyone on the pier knows Yang Dayo and knows that he is a Zhou Bapi. Every time he sees an unfamiliar fisherman come to sell fish, he always offers a low price. But no one spoke up. Destroying someone's financial resources is similar to killing their parents. No one will cause trouble. Jiang Xia didn't know the price. She had a gut feeling that this person was dishonest. He deliberately disliked her fish and wanted to lower the price. He looked around and was full of calculations. She didn't understand and said nothing, looking at Zhou Qinglei and Zhou's father. Jiang Xia didn't know the price, but Zhou Qinglei and Zhou's father knew that this person's price was low. Zhou Qinglei hated dealing with this kind of people and said directly, I won't sell it. The pile of trash fish on the boat cost more than 10 yuan. Although the fish in the 2 nets were miscellaneous fish, there were many good ones at first glance, but I didn't have time to pick them out. At this time, the restaurant manager said, Comrade, do you want to sell the fish weighing about 1 kilogram or more at 100 yuan per load, and the 1.5 kilogram at 120 yuan per load? In addition, I want 10 more fish weighing more than 2 kilograms. The bigger the fish, the more expensive it is. But for a restaurant to hold a banquet, a fish of about 1 pound is the most cost-effective for the restaurant. It will not look too small or too big. If it is too small, it will look stingy. If it is too big, it will be used for a banquet. There is no profit left. So he only wants 1 pound and 1.5 pounds. In addition, I need to put 10 more 2 or 3 kilograms in the refrigerator so that they can be eaten by ordinary individual customers when the time comes. Jiang Xia knew that a load was about 100 kilograms, which was less than 1 yuan per kilogram. It was really cheap. This is a wild sea bream. However, the current prices are like this. People's wages are only 30 or 40 yuan a month. Thinking about it, 1 yuan per pound is not cheap anymore. The shop owner glared at the restaurant manager. Why are you setting such random prices? 100 yuan per load is too expensive. Don't ruin the market. It can only be 90 yuan per load at most, even if they don't sell it. Let's go. Su Wenin, he asked for a small fish, and the price was so expensive. The bigger the fish, the more expensive it was. How could he lower the price later? Yang Dayo winked hard at Su Wenin and pulled him away. Jiang Xia glanced at Yang Dayo and said calmly, "It's easy to leave, but I won't send you away." Yang Dayo. Su Wenin didn't move. Jiaji fish was rare. He asked Jiang Xia, "Do you want to sell it?" Jiang Xia. "Ask my lover, he has the final say." The word lover swept through Zhou Chenglei's heart like a feather. He couldn't help but glance at Jiang Xia, but he didn't speak. At this time, another dealer squeezed onto the boat. "I heard there is gargi fish. I'll take it. I'll take it. What's the price?" Zhou Chenglei thought that Father Zhou said that these 2 days are good, and many people hold weddings on good days. Jiaji fish is the most suitable for holding weddings. The name is nice and festive. He said directly, "A pound of about 110 yuan per load, 130 yuan for half a pound, 160 yuan for 2 pounds, 2 yuan for more than 3 pounds, only 1 piece for more than 4 pounds. Which of you wants this price?" No bargaining. Jiang Xia added, "Our load of fish is definitely more than 100 kilograms, and it is at least 105 kilograms after removing the skin. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version." Jiang Xia moved each basket of fish and knew how heavy it was when he held it. Zhou Chenglei glanced at Jiang Xia when he heard this. She actually knew? The restaurant was waiting for the fish to be cooked. Su Wenin was in a hurry. The price was not too high and he could accept it. He immediately said, "Okay, I want it. I want both the 1 pound and 1.5 pound and the 2 pound. I want 10 pieces, and I'll take the 3 pound and 4 pound ones." It's rare to encounter such an auspicious fish, so it's perfect for a banquet. The most important thing is that it costs 10 yuan a load, so a fish costs less than a dime. A restaurant can earn half or more from a dish, which costs only a dime. Nothing. The people who come to the restaurant to eat are all rich people. Rich people like to be extravagant and like big fish. Fish weighing 3 to 4 kilograms is very popular. For example, if you charge 2 yuan per caddy for fish weighing more than 3 kilograms, it will become about 4 to 5 yuan per caddy after it is served in the restaurant. It is definitely not a loss. The man in the back was named Ho, and everyone called him Lao Ho or Ho Yi. When he saw that the fish was very fresh and could be stored, he said, "Then I want all the rest, and I want your mackerels too." Yang Dayo was upset, but he still did the math. He could still make a profit by reselling the goods. He could make a profit by just 1 or 2 cents per caddy. The bigger the quantity, the more he would make. However, 2 competitors came and failed to take advantage. He just wasn't willing to make a fortune. "This boat of people is very unfamiliar. I have never been here before." He glared at the trader who came from behind. "Lao Ho, I came first. Don't take it away. I want the rest." Lao Ho glanced at him. "I heard people say they won't sell it to you. This old Yang always wants to eat raw and bully those fishermen who are unfamiliar to him and come from other places. Not every fisherman is honest and can be bullied." The young man on the boat looked like he was no ordinary man. He was probably a soldier who came back from vacation to help his family fish. "Yang Dayo," Zhou Chenglei said to Lao Ho and Su Wenin, "there is also a large yellow croaker in the living cabin. Do you want it? It's about a few hundred kilograms." Their eyes lit up, and they both said, "Yes." Yang Da felt regretful when he heard that there was also a large yellow croaker. "I want it. I want it. I want the large yellow croaker, and the price is negotiable. Comrade, you have the final say on the price. You have the final say. What kind of bad luck did this ship have? Did you catch so many good fish? If I had known, he wouldn't have lowered the price in the first place. These 2 days have been good. Many people are holding weddings, and there is no need to worry about selling fish such as gargi fish and large yellow croaker with good colors and good looks. I discussed it with the editor yesterday, and this article will be on the shelves on June 1st. I hope that those who like this article will give me your support. Thank you. I will write it carefully. End of chapter. Zhou Chengli ignored Yang Dayo. He said he would not sell it unless he sold it to him. Su Wunan was a little anxious. Jiajiu will help me move it off the boat first. I have to have someone take it back to the restaurant first. Lao Ho said, I'm not in a hurry. Let's take the gargi fish that manager Su asked for off the boat first. The rest is mine. Su Wunan turned over and saw that the fish in the basket were not as big as the small ones, so he asked Zhou Chengli to move them out of the boat. Zhou Chengli and Zhou's father took the fish he wanted off the boat. Su Wunan and Lao Ho didn't stand either, but helped move it. Jiang Xia was sorting miscellaneous fish on the boat while looking at the goods on the boat. She thought that the restaurant would need shrimps when hosting banquets, so she wanted to pick out the shrimps first. The 4 people moved quickly. Lao Ho returned to the boat and said, Can I take a look at the big yellow croaker? Father Zhou opened the living cabin, gave the 2 of them a look, and then closed it. Yang Dayo also came over and took a look. Good guys, they are golden, and some of them look alive, which is very rare. Generally, the large yellow croakers pulled up by the trawl net are dead. Yang Da's eyes widened and he looked at Zhou Chengli. Comrade, brother, eldest brother. Zhou Chengli ignored him. Lao Ho, you encountered a school of large yellow croaker before dawn, and you were not trawling, right? It was like a question, but it was in an affirmative tone. Father Zhou smiled and nodded. Not long after we went out to sea, we encountered a school of fish. Su Wunan. No wonder the color is so golden. Lao Ho, what a good luck. Father Zhou smiled. It's all thanks to my daughter-in-law. Both of them glanced at Jiang Xia when they heard this. The sun hadn't set yet, and Jiang Xia was wrapped up so tightly that they couldn't see what she looked like. However, it is really rare in their area to bring women along when going fishing, but they have nothing. The price of live large yellow croaker is higher than that of dead one. But the large yellow croakers have not been sorted yet. Some are big and some are small, but they all seem to be about 1 pound or 8 or 9 tails, and some are particularly big. Zhou Chengli bargained with the 2. In the end, the large yellow croaker was sold for 1 yuan and 25 cents per pound. Regardless of size, it was directly caught and put into baskets. Su Wunan also bought all the shrimps picked out by Jiang Xia, as well as a load of Spanish mackerel, a rat grouper, and several sea bass. Lao Ho bought all the remaining jiaji fish, large yellow croaker, and Spanish mackerel. Zhou Chengli wouldn't sell the trash fish, otherwise he would want to buy it. In that pile of trash fish, he saw that there were a lot of valuable items. However, the price of the trash fish before sorting was low, but Jiang Xia had already picked out some of the larger fish. In the end, there are 4 loads of gaji fish weighing about 1 pound, which is 440 yuan for 100 yuan. 3 loads of 1.5 kilograms, totaling 390 yuan, and then there are not many 2 kilograms, about 1.5 pounds for a total of 104 yuan. There were only 5 3-pound ones, totaling 36 yuan, and there was 1 4-pound one, which was sold for 15 yuan. A load of less than 1 pound costs 80 yuan. Jiaji fish sold for 1,165 yuan. This is equivalent to what others earn after going to sea for a year and a half. The large yellow croaker was sold for a total of 572 yuan and 20 cents. The mackerel weighed more than 300 kilograms in total and sold for 30 cents per catty and sold for 105 yuan and 70 cents. There were several sea bass, which sold for 3 yuan and 5 cents. Shrimp and squid also sold for 11 yuan and 20 cents. The other large fish picked out from the piles of miscellaneous fish in the 2 nets were sold for a total of 43 yuan and 70 cents. In the end, the total amount obtained was 1,901 yuan and 3 cents. There are still a bunch of small fish, shrimps, and other miscellaneous fish left on the deck, which are probably worth a few yuan. Jiang Xia. If we drag another net, we might be able to earn 2,000. Father Zhou's dark face was filled with a smile. It's already very good now. Except for the big ships that go out to sea, no ship like ours has ever tried to make so much money. Today is definitely his highlight moment. It's enough to last him a lifetime. He has been fishing at sea for so many years, and the most he made was nearly 200 yuan. He never dreamed that he could earn nearly 2,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan. In the past, I could not make any money even if I went fishing for a year. Zhou Chunlei drove the boat and said nothing. Because Jiang Xia has not really experienced the prices of this era and what can be bought with 2,000 yuan, she is not as impressed by 2,000 yuan as Zhou's father, but she is also happy. How much money can a big boat make from a long sea fishing trip? Jiang Xia asked. I don't know for sure, but I heard that most people can earn thousands per trip, and there are a lot of fish in the open sea. Jiang Xia nodded. When you have money, buy a big boat. Father Zhou didn't answer the call. A big ship costs tens of thousands. How can it be so easy to buy? He squatted down to sort through the pile of unfinished fish. The sun has gone down, and the sunset covers half of the sky in a dazzling and domineering manner, half sea rustling and half sea red. Jiang Xia took off his straw hat and took off his face towel. The sea breeze hit his face, and his whole body felt instantly refreshed. She faced the wind and took a deep breath of the ocean breath. Zhou Chunlei was driving the boat, and his eyes fell on her inadvertently. The sea breeze blew a few strands of her soft hair, and his eyebrows were gentle. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. The sky is beautiful. The sea is beautiful. She is even more beautiful. Jiang Xia put away the straw hat and face towel, then squatted down and started sorting the pile of miscellaneous fish and shrimps. Returning to the small pier in the village, there were already many fishing boats parked at the pier. There was also a long queue at the purchasing office. Jiang Xia saw the villagers carrying the fish down one basket at a time, all with smiles on their faces. It seemed that the harvest was good. There are still a few returning fishing boats scattered on the sea. Zhou's mother had been waiting at the dock for a long time, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her boat coming back. Although the income from fishing at sea is high, the risks are also high. The family members start to feel excited the moment the boat goes out to sea. Tian Kaiwa also came to the pier to help. She said she wanted to help, but she wanted to see how much money the second house could make today, so she had an idea. When the boat docked, Zhou's mother approached and asked Zhou's father, who jumped off the boat and held the rope. Why is it so late? Is there a lot of goods? Without waiting for Zhou's father to answer, she glanced at the cargo on the ship and felt a little thump in her heart. Incredible. Just such a bunch of trash fish. Zhou's mother quickly got on the boat and couldn't help but turn her head and look around. She couldn't believe it, but she had to believe it. Are they really just such a bunch of worthless little fish? You have such bad luck today. Tian Kaiwa took a look and felt unlucky. There are no goods today. Why are there so few goods? I have never tried so few before. The villagers all took a look at Zhou's father's boat, and someone said, Yongfu, you are so lucky today. Father Zhou smiled and said, It's not bad today. At this time, the old men who got on their boat in the morning were amused. Is this okay? Lao Zhou, your mouth is tougher than a diamond. No, I should say you are broad-minded. You can't fight with such a bunch of things. Satisfied, keep it up, haha. They all felt that their predictions had come true and couldn't help but gloat. I told you not to take women out to sea, as it would be bad luck, but you didn't listen. Look, I bought such a bunch of worthless goods in one day, and I lost all my gas money. Everyone's goods are good today, at least 40 yuan. I sold them for more than 100 yuan, and Bingxiang sold them for almost 200 yuan. Zhou Bingxiang, if you don't listen to the old man's words, you will suffer a loss. They said that if a woman leaks the bottom and cannot get on the ship, she will be unlucky. You don't believe it. I tell you, you won't be able to catch any good goods on this ship in the future. Don't believe it. Change it as soon as possible. Tian Tsaihua's face turned ugly for a moment. She glanced at Jiang Xia's back, and she hated her to the extreme. She couldn't help but mutter, Why are you going to sea with me when you have nothing to do? Do you know how to fish? It will only add chaos. There is only one boat in the family, and their family still relies on this boat for their living. Jiang Xia soiled the boat. The more Tian Kaiwa thought about it, the angrier and more aggrieved she became, and she couldn't help but turn red. What should I do if the boat is dirty? Go to sea. You are afraid of being unlucky. Why not go to sea? Eat the northwest wind and drink sea water? She even wanted Jiang Xia to pay her a boat. Family scandals should not be made public. Mother Zhou glanced at Tian Kaihua and said angrily, "What age are you still practicing feudal superstition? Women can hold up half the sky. Who can guarantee that they can catch fish every time when they go to sea? Who has never tried to only catch fish? How many fish and shrimps?" Even though she said this, Zhou's mother was also afraid. Had she known it would be so early in the morning, she would not have been allowed to go out to sea. Whoever marries her will be unlucky. The next chapter will start entering V. The update will be advanced to 12:05 p.m. After tomorrow, it will still be updated at 9 a.m. End of chapter. Mom, come here. Zhou Qinglei had just stopped the boat and called his mother. What are you doing? Zhou's mother was in a bad mood and responded angrily. She was about to walk over, but Jiang Xia was carrying a bucket to pick some shrimps, blocking her way. She was upset and said angrily, "Give way. Why are you stuck here like a piece of wood?" He also said he was literate, but not clever at all. Jiang Xia didn't care about her. It was her who would be embarrassed later. Mother Zhou walked to Zhou Qinglei's side, her tone even more impatient. "What's the matter?" Zhou Qinglei took out a large stack of money from his trouser pocket and handed it to Zhou's mother. "Mom, take it first. Don't drop it." Tian Kaiwa looked at the thick stack of money and her eyes widened. Where did this money come from? Could it be the two elders' private money? Zhou Qinglei said calmly, "The money from selling fish today." Zhou's father the boat and returned to the boat. He took out a large stack of money and handed it to Zhou's mother. "I have some more here. Take it first and give it to Ale when you get back. Don't lose it. I'll move the goods." Tian Saihua's eyes almost popped out. Is this also the money for selling fish today? How could there be so many? Zhou's mother held a large stack of money in one hand, and her hands were shaking. Is this the money from selling fish today? This so much. What kind of fish did you catch today? Fish made of gold. Father Zhou, where did the money come from selling the fish today? We went directly to the city pier to sell the fish before coming back, so there was nothing on the boat. After saying that, he glanced at Tian Kaiwa. Feudal superstition is not allowed. I have taken my mother out to sea before, isn't it okay? This eldest daughter-in-law is diligent enough, but too petty. Zhou's mother said hurriedly. Yes, your father has secretly taken me to sea before. Tian Kaiwa smiled awkwardly. It turns out that I went to the city wharf to sell fish. Dad didn't tell me earlier. What you said is that feudal superstition is you. The villagers' eyes widened when they saw the two thick stacks of money, and they all secretly estimated how much money such a thick stack of Yongfu, what kind of fish did you sell to make so much money? You've encountered a school of fish, and it's an extraordinary school of fish. It's even comparable to a big ship sailing out to sea. Father Zhou glanced at Zhou Bingqiang and others, and said with a smile, "We encountered a few waves of fish, so we went directly to the city pier to sell them before coming back. Alas, if we hadn't come back early and hauled another net, we would have made one or two more $100 is absolutely no problem. I regret not listening to my daughter-in-law and dragging more nets. Why is she so good at shipping?" After saying that, he glanced at Zhou Bingqiang again. "Humph, it's so cute. Will it be bad luck to take a woman out to sea? I made $2,000 in one day today." Zhou Bingqiang, you can make 200 from one net? What kind of fish did you encounter? What kind of fish can be sold for so much money? Are these 2 or 3,000? Zhou's father cheerfully replied, "It's not as much as 3 or 2,000. How can it be that exaggerated? It's only about 2,000. It's too early to come back. I arrived at the city dock at around 4 o'clock. If I had known better, I would have listened to my daughter-in-law. If you drag a net, that's enough for 2,000. Almost 2,000. Some gasped. Their savings at home are not even 2,000. Zhou Bingqiang didn't believe it. Brag. The big ships that go out to sea don't make as much money as you. Have you caught gold? Father Zhou glanced at him and said, "Do I need to brag? You can go to the city pier tomorrow and ask if anyone has sold hundreds of kilograms of gargi fish and large yellow croaker today. Then you will know if I am bragging." What? You encountered a school of gargi fish and large yellow croaker. Zhou Bingxiang still didn't believe it. Impossible. Schools of croakers are rare here. I have only seen others encounter them once in my whole life of fishing. You also met shoals of croakers and large yellow croakers together. The sea is your fish pond. What do you want to catch? This is the right time. A boat came close and shouted, Zhou Yongfu, I just said that selling gargi fish and large yellow croaker in the city is like your boat. The news has spread all over the city pier. You caught a boatload of gargi fish and large yellow croaker. Big yellow croaker. You even encountered a school of mackerel. You made a lot of money. What kind of bad luck did you have? Today he encountered a school of mackerel fish and caught thousands of caddies of mackerel. So he also went to the city pier. I thought I had already calculated my luck, but I didn't expect that someone would encounter a school of large yellow croaker, gargi fish, and mackerel at the same time. You are lucky to encounter a school of fish once every day. Encountering 3 waves of fish in one day. Is this like running into the arms of the god of wealth? The villagers were shocked. Why did we encounter a school of gargi fish, a school of large yellow croaker, and a school of mackerel? Really? How many thousands did you make? That bad old man Zhou Yongfu said he made less than 2,000. I knew he was a liar. That's 2 stacks of money. It's definitely more than 2,000. Zhou Bingxiang. I actually encountered a school of gargi fish and large yellow croaker. Is this a rare chance to happen once in a century? Why doesn't he go to heaven? Father Zhou looked proud, huh? You said I was just lucky. How could I be so lucky? Today it all depends on my daughter-in-law. She got off to a good start as soon as she went out to sea. She discovered these fish schools. It's her shipping. I'm not lying. It's not a few thousand, not even 2,000, really. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. I don't believe it's less than 2,000. Okay, people in the city say you made several thousand. Don't deny it. Tell me how you met the gargi fish and the large yellow croaker school. Where did you meet it? I'll go tomorrow too. Yes. Where did you meet me? I'll go too. The surrounding villagers were curious and asked how they encountered the large yellow croaker and gargi fish. They want to meet them too. Father Zhou told the story vividly. As soon as I went out to sea today, my daughter-in-law heard the cry of the giant yellow croaker. When I heard her describe the sound, my heart started to lift. Isn't that cuckoo the cry of the giant yellow croaker? I immediately drove the boat forward at full speed. As soon as I got closer, I saw a gleaming golden light. I was so excited that I almost had a heart attack. Just after catching the big yellow croaker, I asked Ale to get off the net, and my daughter-in-law called out again, asking if there were any schools of fish in the red area over there. I immediately moved forward at full speed. My God, there was a sea of jai fish. It's so red. Haha. I knew the prosperous days were coming. I wish I could grow 10 pairs of hands. At the end, Zhou's father looked at Zhou Bingxiang and others and added a few words. I'm lucky that I didn't believe you today and didn't take Xiaoxia out to sea. Otherwise, I would have really missed out on the big yellow croaker and the jeju fish. I only earned 2,000 yuan. Not here. Zhou Bingxiang and others. Zhou Bingxiang was displeased when he saw Zhou's father getting carried away with himself. He said with a smile, Then I wish you good luck every day, good luck for the rest of your life, and prosperity for the rest of your life. He couldn't believe that he would be so lucky next time. Father Zhou. Thank you, I wish you good luck. I also wish you good luck like today, every day, and good luck for the rest of your life. Zhou Bingxiang was so angry that he turned around and left. He originally thought he was very lucky to have earned 200 yuan today, but compared with the 2,000 yuan Zhou Yongfu earned, he didn't think so. Tian Kaiwa glanced at Jiang Xia with complicated emotions. I made so much money just after we separated and went to sea the next day. Her family doesn't get a share of the 2,000 yuan, right? If we had known earlier, we would have separated one day later. End of chapter. Jiang Xia was dividing the fish and didn't care what everyone said. Zhou's mother came to Jiang Xia and said with a smile, Xiaoxia, don't break it up. You have a rest, I'll break it up. I'll pick out some shrimps and take them home to eat. Jiang Xia was just picking out fish and shrimps to take home to eat. After a busy day, she had to treat herself well. I've cooked the food, but you're tired today, so pick more. Pick whatever you like, and I'll cook it when I get back. Father Zhou was still bragging, and Zhou Chunlei also came to help divide the fish. The three of them picked out some valuable fish from the pile on the boat and sold them for another 10 yuan. The rest were taken home and dried in the sun for daily consumption. Mr. Jean from the acquisition department took a look at the bucket of goods that Zhou Changlei had kept. Inside the bucket were 2 large yellow croakers, about a pound of monodon shrimp, a few small red squids, a few flower crabs, and a dozen mud fish. There are also baskets of small fish and shrimps. He smiled and said, "Don't sell these? Sell them together and give you a total of 12 yuan. Zhou Changlei, not for sale. Tian Kaihua asked, "Don't want to sell it? Should we take the large yellow croaker and monodon shrimp back to eat?" Jiang Xia said he would keep 1 large yellow croaker for her to make pickled fish, but he simply kept 2. The large yellow croaker was nutritious and she was weak, so he would replenish her body. Tian Kaihua looked at the 2 large yellow croakers in the bucket and thought, could one of them be for their family? When Zhou's mother saw that Zhou Changlei had 2 large yellow croakers left, she thought he was going to give one to his eldest son. Although I thought it would be better to sell it for money, I didn't say anything. If she found large yellow croaker on weekdays, she would definitely be reluctant to eat it. She would sell it for money. What she usually eats at home are some worthless small fish, shrimps and crabs. Even if there are no guests coming, even if it is not a Chinese New Year holiday, I will not be willing to eat a fish bigger than a palm. But I made a lot of money today and misunderstood Jiang Xia, so I should have a good meal. After selling the remaining goods, the family happily returned home carrying a bucket of fish and a basket of small miscellaneous fish. When he reached the door of the old house, Zhou Changlei asked Tian Kaihua, "Sister-in-law, would you like to take some mud fish back to eat?" Mud fish? Not a big yellow croaker? Tian Kaihua's face dropped. "No, I have food at home." It's not like he doesn't have anything to eat, but he still lacks a few worthless mud fish? She just left with a dark face. Jiang Xia was very satisfied that Zhou Changlei did not give the big yellow croaker to Tian Kaihua. Mother Zhou looked at the 2 large yellow croakers weighing about 1 kilogram each in the bucket and hesitated to speak. Not even one of the 2 fish will be given to the eldest son's family? Is it a bit extravagant for only a few of them to eat 2 large yellow croakers? She looked at Jiang Xia. Zhou's father saw what Zhou's mother was thinking and said, "Xiao Xia went to sea for the first time today. She has been busy with Changlei for a whole day. She must be tired. You quickly kill the fish and cook it. Let's eat." Jiang Xia pretended not to understand what Zhou Mu meant and just said, "It's okay. I'm not tired. I'll do the fish." No one mentioned it, and Zhou's mother didn't say anything. Forget it. The world has been divided. Everyone is living their own lives. Mother Zhou was not the kind of person who asked her daughter-in-law to do housework when she came back from a busy day, so she said, "No, you go take a shower and rest, and I will do it." She had already steamed the rice, dried the fish, and washed the vegetables before going out. She planned to stir-fry them before eating, so now she would just steam 2 more large yellow croakers and shrimps. Jiang Xia, it's okay. I'll make pickled fish. That one is more appetizing. I'll do it. Zhou's mother didn't know how to make pickled fish, so Jiang Xia had to do it, and she took the initiative. Originally, Zhou's mother planned for her to kill fish, but she didn't expect that Jiang Xia would also kill fish. Zhou's mother has been killing fish all her life, and her knife skills are superb. But when she saw Jiang Xia slice the fish into thin slices, each slice was the same size and thickness, she was still shocked. The wife here is hiding her secrets. It's better to marry an educated wife. Be educated, capable, and blessed. Whoever marries will be lucky. Zhou's father and Zhou Changlei killed the baskets of fish and dried them. Jiang Xia was in charge of the dishes. Zhou's mother was washing the vegetables, and Zhou was lighting the fire. The 3 of them worked together to make a pickled fish, a steamed shrimp with minced garlic, a clay pot fish, a plate of boiled red squid, and a plate of green vegetables. Zhou's mother looked at such a big plate of pickled fish and said, "We can't finish all the dishes today. How about I give Wen Guang and his brothers a plate?" Jiang Xiajing washed a clean plate. "Next time, this time it's not enough. I put a plate on it and gave it to my great-grandma. Yesterday she gave us a piece of 3 kilograms of meat and a big watermelon." Mother Zhou heard this and said hurriedly, "You are still thoughtful. It is time to send it. Put more fish on it. Do you want me to send it over? The village is very strict about coming and going. Yesterday, my great-grandmother sent 3 kilograms of meat. Today, they sent over a plate of new dishes for them to try. No, I'll just go? Mom, let's start dinner. Zhou's mother didn't insist. It didn't matter whoever delivered it, so she started to carry the food. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Jiang Xia walked out of the courtyard holding a plate of pickled fish and saw Zhou Junjie walking out holding a rice bowl. Zhou Junjie's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Xia, and he shook his hair from his forehead. He thought he was handsome and said, "This is the dish made by my sister-in-law? It's so delicious. Can I try it?" Then his eyes fell on the pickled fish in Jiang Xia's hand. He was attracted by the smell of food, and it was the same thing last night. The food coming from the yard next door was so fragrant that he had no appetite for the simple meals at home. Zhou Junjie's eyes first fell on the pickled fish, then on the small white hands holding the pickled fish, and finally on Jiang Xia's bulging chest, unable to move away. Jiang Xia hated his gaze, ignored him, turned around, and walked to the yard on the left. When going out to sea today, Jiang Xia did not wear good quality clothes for fear that they would soak through if wet. Instead, she wore a sweat-absorbent and stain-resistant sea-sole shirt and a pair of military green trousers. The sea-sole shirt is knitted and has a bit of stretch. The original owner likes to wear slim-fitting clothes. When this sea-sole shirt is worn on her body, it looks like her waist is particularly thin, with the front and back curved, and the exposed half of her arms and neck are shining white. Zhou Junjie's stomach felt hot when he saw it. The wife Zhou Chunlei married was so exciting. No wonder he was reluctant to divorce even if he was cheated on. What a vixen. But since she can run with other men, can she also run with herself? Suddenly, a plate of fish-killing blood splashed out, splashing all over him, covering his body with fish scales and internal organs. Zhou Junjie was almost vomited by the smell of fish. Who the hell? He turned around and looked at Zhou Chunlei's gloomy eyes. He was so frightened that he said, "It's Chunlei. Why don't you look at people when you splash water?" After saying that, he hurriedly took a bowl of fish soup and hid in his yard. Jiang Xia was delivering food to her great-grandmother. They were having dinner at home. She put it down and said a few words before coming out. She happened to see Zhou Junjie, who was in a state of embarrassment, hiding back in the house, and she felt instantly refreshed. Find another day when no one is around and let him see why the flowers are so red. Zhou's mother's voice sounded in the yard. "Lei, why did you throw out the fish-killing water and stink up the door?" Zhou Chunlei. "Okay, I'll rinse it off in a while." Jiang Xia walked in and glanced at him with a smile. Zhou Chunlei met her gaze nonchalantly and said softly, "It's time to eat." Jiang Xia smiled. "Okay." End of chapter. The pickled fish is tender, refreshing, and appetizing. The garlic-crusted shrimp has a strong aroma of garlic and is sweet and delicious. Because the sides are open, there is no need to peel off the shells. Just bite and eat and spit out the shells. The small red squid is refreshing, it's so elastic. Even the fish meat of the mud fish is tender and smooth than usual. In the end, the whole family was full. Zhou Qinglei and Zhou's father also mixed a bowl of rice with pickled fish soup. It was so delicious that I couldn't even throw away the soup. Zhou has never been so satisfied with food. In the past, she couldn't compete with her brothers. How could she have ever eaten so much shrimp and fish in one meal in one day? Her belly was round, and she couldn't help but pat it. Then she looked into her aunt's smiling eyes and was so frightened that she retracted her hand, her face flushed. Jiang Xia smiled. Zhou's mother's cooking skills are average. She only needs to cook the fish well, no matter whether the fish is overcooked or not. However, fresh seafood is inherently sweet and delicious. It can be steamed or boiled, and it won't taste too bad. But just because it doesn't taste bad doesn't mean it's delicious. Jiang Xia's food is delicious. Super delicious. The kind that makes people unable to stop eating even though they are full, and the kind that makes people want to eat until they are full but cannot hold it anymore. Zhou's mother also admires her daughter-in-law's cooking skills. After Jiang Xia finished eating, Zhou's mother smiled and said, "Xiao Xia, you are tired after going to sea for a day and cooking again. I will wash the dishes. You go take a bath and rest." Zhou Qinglei said, "You go to the yard and sit or walk for a while. I will help you carry water later." It's not good to take a shower right after eating. She couldn't help it before because there were so many people at home. Now she doesn't need to rush to take a shower. Jiang Xia didn't like washing dishes either, so she took Zhou out for a walk in the yard, and she was full. After Zhou's mother cleaned up the dishes and kitchen, Jiang Xia went to wash her hair and take a shower. After that, she dried her hair in the yard. Zhou Qinglei used an iron bucket truck to pull back a few old wooden boards and some iron supports from somewhere. Jiang Xia saw him placing wooden boards on the wellhead piece by piece and tracing the shape of the wellhead with a pencil. Zhou squatted aside and asked curiously, "Uncle, what are you doing?" "Make a manhole cover." Zhou Qinglei replied to his niece's question. Zhou's mother was washing the clothes that Zhou's father and Zhou had changed on the patio beside the well. When she heard this, she said, "Why do we need a manhole cover?" Zhou has grown up, and he knew not to go near the wellhead in the past 2 years. Zhou nodded and said, "Yes, uncle, I won't go near the well. I know the danger." Jiang Xia couldn't help but think, did Zhou Qinglei build this manhole cover to prevent her from falling into the well? "I'm going to put in a rocking water pump." "Mother Zhou, why install a water pump? It's superfluous. The terrain here is not as high as the new house, and the well is shallow. You can just pump the water up with a bucket, which is easy and fast." Zhou Qinglei. Installing a water pump will make it convenient for Zhou and Jiang Xia to fetch water. "Oh, that's right, then just pretend." Mother Zhou knew as soon as she heard that it was for Jiang Xia to pretend. Without saying anything else, she called Zhou back to the house to sleep after washing the clothes. Jiang Xia watched Zhou Qinglei busy in the yard with interest. After Zhou Qinglei drew the shape of the wellhead, he took out a saw and sawed off the excess wood, then nailed the wooden boards piece by piece into a circle, and then nailed a circle of wooden boards around the edge of the circle to make a large round support. Then Jiang Xia saw that he took out some iron supports, placed them in a crisscross pattern inside the round bracket, and tied them with iron wires. Then he used the leftover sand and cement used in building the house, mixed it into concrete, poured it into the round tray, and used a small shovel to level it to prevent the iron supports from being exposed. After 2 days, when the concrete dries and hardens, a simple cement board manhole cover is ready. Jiang Xia took a look at the yard. Except for a patio near the wellhead, the rest of the yard was filled with mud. It was very dusty when it wasn't raining, and when it rained there was mud on it. She said, "Big brother is going to the sea tomorrow. We don't have to go to the sea. How about we go to the river to pick up some pebbles and come back and pave a path in the yard?" Jiang Xia also said that such a big yard would be a waste if left empty, so why not plant some fruit trees and flowers? Zhou Qinglei replied, "Tomorrow morning I will go to the town market to buy a water pump, and I will pick it up when I come back in the afternoon." There was nothing planted in the yard because fish needed to be dried frequently, and Zhou's mother was too lazy to plant it, but Zhou Qinglei didn't tell her. "Going to the market?" When Jiang Xia heard this, he immediately said, "I'll go to the market with you." Zhou Qinglei looked her over. The day after she got married, he asked her if she was going to the market, but she refused with a look of disgust. There are many stalls selling fish, chickens, geese, and ducks in the market, and it smells bad. The rural market was messy and dirty, and he had to remind her that he was afraid she wouldn't be able to bear it. "I'm not afraid." Zhou Qinglei said nothing more. "It's getting late. Go to bed. You have to get up at 6 o'clock tomorrow to go to the market." Zhou's father, Zhou's mother, and Zhou all took a shower and went back to the house to sleep. Jiang Xia returned to the room. Zhou Qinglei washed his hands and walked in. He took out a large stack of Unity and gave it to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia looked at him in surprise. "I'll give you 1,000 yuan for today's trip to sea. Is there such a good thing? After all, she just took the boat out to sea." Jiang Xia. "I haven't contributed much, but I still have so much money." Zhou Qinglei. "Without you hearing the cooing sound and seeing the fish, I wouldn't have made so much today. This is what you should take. Remember to put it away. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version." Zhou Qinglei put the money in the dresser cabinet, and he also put his share in an iron box in the closet in front of Jiang Xia. Then he found some clothes and went to take a shower without turning off the light, fearing that she would be scared alone. Jiang Xia counted the stack of money. It was exactly 1,000 yuan, and she put the money away without politeness. Jiang Xia had made a decision in her heart and planned to tell Zhou Qinglei when he came back from the shower. She put the money away and went out to wash her hands before returning to the bed and lying down. She originally wanted to wait for Zhou Qinglei to come back to talk about the matter, but she was too tired. She woke up early today and fell asleep in bed without thinking about the snake at all. When Zhou Qinglei came back from taking a shower, Jiang Xia was already asleep. Her sleeping face was peaceful and beautiful. Zhou Qinglei saw a little sweat on her forehead, took a clean cloth, went back to the bed, wiped her sweat, and applied medicine to her hands, then turned off the light, went back to the bed, and lay down with her eyes closed. I gently shook the big sunflower fan until I gradually fell asleep. The next day, Zhou Qinglei woke up at 5 o'clock, and Jiang Xia's hands and feet were on him again. He brought his pillow to rest on her, then carefully got up and went out for a run. On days when he doesn't have to go to sea, he runs for an hour every day. It was already 6 o'clock when Zhou Qinglei came back from running, and Jiang Xia hadn't woken up yet. The hall at home was empty, with only one dining table. Zhou Qinglei wanted to go to the market to buy some bamboo beds and bamboo stools. Those who sell bamboo beds at the market usually only bring one. After all, it is too big to carry. If you go there too late, you might lose it. He had no choice but to wake Jiang Xia up. Jiang Xia woke up as soon as she shouted and quickly got up to wash up. Zhou's mother has already prepared breakfast, sweet potato porridge with pickles and 2 boiled eggs. Mother Zhou gave one Zhou and another Jiang Xia. On days when they don't have to go to sea, Zhou's father and Zhou Qinglei don't have any eggs to eat. There are not many eggs at home. Except for occasionally giving one to her grandson and Zhou, she is reluctant to eat them on weekdays and saves them for Zhou's father and his son to take on the boat when they go to sea. Zhou's mother thought that she had misunderstood Jiang Xia yesterday and cooked one more. After the couple had breakfast, Zhou Qinglei and Jiang Xia went to the village committee to borrow a tractor. Then the two drove the tractor to the town market. It was the same road as last time, and I met the heroine in a white dress at the same intersection. Only this time, Wenwan did not herd the sheep. Instead, she pushed an iron cart with a large wooden board on top, and a slaughtered sheep was placed on the wooden board. Wenwan reached out and stopped Zhou Qinglei's tractor. Happy Children's Day to all the adults and children. Today, June 1st, the launch will be updated at midnight. It will be updated at 9 a.m. on June 2nd as usual. End of chapter. Wenwan was wearing a white dress, and even her voice was gentle. Brother Zhou, are you going to the market? Can you give me a ride? I went out a little late today. I'm afraid I'll be late. The mutton is hard to sell and can't be sold out. So, it will go bad on a hot day. Her voice is very gentle. It is natural gentleness, not artificial. It makes people feel like spring breeze. Zhou Qinglei glanced at the mutton on her iron cart and hesitated. Normally, Zhou Qinglei would help the fellow villagers. But he was afraid that Jiang Xia wouldn't be able to stand the smell of mutton. She would have fainted from the tractor. The smell of mutton was so strong that she couldn't stand it even more. He turned back and asked Jiang Xia, "Are you afraid of the smell?" Wenwan, do you even need to ask her? Could it be that Jiang Xia was not allowed to get on the tractor because she was afraid of the smell? What about soldiers who promised to serve the people? Jiang Xia is not afraid of smells. She grew up in a vegetable market. How could she be afraid of smells? Seeing Zhou Qinglei's confusion, she said, "I'm not afraid." Zhou Qinglei said to Wenwan, "Okay." Zhou Qinglei was not surprised by this answer. She had changed a lot in the past 2 days. Zhou Qinglei got down from the driver's seat. He was still worried that Jiang Xia couldn't bear it. So he said to Jiang Xia, "Mutton smells strong. Will you sit in the front driver's seat with me?" All right. The driving seat at the front of the tractor is quite long and can accommodate 2 people. The most important thing is that it has a roof that can provide shade. Jiang Xia responded and got off the tractor. Zhou Qinglei reached out to help her when she jumped out of the car. The bed of the tractor was high, and he was afraid that she would sprain her feet if she jumped off. Wenwan glanced at Zhou Qinglei. There is no doubt that this is a very considerate man who can take good care of any woman who cuckolds him. But when did the two divorce? Can Jiang Xia endure that broken house? Or are you going to get divorced today? Zhou Qinglei helped Jiang Xia off the tractor and went to help Wenwan carry the mutton onto the tractor. Wenwan came to her senses and said hurriedly, "No need to trouble Brother Zhou. I can just move it myself." As soon as Zhou Qinglei grasped the wooden support with both hands, Wenwan's hand stretched out and held Zhou Qinglei's hand. She blushed and retracted her hand. No, I'm sorry. Zhou Qinglei carried the load of mutton onto the tractor with an expressionless face, and then moved the iron bucket onto the tractor. He also found 2 stones by the river on the roadside and supported the 2 wheels of the iron bucket. I wash my hands by the way, he said to Wenwan. Remember to support the iron cart when the time comes. The voice was cold, with a hint of keeping strangers away. After saying that, he returned directly to the driver's seat. Wenwan felt that Zhou Qinglei was even colder, so she responded with a sigh. I'm a little aggrieved. Isn't it normal to bump into me accidentally? Not on purpose. Wenwan thought about her dream last night, that he saved her from being swept away by the waves. In the dream, she was sinking in the waves, thinking she was dead, but he rushed into the sea without hesitation and took her into his arms. The scene was very real. After the typhoon, she went to catch the sea. She thought it was an omen, and Jiang Xia divorced him at that time. The typhoon is not far away. Thinking of this gentleness, I happily climbed onto the tractor. The bed of the tractor was a bit high. She was wearing a skirt, and her movements were a bit rude when she climbed up. Zhou Qinglei and Jiang Xia happened to look back. Her face turned the color of liver. Zhou Qinglei took one look and turned back. Wenwan glanced at Jiang Xia, always feeling that Jiang Xia was laughing at her. Just now, Jiang Xia got off the tractor, and Zhou Qinglei helped her get on the short driving platform of the tractor. Zhou Qinglei also stretched out his hand to protect her head. Such a comparison makes me look special and unloved. However, Jiang Xia will not cherish such a good man. Sooner or later, he will be hers. She blushed and said to Zhou Qinglei, Brother Zhou, I'm sitting down. Zhou Qinglei didn't reply to her words. He turned to Jiang Xia and said, Sit tight. I'm driving the tractor. Jiang Xia looked back when he saw that she hadn't gotten on the tractor for a long time. Hearing this, he turned around and sat down. Okay, let's go. The tractor stumbled along the bumpy dirt road. Jiang Xia and Zhou Qinglei sat side by side. Sometimes their shoulders would inevitably collide because the road was too bumpy and the tractor shook violently. Jiang Xia quietly moved her outside. She regretted sitting with him a little because she was afraid that she might fall over accidentally. She reached out and gripped the handlebars on top of the tractor. Zhou Qinglei was afraid that she would fall off the tractor and that she would faint from the tractor. Sit closer and be careful not to fall. Jiang Xia didn't move. No, I'll hurry up. There was no compartment on the driver's seat of the tractor, and Wenwan sat in the back of the truck. She could see the invisible intimacy between the two of them through the low baffle. She felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to break this invisible intimacy. She smiled and said loudly, Sister Jiang Xia looks like someone who is used to riding in cars, and Sister Jiang Xia is from the city. You city people are not used to riding on tractors, right? She knew that Jiang Xia was proud of being a city person and looked down on rural people. Jiang Xia asked, Every household in the village has a tractor? Wenwan, how is that possible? There is only one family in our village and the village committee. Jiang Xia, so, check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Wenwan, so what? Wenwan is confused. Suddenly she realized that what Jiang Xia meant was, since not every household in the village has a tractor, it is not just the city people who can't get used to it, but also the villagers. Wenwan doesn't want to talk to Jiang Xia anymore. This man talks in a roundabout way and is arrogant. She hated the condescending look of city dwellers like her. In her previous life, there was a local in the dormitory where she worked in the city, and her eyes were on her forehead. She was in the upper bunk, and the man was in the lower bunk. She sat on her bed and felt disgusted, looking down on her because she was from the countryside. Jiang Xia looked like that. Bah, since you look down on the countryside, then go back to the city. Wenwan changed to talk to Zhou Qinglei and asked tentatively, Brother Zhou, are you going to the market or somewhere? Wenwan was sitting next to Zhou Qinglei. She knew that Zhou Qinglei was deaf in one ear. She put her head close to the baffle in front. The baffle was not very high and she could see Zhou Qinglei's head. She asked, leaning against the back of his head. Zhou Qinglei originally had his back against the screen. He straightened his back, moved some distance away from the screen, and gave a faint what does it mean? Going to the market? Wenwan asked again, What are you going to buy? I often go to the market to sell mutton. I know whose products are good and affordable. Buy something. 1 Brother Zhou, has your house been repaired? I've heard that there may be a typhoon in 2 days. The wind and waves are strong. Remember to park the boat and don't go to sea. Brother Zhou, about what time do you go to sea every day? Brother Zhou, when will you come back from going to sea? Are you hiring someone to kill fish? I want to make some money to pay for school. No need to invite. It doesn't matter. Remember to ask me when Brother Zhou needs you. I'm good at killing fish. Brother Zhou. One kept saying this and that. Zhou Chenglei is a man of few words, and he has never felt that the journey to town is so long. I kind of regret taking her with me. Can't she just ride in the car quietly like Jiang Xia? Finally, Zhou Chenglei couldn't help but said, You are so noisy. 1 End of chapter. Zhou Chenglei is a man of few words and doesn't like to talk. Now that he is driving a tractor, he must pay attention to the road conditions and whether Jiang Xia is feeling unwell. There was a person who kept chattering in his ear, saying some non-nutritious words that were not nutritious, and he just felt annoyed. That's why I couldn't bear it, and said, You're so noisy. He thinks she is noisier than a tractor. Wan's face turned red. She had never been more embarrassed. The world is quiet. After finally arriving at the market in the town, Zhou Chenglei found a place to park the tractor and quickly got off the tractor to help Wan move the iron bucket and mutton down. The speed was so fast that Jiang Xia found it a bit funny. She had long sensed that Zhou Chenglei was impatient, but the heroine didn't seem to notice, like a talkative person. When Wan's face was still red, she was a little embarrassed, but she smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Zhou, Sister Jiang Xia. She couldn't help but glance at Jiang Xia, feeling that she was laughing at her. Zhou Chenglei nodded coldly, not wanting to say a word. He looked at Jiang Xia and waited patiently for Jiang Xia to arm himself. Jiang Xia didn't look at anyone. The sun came out. She put on a straw hat and sleeves, trying not to expose an inch of her skin to the sun. Jiang Xia wore 2 braids today, a white Doliang floral ready-made garment, green military trousers, a pair of liberation shoes, and a straw hat. Her skin was frosty and snowy. She was obviously dressed in a very rustic style, but she was stunned. She was dressed in a somewhat foreign style and was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes away. People passing by in the market couldn't help but look at her more. Gentleness is also beautiful, very gentle and bright beauty. But Jiang Xia is tall, has a good figure, and has a good temperament. She has an aura in her movements. Standing there, she is like the sun rising above the river in midsummer, dazzling. Wan around Jiang Xia is like the moon before get off work after the sun comes up. Her beauty faded. Wan looked at Jiang Xia's appearance and felt unhappy in her heart. This is too pretentious. Don't go out if you're afraid of being exposed to the sun. Rural people go to the market. How can there be someone like her? Zhou Chenglei must not understand it, right? Wan glanced at Zhou Chenglei and saw him looking at Jiang Xia without blinking. Wan. She looked down at her white dress that was stained with sheep's blood again, blushed, and quickly pushed the iron cart away. Let's go. After Jiang Xia was fully armed, she walked to the market carrying a portable vegetable basket woven with yellow-green plastic webbing. The market is on a street. Most of the products sold in the front section are chickens, geese, ducks, rabbits, and other poultry. I have chickens and ducks at home, so there is no need to buy them. Jiang Xia saw some goose cubs for sale. They were green and furry and very cute. Want to raise geese? Zhou Chenglei asked, standing next to her to block the passers-by. Jiang Xia nodded, then shook his head. If you want to eat goose meat, don't buy it yet. Let's go. Jiang Xia continued to walk forward. Zhou Chenglei didn't say anything and quickly followed. During this section of the road, chicken and goose feathers were flying everywhere, and the two of them walked a bit fast. Zhou Chenglei took Jiang Xia to a place selling handicrafts. Jiang Xia saw many bamboo woven baskets, dustpans, and other things. Only one store sold bamboo beds, bamboo chairs, rattan chairs, and other furniture. Not far away, there was also a store selling wooden furniture. They were all very simple styles without any patterns or other craftsmanship. Decorate. Jiang Xia touched a bamboo bed and admired it. This bamboo bed is so beautiful. You can buy this bamboo bed and put it in the yard. Then you can make a grape trellis and put it underneath. In the summer, hang a gauze curtain. It should be very cool to sleep under the grape trellis. Zhou Chunglei. Uncle, how can I sell this bamboo bed? The uncle quoted a price and said, no bargaining. Zhou Chunglei, I want it. Jiang Xia looked at the bamboo chairs. How about buying a few bamboo chairs? Sitting on a bench when eating feels like sitting on a seesaw. I am always worried that another person will suddenly get up and the bench will tip over. Zhou Chunglei said to the boss again. 6 more are needed. Zhang bamboo chair. Jiang Xia. This deck chair looks very comfortable. How about buying 2 more deck chairs? Move out to the yard at night. Lie on it to enjoy the breeze and look at the stars. How comfortable. Boss, this is a tent chair. It's more expensive, but it's much more comfortable than a recliner made of bamboo. Zhou Chunglei looked at the recliner and thought of the last time he washed her hair. She said that washing her hair while lying down would not get her eyes or wet her clothes. I want to. The boss said happily. Okay, let's see what else you need. I have a lot of things here. Dustpan. Do you want those dustpans? In the end, Zhou Chunglei bought a bamboo bed, 6 bamboo chairs, 2 deck chairs, a covered bamboo vegetable basket, 2 dustpans, several round dustpans with holes of different sizes, dustpans, and fish pans, baskets, bamboo hats, etc. Zhou Chunglei saw Jiang Xia pick it up and look at it, and bought them all. The couple packed most of the stall's items. The old man selling the goods smiled so brightly that he showed his white teeth and said that he would help them move the goods to the tractor. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Zhou Chunglei gave the money and said he would come over to pick up the goods after buying them. The couple continued walking forward. Jiang Xia saw a wood shop with a solid wood sofa and a coffee table, which looked simple and sturdy. Jiang Xia said, that one looks quite practical. It can be placed in the living room. Then I will get some cushions and pillows to make it comfortable to sit on. There is also the coffee table. The set looks very good. Let's put it in our house. That kind of old house should look pretty good. Zhou Chunglei took Jiang Xia to the wood shop opposite and bought a solid wood sofa, a wooden coffee table, and a desk for Zhou. The boss enthusiastically wanted to help them move their things to the tractor. Zhou Chunglei went to the grocery store not far away and bought a large iron pot and a coal stove. And then he took people to move the furniture onto the tractor. Jiang Xia wanted to see what was on sale, so she walked around the market by herself. Then Jiang Xia bought 3 kilograms of fresh water chestnuts, 2 kilograms of mountain nuts, 3 pineapples, and 4 cantaloupes at the market, and then bought half a fan of ribs at the pork stall. Wenwan saw Jiang Xia buying things at the market as if she didn't need money. As long as she liked it, she could buy it, as if she didn't have to worry about money. But he could only stand there and shout about selling mutton, his gentle eyes dimming. After Jiang Xia and Zhou Chunglei divorce, and she marries Zhou Chunglei, will she live like this, right? Jiang Xia walked all the way to see what else was on sale in this market. Suddenly, someone pulled her arm from behind. Xiao Xia. Zhou Chunglei moved everything to the tractor and tied it up, then turned back to find Jiang Xia. When Wenwan saw Zhou Chunglei looking around, she shouted, Brother Zhou, are you looking for Sister Jiang Xia? Zhou Chunglei heard this and looked at her. Have you seen her? Wenwan pointed to the front and said, I saw Sister Jiang Xia going shopping in front, and a man seemed to be following her. But there were so many people in the market, I'm not sure if he was following Sister Jiang Xia. He just looked at Jiang Xia more. Sister Jiang Xia is so beautiful. After hearing this, Zhou Chunglei raised his feet and strode forward. Wenwan bit her lower lip. She seemed to have said the wrong thing. She shouldn't have said the last 2 sentences, which seemed to be provoking discord. But she was also afraid that something would happen to Jiang Xia. Just now she, Wu Qizhi, came to buy mutton and teased her. That's Jiang Xia's man. Why are you teasing her? She couldn't help but said, Aren't you afraid that Sister Jiang Xia will see you like this? Then she looked at Jiang Xia not far away, and Wu Qizhi followed her line of sight and saw Jiang Xia. He ran after him. Wenwan could no longer see Jiang Xia's figure. There were too many people, and she felt uneasy and worried about Jiang Xia, so she told Zhou Chunglei. End of chapter. Jiang Xia's arm was suddenly grabbed by someone. She was startled and quickly pulled her hand away. She looked back. She didn't recognize him, but inexplicably, she felt disgust in her heart. Very angry. Jiang Xia's heart skipped a beat, and she took a few steps back quietly, keeping her distance from the other party, and asked, "What are you doing?" Wu Qizhi also planned to go to the village to find Jiang Xia today to see if she was divorced. He came to the market because he thought he couldn't go empty-handed and had to buy some fruit to coax her. The fruits in the country market were cheaper than in the city, so he came to the market. When I went shopping, I unexpectedly met her going to the market. He happily took a few steps forward and reached out to pull Jiang Xia. "Xiao Xia, are you coming to the market too?" Jiang Xia probably guessed who it was, so she avoided his outstretched hand and said angrily, "Just talk. Don't move your hands or feet. I'm calling it indecent." Wu Qizhi was irritated by Jiang Xia's disgusted avoidance again. While this looks down on him, she wants to use him to help her get a divorce. Humph, sooner or later he will deal with her and make her obey his words. He smiled and said, "Xiao Xia, didn't you want me to pretend to elope with you and help you get a divorce? It was me that day. It was my fault. I ran away because I thought it would be bad for your reputation. I'm doing it for your own good too. Elopement will be bad for your reputation. Also, I pushed you that day when I knew you could swim. I didn't mean it, because only in this way can I keep your reputation and prevent others from calling you a playboy. By the way, has Comrade Zhou misunderstood you? Are you willing to divorce you? That beast must be interested in your family's money. You are right to want a divorce. Do you still want a divorce? I will take you away now. If you have no place to live, you can stay at my house first. You know I have liked you for a long time, and I will help you unconditionally." He deceived people into his own home, and he just did whatever he wanted? When the time comes to eat her up and wipe her clean, she will have no choice but to follow him and obey his words. Then he asked her to go to her father to arrange a job for her. If she didn't arrange a job, he would not get married with her. She didn't believe that her father would not arrange it. Jiang Xia didn't miss the sinister flash in his eyes. However, she realized that the original owner just wanted to pretend to elope with this man. This was not mentioned in the book. It was probably because the original owner was not the heroine and would not explain it in such detail. The book only said that after she divorced the male protagonist, her parents refused to let her into the house and asked her to remarry. She had no choice but to go to Wu Qizhi's house. As a result, he was half forced and half coaxed to eat her up, so she had no choice but to follow him. In the end, he died from domestic violence. Jiang Xia said calmly, "No need, just go. Don't look for me again in the future. I don't need your help." After Jiang Xia finished speaking, he turned around and left. Wu Qizhi followed up, "Xiao Xia, are you still angry that I didn't take you away that day? I really did it for your own good. Didn't you want to divorce Zhou Chunlei? I pushed you into the sea at that time, so that you could successfully marry Zhou Chunlei. Divorce, if Zhou Chunlei were a man, I will definitely agree after seeing you risking your life for divorce. Secondly, it will save your reputation. Xiao Xia, are you still not going to divorce me? Let me help you. I'll take you away. I'll take you away now." Zhou Chunlei hurried over and paused when he saw the two walking together. Jiang Xia didn't even look at him, but walked around him and continued walking forward. Wu Qizhi couldn't help but put his arm around her waist and coaxed, "Xiao Xia." Zhou Chunlei's eyes turned cold, and he quickly stepped forward. It's just that Jiang Xia is faster. Jiang Xia grabbed the other person's wrist as soon as she touched her clothes and twisted it with her backhand. There seemed to be a thin click sound in the air. Wu Qizhi's arm was dislocated, and the pain made his whole body twist. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Xiao Xia, let go." Jiang Xia threw away his hand, kicked him on the butt, and shouted, "Indecent! Indecent!" People around looked over. Wu Qizhi fell to the ground and struggled to get up. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's you who said you want a divorce and come with me." Jiang Xia stepped on his chest, pushed him back to the ground, and continued to beat him. "Indecent! I don't know this person. This person touched my waist and acted like a gangster. Just now I saw him touching an aunt's buttocks and deliberately hitting her. I touched a beautiful sister. I originally wanted to find a place where no one was around to beat him up quietly and vent my anger for the original owner, but he dared to touch her waist? Court death." Jiang Xia simply talked nonsense. After all, there were many people in the market, and some women would inevitably be bumped into. "I just said that there seems to be a thief touching my butt. It turns out to be you." The aunt raised her foot and took off her shoes and slapped Wu Qizhi on the head. "I'll beat you to death. You dare to take advantage of me. I'll beat you to death." Another young and beautiful sister held up a washboard and hit Wu Qiji. Rogue, I want you to hit me. Jiang Xia. She is just talking nonsense. Is there really someone who is right? Help. I'm not. I didn't. Don't hit her. She's lying. I'm not a hooligan. She seduced me. Wu Qiji was punched and kicked by 3 people, holding his head with one hand and shouting for help. Zhou Chengli silently stepped forward and took the portable vegetable basket from Jiang Xia's hand so that she could easily pick it up. Jiang Xia felt someone snatching something from her hand and punched her. The fist almost hit Zhou Chengli's handsome face and was caught in his big hand. Jiang Xia made a move, and Zhou Chengli let go of his hand. It's me. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Hold it for me. Jiang Xia let him take the basket and other things, and then join the battlefield. This body has some resentment towards the domestic violence man, which is probably left over from the original owner. Jiang Xia should help the original owner vent his anger. After all, she was using this body now, and it was her body that was hurt by her resentment. Then, the 3 women beat Wu Qiji until he screamed, until he found an opportunity to break free and run away. The fat lady put her hands on her hips and cursed at Wu Qiji's back. Next time you dare to act like a gangster, I will arrest you and take you to the police station. My brother is a policeman. Then she said to Jiang Xia, Thank you, sister, for being so righteous. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to find the murderer who touched me. The beautiful woman also said to Jiang Xia, Thank you. I hate this kind of person the most. Jiang Xia smiled. You're welcome. I just thank you. He was the one who molested me, and you helped me teach the bad guy a lesson. The 2 scolded Wu Qiji again and left. Let's go? Let's go home. Jiang Xia smiled and said to Zhou Chengli, After teaching the person who killed the original owner a lesson, the resentment in Jiang Xia's heart dissipated, and her whole body felt comfortable, as if her strength had returned, and she no longer felt that weak. Jiang Xia feels that the body she has now belongs to her alone. Jiang Xia walked briskly with Zhou Chengli towards the tractor. Zhou Chengli couldn't help but glance at her and beat Wu Qiji. Is she so happy? Well, Zhou Chengli was also a little happy. Because she beat Wu Qiji, and even more because she said let's go home. He felt something was different. End of chapter. Zhou Chengli and Jiang Xia walked side by side in front of Wenwan. Wenwan watched thoughtfully as the couple walked by with smiles on their faces. Jiang Xia actually beat Wu Qiji? In her previous life, she divorced Zhou Chengli because of Wu Qiji, and she preferred to follow Wu Qiji anonymously. What's going on today? Could it be that Jiang Xia was also reborn? Knowing that Wu Qiji is a domestic violence man, that's why Jiang Xia didn't divorce and stayed in the Zhou family? If Jiang Xia and Zhou Chengli don't divorce, what will she do? Jiang Xia saw someone pushing a bicycle in front of him and dragging a big box behind him, covered with an old quilt. The man shouted as he walked and rang the bicycle bell. I'm selling popsicles. I'm selling popsicles. Jiang Xia saw a child pulling her mother over to buy it. She also wanted to eat it, so she turned to look at the people around her. Do you want to eat popsicles? Zhou Chengli glanced at her and said nothing. Instead, he walked over and said to the popsicle seller, I want a popsicle. There's only 1 dime left. Zhou Chengli freed his hand and took out a dime. The man took the money and took out a popsicle from the wooden-laid foam box and handed it to Zhou Chengli. Zhou Chengli took it and turned around and handed it to Jiang Xia. The popsicle has no packaging, is white, and its appearance and shape match its name. Jiang Xia took it, lowered her head, and took a bite. It was cold, sweet, and refreshing. The tractor was not far away, and Jiang Xia walked over while eating. Zhou Chengli followed her with a handbasket and other things. If someone approached, he would go to that side in advance to protect her and prevent her from being hit. Soon the 2 of them walked to the tractor. The tractor's bed was already full of things, and there was no room for people to sit on it. Jiang Xia climbed up to the seat next to the driver's seat. The tractor had a roof that could block the sun. She took off her straw hat. Zhou Chengli put away the things Jiang Xia bought, and then started the tractor. Jiang Xia saw him inserting a Z-shaped fire stick into the card slot, pressing the compressor, and shaking it hard and fast several times. Then the tractor's nose sprayed out a thick stream of diesel smoke, and the tractor also made a rumbling sound. Zhou Chenglei took off the fire stick, stuffed it under the seat, got into the driver's seat, and drove away on the tractor. It was only after 9 o'clock, but the midsummer sun was a bit strong. The gray-white cement road was shining in the sun, and the tractor was chugging on the road. Facing the cool wind, Jiang Xia took a bite of the popsicle and held it in her mouth, letting it slowly melt. From her mouth to her belly, it was cold and sweet all the way. Seeing her eating with gusto, Zhou Chenglei asked, "Is it ice?" "Ice. You know ice when you see the cold air coming out of it. Do you want to eat it?" Jiang Xia held up the half-eaten popsicle in front of him to show him the cold air coming out of it. He was about to ask, "If you want to eat it, then why didn't you just buy one more?" Before she could ask, he quickly glanced at the road, then lowered his head and took a bite of the popsicle in her hand. "Yeah, it's definitely ice. Cold and sweet." Jiang Xia looked at the popsicle that had been bitten off, and then glanced at the man who was driving seriously. How could he eat this bitch? Zhou Chenglei raised the corners of his mouth, and after she struggled with the popsicle for a long time, he reminded her, "It's about to melt." At this time, the popsicle turned into a drop of water and flowed down. Jiang Xia was startled and quickly put it into his mouth and took a sip. Jiang Xia's body stiffened, but she thought that he had eaten her leftovers twice. "Forget it, it's even." Zhou Chenglei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, but Jiang Xia was still too embarrassed to eat anymore. "I finished it." The tone was fierce. "No hands, or you feed me." Jiang Xia wants to throw it away. "Don't throw it away, you'll attract ants." The man seemed to understand her thoughts and reminded her, "Throwing a popsicle randomly on the street may indeed attract a bunch of ants, but can you feed it to him? If you don't eat it, it will melt again." Jiang Xia glared at him and put the popsicle in his mouth. "Feed him? Impossible. When I go out to eat hot pot with colleagues and friends, if someone picks up the food from the hot pot directly without serving chopsticks, isn't it the same as eating other people's saliva?" Thinking about it this way, Jiang Xia felt at ease. Zhou Chenglei's lips raised all the way. Jiang Xia asked, "Is there anyone selling newspapers in town?" "Have." Zhou Chengmei went to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought 2 cigarettes and a bottle of Maodai. He also brought out a few newspapers. Then he went to buy a hand-cranked water pump and a long water pipe, which he put on the top of the tractor and before leaving the town. Jiang Xia found that the tractor was not going home, and she didn't know where Zhou Chengmei was going, so she didn't ask. He bought Maodai and cigarettes, probably to give them away. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Jiang Xia lowered his head to read the newspaper. The tractor chugged forward. Not long after leaving the center of the town, there were fields on both sides of the road. Under the blue sky, the rice fields were bright green. Jiang Xia browsed several newspapers, as if looking for some news. Zhou Chengmei asked, "What are you looking at?" "Get a job and see what you can make money from." Zhou Chengmei was silent. The one she read was the City Daily. So did she still want to leave? Zhou Chengmei felt that the sweetness of the popsicle he had just eaten turned into a mouthful of bitterness. The popsicles are made of saccharin, and that's what they will look like after eating them, Zhou Chengmei thought to himself. Jiang Xia finally found a suitable part-time job to make money, and she put down the newspaper. Zhou Chengmei wanted to ask, but didn't dare. Jiang Xia said instead, "I don't have to go to sea another day. I want to go to the city. Do I have to go to the town to get a car?" Zhou Chengmei's Adam's apple slid, and he said with some difficulty, "Yes, there is no bus from the village to the city. I will go with you then, and I will accompany you back to see your parents." Afraid of her rejection, he made an excuse. "Okay." Jiang Xia didn't refuse. She didn't even know where the original owner's door was. It was just right to have Zhou Chengmei take her back. The tractor was dusty and noisy as it walked on the road, and the two of them said nothing. The tractor traveled for 2 hours, and it was already past 11 o'clock. It still had to be refueled halfway through. Most of the scenery along the way was fields. Jiang Xia saw 2 people in the fields under the scorching sun. One of them was holding a bamboo pole, and they used the bamboo pole to sweep across the green rice fields, raising waves one after another. She asked curiously, "Zhou Chengmei, what are they doing in the fields?" Zhou Chengmei turned his head and glanced at the words, then turned back to look at the road. "They are catching flowers, which is rice seed production. That rice field is a rice breeding base. The male and female rice plants are different in height, and catching flowers can separate the male and female plants. The pollen rises and falls on the female parent. Jiang Xia understood after hearing this. She looked at the rice fields carefully. It was indeed different from ordinary rice fields. The rice fields were high and low, and the colors were different shades, just like green striped shirts. Jiang Xia, it's too hard at noon. Can't you do it when the sun is not so strong? Zhou Chunglei, the flowering time of rice is 2 hours before and after 12 noon. The flowering time is short, so we have to hurry up and do it at noon to catch the flowers. Jiang Xia sighed. It's true that a good harvest is never easy. Zhou Chunglei didn't say anything, but he recognized it in his heart. Another half an hour later, the tractor stopped in front of an orchard. We're here. Jiang Xia looked at the man beside her. So he drove the tractor here for so long because she proposed to plant some fruit trees in the yard last night? About more. Wait until my old book is finished. End of chapter. Zhou Chunglei took Jiang Xia into the orchard. The owner of the orchard is a man about the same age as Zhou Chunglei. His skin is tanned from taking care of the orchard all year round. When he saw the two of them, they showed a surprised smile with extremely white teeth. Captain, what kind of wind brings you here? He looked at Jiang Xia again and said with a smile, Is this sister-in-law? Hello, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. Welcome, sister-in-law. As expected of the leader, he married a beautiful wife. More beautiful than flowers. Whiter than the white clouds in the sky. Jiang Xia smiled. Hello. Zhou Chunglei said to Jiang Xia. Jiang Yang, my former comrade in arms. Jiang Xia, brother Jiang. Jiang Yang was flattered and waved his hands vigorously. Don't dare, sister-in-law. Just call me Xiao Jiang. Jiang Xia smiled. Zhou Chunglei gave Jiang Yang the wine and cigarettes. Jiang Xia handed him half a fan of ribs and 2 pineapples. Jiang Yang waved his hands vigorously to refuse. No. Why did the leader bring so many things? No need. With a look from Zhou Chunglei, he didn't dare to refuse and took it obediently, standing very upright. Jiang Xia found it funny, and her eyebrows curled up in laughter. Jiang Yang took one look, then looked at Zhou Chunglei, and felt that they were a perfect match. What a perfect match! Zhou Chunglei asked Jiang Yang, What fruit saplings do you have here now? Are there any grape saplings? Jiang Yang immediately said, Yes, there are many fruit trees in my house. Even if I don't have any in my house, I can still find them. What fruit tree does the leader want? Zhou Chunglei looked at Jiang Xia. What fruit trees do you want to plant? Jiang Yang, I'll show you what fruit trees my sister-in-law wants to plant. If you like it, take it back. I don't have anything my sister-in-law likes, so I'll look for it elsewhere. Jiang Yang enthusiastically took them in to visit his orchard. He talked a lot, and as he walked, he introduced the world he had built in the past few years after returning from the army. Jiang Yang contracted a lot of land and planted peaches, guavas, grapes, pomegranates, mangoes, bayberries, and other fruits. Except for grapes and mangoes that will bear fruit this year, other fruits have not yet fruited and will have to wait for a year or two. But it can be seen that he loves and looks forward to the orchards he planted. Jiang Yang was a man of many words, and he enthusiastically told Jiang Xia that many of these fruit saplings were bought back when he was a soldier and went to various places to perform tasks. He worked hard and tried his best to buy them back. Because his wife loved to eat fruits, he specially bought them and planted them, and finally succeeded in growing them. Finally, after walking in the orchard for more than an hour, Jiang Xia picked out a pomegranate, a guava, a persimmon, a grape seedling, and several strawberry seedlings. Originally, Jiang Xia wanted a peach tree and longan, but Jiang Yang said that no one planted a peach tree in her yard because peach trees tend to become sperms and longans tend to attract bugs. Jiang Xia wanted to eat peaches and longans, and when the time came, he would deliver them to her. Jiang Xia didn't understand that, and Jiang Xia didn't know what kind of bug it was, so just think about it. Grapes can survive just by cutting them, but there are well-raised grape seedlings here in Jiangyang. You can take them back and plant them directly, and they will bear fruit in a year or two. Jiang Xia likes to eat fruits, and actually wants to grow a lot of them, but the yard is not big enough, so she should buy a big yard of her own and grow more kinds of fruits. In addition to fruit seedlings, Jiang Yang's daughter-in-law Yang Mei also planted some roses of different colors: roses, bougainvillea, coxcombs, rainweeds, sunflowers, and other flowers. Seeing that Jiang Xia liked them, she gave some of each to Jiang Xia to take back and plant. Jiang Yang said with a look of disgust, "Sister-in-law would like to take more of it back, so don't occupy the place where I grow the fruit." Yang Mei glared at him. "My flowers are planted in the corner of the wall. Where do they take up any space? You take up the most space. Get out of here." Jiang Xia smiled, and it could be seen that the couple had a good relationship. At noon, the couple also had lunch in the orchard. The pineapple chicken made by Jiang Yang's wife was sour and sweet and very appetizing. Jiang Xia helped make the braised pork ribs and perilla goose, which were praised so hard by the couple that she was embarrassed. When they left, Jiang Yang gave them a large bag of fruit, including mangoes, grapes, 2 large watermelons, several cantaloupes, and 2 large geese. The goose head was so big that Zhou Chengli gave him money without asking for it. Jiang Xia gave each of their 2 children a 10 yuan red envelope. Fortunately, although the furniture takes up space, there are still quite a lot of gaps left. Fruit trees and fruits can be stuffed in, otherwise there would be no room to put them. Jiang Yang and his wife watched the tractor leave. Jiang Yang's daughter-in-law is tall, and her skin is a little dark from tending the orchard all year round. She looked at the tractor going away and said, "Captain Zhou's daughter-in-law is so pretty." Commander Zhou has now retired from the army and returned to the village to make a living by fishing. He is no longer the captain, but he still marries such a delicate daughter-in-law and raises her. Can you live there? People in the village like to marry a wife who is strong and can eat well. Such a woman can work hard and take care of the family. At first glance, Jiang Xia is too squeamish and might not be able to bear the hardships of the village. The leader's wife is the youngest daughter of our former division commander. She is also an old lady. Of course she is pretty. My leader is very capable. Why can't he support her? Yang Mei glanced at him after hearing this. Then have you heard that your captain's beloved wife eloped with another man and was caught by him? Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Jiang Yang. It was past 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Zhou Chengli and Jiang Xia returned to the village, which was the hottest time of the day. Jiang Xia felt that her skin was burning from the hot air. The courtyard door was closed, so Zhou Chengli jumped off the tractor and opened the door. Zhou's mother heard the noise and walked out. She saw a tractor and said in surprise, "Why did you buy so much? Did it cost a lot of money?" Grandma also heard the sound coming from the yard next door and said with a smile, "Oh, you bought so many stools. It's better to buy more, so that you can put them at home to feel like a home." Mother Zhou thought about the long and empty living room and felt that she should buy some. Everything on the tractor was with ropes. Jiang Xia untied the ropes and replied with a smile, "The living room is indeed too empty. I will buy some furniture during today's market day." The great-grandmother smiled and said, Yes, the living room is too empty to gather wealth. You should buy it." Xiao Xia understands. No wonder Xiao Xia encounters Gaji fish as soon as she goes to sea. What else could Mother Zhou say? Everything was said by the 2 of them. Jiang Xia untied the rope, but the way the rope was knotted was something she had never seen before, and it took a long time to untie it. Zhou's mother and great-aunt were moving the fruit saplings into the yard. Zhou Qinglei also untied the other ropes and walked to Jiang Xia. "I'll do it." He tied the knot of the rope, which most people would not be able to untie. Jiang Xia let go, moved her body, and let him come. But when she got out of the way, her shoulder rubbed against the back of a bamboo chair on the tractor. Several bamboo chairs were stacked on top. The rope was tied very firmly before, but after Zhou Chengli untied the rope, it loosened. As soon as Jiang Xia hit him, several bamboo chairs fell down. Jiang Xia subconsciously reached out to hold the bamboo chair, but one of the bamboo chairs fell down. "Be careful." Zhou Qinglei also subconsciously reached out to hold the bamboo chair and held Jiang Xia's head with his other big hand to prevent her from being hit. Jiang Xia only felt that her whole body was enveloped in his arms, and her nose was filled with the refreshing ocean scent of his body and the scent of soap locust on her sleeves. Grandma Tai and Mother Zhou hurriedly stretched out their hands to help support the bamboo chair. Okay, support me," Zhou's mother said. Zhou Chunlei then put down his hand, and Jiang Xia looked back after hearing this. Then it was such a coincidence that Zhou Chunlei brushed Jiang Xia's lips when his arm with rolled-up sleeves was lowered. End of chapter. When the soft lips brushed against his arm, Zhou Chunlei's heart skipped a beat, as if he was electrocuted, and he quickly retracted his hand. Jiang Xia blushed instantly and quickly backed away, only to bump into the bamboo chair on the tractor again. Zhou Chunlei quickly suppressed her. His long arm was just on top of her head, and he said hoarsely, "Don't move. I will move it. You can go back to the house first." Okay. Jiang Xia was trapped between the tractor and him. Her face became even hotter. She was too embarrassed and couldn't stay any longer. She carefully got out from under his long arms. Zhou Chunlei also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the weather was even hotter than noon. Jiang Xia ran into the yard and thought about not taking the vegetable basket and fruit. She turned around and walked back to the driver's seat to carry the vegetable basket back into the house, and then went to move the fruits and geese sent by Jiang Yang. It was a bit heavy, and she had a hard time moving it. Zhou Chunlei was unloading the furniture from the tractor, and Zhou's mother and great-grandmother were helping to hold it. When he saw it, he said, "Leave it. I will move it later." Jiang Xia. "It's okay. I can do it." Jiang Xia carried a large goose weighing more than 10 kilograms off the tractor. Mother Zhou asked, "Why buy 2 big geese?" Zhou Chunlei, "This is a gift from Jiang Yang." Mother Zhou, "That kid always gives him gifts here and there. Remember to send him some dried fish another day." Mother Zhou added, "Jiang Yang went to the army with you back then. His 2 children are 6 or 7 years old, right?" "Absolutely." Zhou Chunlei responded casually, holding the backs of 2 bamboo chairs with one hand, walked to Jiang Xia, easily took the bag in her hand with one hand, walked into the yard, and put the bamboo chairs and the bag of fruits was put together under the eaves, and then went out to move other tables and chairs. Mother Zhou came in with 2 bamboo chairs and said, "Then you 2 should work harder." Zhou Chunlei didn't answer this time. Jiang Xia was even less able to answer. Her face was still hot. Grandma brought 2 bamboo chairs in and smiled. "They have just been married. Why are you anxious? I tell you, don't be anxious about this. The more anxious you are, the less likely your child will come. If you don't care, he will come quietly." Mother Zhou didn't dare to say anything after hearing this. This is the fact. You can't be impatient. The more impatient some people are, the less likely they are to get pregnant. She went out and continued to help move tables and chairs. Jiang Xia secretly breathed a sigh of relief and stopped helping. He planned to wash some fruits for everyone to eat. She went to the kitchen to find a bamboo basket, picked up the mangoes and grapes, and put them in the basket, revealing 2 large watermelons. She carried a watermelon to the well and used the water in the bucket to clean the skin. It was too hot, so she planned to cut the watermelon so that everyone could eat it after the furniture was moved. It's just that the watermelon has not been chilled. The weather is so hot, so the flesh of the watermelon is probably warm, but the watermelon is very watery, so it can at least quench your thirst. Zhou Chunlei brought a bamboo bed in and put it down. When he saw it, he walked over, picked up the watermelon, and threw it into the well. "Hey, what are you doing? What if the watermelon sinks?" Jiang Xia looked into the well anxiously. "I saw the watermelon submerged in the water, splashing for a while, and then floating again." Jiang Xia, "It won't sink." Zhou Chunlei pulled her a few steps away from the well. "It won't sink. Don't you want to cool down the watermelon? Put it in the well to stabilize it, and then hang it up to eat in the evening. It will be cold inside." This was the first time for Jiang Xia to see him. She nodded. "Oh, don't get so close to the wellhead." Zhou Chunlei warned again worriedly, and continued to move things. The watermelon cannot be eaten for the time being, but there are other fruits. Jiang Xia went to clean the grapes and mountain berries and put them in the fruit basket. Then he peeled off the last pineapple and cut the black thorns into circles. Then divided into 6 pieces and soaked them in salt water boiled with cold water. Finally, she took a few more mangoes, cut them into pieces, diced the mango meat, and put it in a large bowl. After finishing all this, Zhou Chunlei and the other 3 also moved everything into the house and put it away. Jiang Xia wiped the newly purchased coffee table with a rag, and then placed several plates of fruit on the coffee table. Jiang Xia smiled and asked them to eat fruit. Zhou Chunlei drank an enamel jar of water and said, "You guys eat, and I'll return the tractor." Jiang Xia grabbed his sleeve. "What's the rush? It's not too late to go back after eating." Grandma walked over and sat on the new wooden sofa with a smile. "Yes, I'll return the fruit after eating. It won't take long." "Oh, this bench is comfortable." Mother Zhou felt a little sad when she saw the fruit on the table. Who could eat so much fruit at one time? This cost a lot of money, right? She thought of her eldest grandchildren. Guang and his brothers haven't eaten fruit for a long time. How many fruits have I bought? Are there any left? I'll give them. The great-grandmother picked a grape and stuffed it into Zhou's mother's mouth, blocking her unspoken words. "These grapes are sweet. Try it." Mother Zhou, check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings, so why bother? The most taboo thing about parents-in-law is that they can't handle it. The one who takes care of one son is thinking about the other son, and they can't wait to use all the things in this son's family to subsidize the other son. Jiang Xia picked a piece of pineapple with a toothpick and handed it to Zhou Chunlei. "Try whether it's sweet first." Zhou Chunlei glanced at her before taking the pineapple in her hand, and his big palm accidentally touched her hand. Jiang Xia felt her heart beating. Thinking of the scene just now, her face became hot again. She quickly lowered her head and picked out a piece of pineapple for her great-grandmother and Zhou's mother and handed it to them. After Zhou Chunlei finished eating the pineapple, he went to peel the grapes. After peeling, he didn't eat it himself. He placed the half bowl of grape meat in front of Jiang Xia. "I'll return the tractor." Then he stood up and walked out. Jiang Xia was stunned for a moment and turned to look at him. Her long legs crossed the threshold, her posture was straight, and her back was outstanding. She looked away, picked a grape, and put it in her mouth. It was very sweet. Grandma Tai and Mother Zhou were not willing to eat too much. After eating a piece of pineapple, a grape, and a piece of mango pulp, they stopped eating and went to Grandma Tai's house to weave fishing nets together. Women in the village weave fish nets to make money whenever they have free time at home. Few people sit and play, but there are also some lazy women who gather in groups of 3 or 5 to play cards and mahjong. But Zhou's mother and great-aunt are not such people. They make money by weaving fish nets when they have free time. Jiang Xia finished the pineapple and then ate half a bowl of grape meat, a little mango, and mountain twist seeds. After eating the fruit, she washed her hands and took out her to plant the fruit saplings and flowers she brought back. Then I saw a big goose with 2 legs and wings tied to the corner. Thinking of what Jiang Yang said about going home, he untied the 2 geese. If they were tied for a long time, they would die. Jiang Xia walked over, carrying a goose head in one hand, and 2 big geese to the place where the ducks were raised and released them. Jiang Yang also caught geese in this way, so there should be no problem. As a result, she untied the 2 geese, turned around, and walked out. These 2 big guys opened their wings and chased her to bite her. Where has Jiang Xia ever encountered such a battle? I subconsciously started running. When Zhou Chunlei came back, he saw Jiang Xia being chased by 2 geese. Seeing her running towards him, he thought that she would throw herself into his arms if she was timid. He subconsciously reached out. On the first day of the college entrance examination, I sincerely wish all the students that if they have divine help in writing, they will succeed and be named on the gold list. End of chapter. Zhou Chunlei is ready to catch her. As a result, Jiang Xia realized that it was just 2 geese. What were they afraid of? Not a snake. She turned around suddenly, so fast that both geese were stunned. Jiang Xia's agile hand grabbed the stretched goose's neck and lifted it up. At this time, the other one reacted and attacked too. She grabbed the goose's neck and lifted it high. Jiang Xia lifted the 2 geese high. It was a bit difficult, but she had to maintain her momentum. She said fiercely, "Bite. Do you want to bite? If I don't show off my power, you think I'm a sick cat, right? Tell me, do you dare to bite me next time? If you dare to bite me again, I will kill you. Stew you." Zhou Chunlei. Zhou Chunlei put down his hand and walked over. Jiang Xia cursed a few words and put the 2 geese down. The 2 geese attacked her again. She grabbed their heads again and lifted them up. Staring into their eyes, his eyes were fierce. "You're still here? I'll stew you." 2 lion-headed geese. This time Jiang Xia put them down again, but the 2 big guys didn't dare and ran away immediately. Zhou Chunlei chuckled. When Jiang Xia heard the sound, she turned around and glanced at him behind her. Thinking of her fierce appearance just now, she felt a little embarrassed. These two geese are so fierce. They chased me and bit me. Jiang Xia glanced at the two geese. They were walking around the yard at the moment, as if they were patrolling their new territory. Zhou Chunlei pressed down the raised corners of his mouth and nodded. Well, the geese are a bit fierce. I'll stew them for you next time, and I'll lock them up. The way she looked just now, she seemed to be getting more and more accustomed to life in the village. She used to dislike the chickens and ducks at home. I covered my nose when I saw it. The corners of Zhou Chunlei's mouth raised unconsciously, and he strode towards the two geese. Perhaps animals have the instinct to catch danger. When the two geese saw Zhou Chunlei approaching, they ran away immediately. How could they still have the posture of chasing Jiang Xia and biting them just now? It's like a mouse meeting a cat. Jiang Xia gritted his teeth. These two guys who bully the weak and fear the strong will stew them sooner or later. Zhou Chunlei took a lunge, bent down and grabbed the neck of a big goose with his long arms. He took a step forward, stretched his waist, and caught the second one. He carried the two goose heads, went to the back of the house, and locked them up. Zhou Chunlei locked up the two geese, and when he came out, he saw Jiang Xia taking out the strawberry seedlings and some flower seedlings. He went to the utility room and took out a hoe. Where do you plan to plant these fruit trees and flowers? Jiang Xia had already thought about it and pointed to a corner next to the well. Pomegranates are planted next to the patio. Pomegranates have a good meaning and the flowers are red and festive, so they can be planted in the front yard. Grapes are planted on the other side. It's time to build a grape trellis. Zhou Chunlei couldn't help but glance at her. Grapes also have many fruits. Guava also has many fruits, and persimmons mean everything goes well. Is it a hint that she bought so many fruits in good luck? Jiang Xia didn't look at him and continued. Guava and persimmon trees are planted behind the house. Okay, how about planting strawberries and these flowers in the corner? Zhou Chunlei asked. That's what I planned, but I'm afraid that chickens will peck the strawberries. The old hen walked around with a group of chicks every day. Zhou Chunlei. The strawberries are planted in flower pots first. When they bear fruit, they can be placed on the wall. There seem to be two old flower pots behind the house. He went to the back of the house and picked up two old flower pots and an old wooden pot with a broken edge. If the flower pots can't be planted, just plant them in the wooden pots first and then change the pots. Jiang Xia took a look. It was an earthen flower pot, the same color as the tiles. It was small and could only grow one strawberry. She nodded. Zhou Chunlei first went to dig a hole in the corner of the wall to plant pomegranates, put the dug mud into flower pots and wooden basins, and moved it to a place under the eaves where the sun would not be too strong, and asked Jiang Xia to plant strawberries on it. He continued to dig holes and plant fruit trees himself. After Jiang Xia planted strawberries and flowers, Zhou Chunlei also dug all the holes. The couple was holding a fruit tree, while the other was filling in the soil. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on them, making the yard exceptionally peaceful and peaceful. Not long after, Zhou's father came back pulling two bundles of bamboo on an iron bucket cart, and Zhou followed behind to help push them. Zhou came in and called out sweetly, "Uncle Andy." Then he ran to Zhou Chunlei and asked curiously, "Uncle, what are you doing?" "Grow grapes for Zhou to eat." "Does Zhou like eating grapes?" Zhou nodded happily. "I like it." When Father Zhou saw it, he said, "No wonder you asked me to chop some bamboo back to build a grape trellis." Jiang Xia. "Dad, Zhou, there are pineapples and grapes in the house." Father Zhou is not very interested in fruits. "I don't like fruits, you eat them." "We have all eaten, and I left it specially for you and Zhou." Then Zhou helped Grandpa eat. As soon as Zhou heard this, he ran into the house, put down the whitewashed military green five-pointed star crossbody school bag, and ran to wash his hands. After washing her hands, she ran back into the house and took a look at the two pieces of pineapple. Seeing that there were only two pieces, she didn't dare to take them. Instead, she picked a grape and put it in her mouth. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Sweet and sour, extremely satisfying. She was reluctant to spit out the skin, so she ate the skin as well, spit out the grape seeds into her palm, collected them, and planted them soon. I ate 2 grapes and a few more mountain tuber seeds, but I didn't dare to eat anymore. After Jiang Xia finished planting the flowers, she went into the house and took a look. She saw that Zhou had not eaten 2 pieces of pineapple, and there were no changes in the grapes and mountain spinach seeds. Without parents, children who live under the shelter of others are so cautious and do not dare to eat more. Jiang Xia picked a piece of pineapple with a toothpick and gave it to her. Why doesn't Zhou eat pineapple? Grandpa doesn't eat it, so Zhou must have eaten it. It's not good to soak it for a long time. Zhou then took it and smiled shyly at Jiang Xia. Thank you, Annie. Finally, he doesn't look timid anymore. Jiang Xia touched her head. Zhou remembered to eat the remaining piece of pineapple. If you soak it for too long, you can't eat it. Don't waste it. Yeah. After Zhou finished a piece of pineapple, he picked up the remaining piece with a toothpick, sat on the threshold, licked it, and then took a small bite. He felt more satisfied than ever before, and his eyes were filled with smiles. Eating 2 pieces of pineapple in a row was something she had never tried before. In the past, she could only eat a small piece of the food, and her brothers would eat the larger pieces. After Jiang Xia went out and worked with Zhou Chonglei to plant fruit trees, Zhou Chonglei brought a bucket of water to water some newly planted saplings. When Jiang Xia saw him watering, she poured 2 spoonfuls of water on the manhole cover he made last night. She asked curiously, "Why do you pour water on the manhole cover?" Zhou Chonglei walked to the backyard carrying a bucket of water and replied, "By the way, the cement board will harden faster this way." Jiang Xia understood. Seeing Zhou Chonglei finish his work, Zhou's father said, "Lei, your eldest brother and the others should have returned from the sea. You and I will help pick up the goods." Zhou Chonglei responded, "Okay." Jiang Xia thought of Tian Kaiwa, who went to help last time. Although it depends on the situation, she still helped, so she said, "I'll go help too." Zhou Chonglei, "No, Dad and I can go." Father Zhou also said no. Jiang Xia didn't insist. Guessing that Zhou Chonglei and Zhou's father would not be back soon, she put the water chestnuts in a pot and cooked them, saving them for snacks at night, and then started washing vegetables and cooking. After the water chestnuts were ripe, Jiang Xia filled a bowl of water chestnuts, then took a basket, picked up a few mangoes and 2 large bunches of grapes, and sent them to her great-grandma's house. Just when I went out, I met Zhou Chonglei and others coming back. Jiang Xia was a little surprised that it happened so quickly, but when she saw Tian Kaiwa's dark face, she guessed that she didn't catch any fish today. Tian Kaiwa looked better when she saw the basket of fruits in Jiang Xia's hand. She thought it was for her. It's still college entrance examination day. I wish all the candidates that writing can be smooth and easy, that writing can be fulfilled as you wish, and that your dreams can blossom with your pen. Tian Kaiwa raised a smile and said, "Where is Xia going?" Jiang Xia replied, "Send some fruits to Grandma." Tian Kai's face suddenly elongated, and he asked again, "How many brothers of Guangzhou Yaozu are here with you?" Jiang Xia, "No." Tian Kaiwa left with a dark face, like someone owes her millions. Zhou Qingxin smiled awkwardly at Jiang Xia. "4th brother and sister, let's go back first." Jiang Xia smiled, "Okay." Then she walked into the grandma's house next door without being affected. Mother Zhou glanced at Jiang Xia's back and then at Zhou Chonglei. "Your wife is quite generous, but you can't treat her favorably. Your sister-in-law should feel uncomfortable." She didn't think it was wrong for her younger daughter-in-law to give fruits to her great-grandmother's family, but she just felt that she should also give some to her eldest son's family. Zhou Chonglei walked into the courtyard carrying a bucket of fish with an expressionless face. There is no favoritism, it is courtesy. Jiang Xia can give the things he buys to whomever he wants. Anyone who feels uncomfortable is asking for it. The sister-in-law didn't look good when she saw Jiang Xia. Can Jiang Xia give her fruit? Mother Zhou, how many days have the 2 of you recovered? Protected so quickly? Mother Zhou muttered, "Didn't eldest brother give you a bucket of fish and crabs?" He also said that he knew Jiang Xia liked to eat the specially given crabs. Why didn't you say reciprocate? When Tian Kaiwa returned home, none of her 4 sons were at home. Their school bags were thrown casually in the yard. The chickens ran out of the backyard and littered the yard with chicken poop. The eldest son had a puddle of chicken on his school bag. Tian Kaiwa was already upset after a tiring day at sea and didn't make any money. Jiang Xia made her feel depressed. When she got home, the cooking pot was cold, and the yard was full of messes waiting for her. Tian Kaiwa was upset and depressed, and her lungs exploded with anger. Yelled, "Guangzhong Yaozu, you come back to me." Zhou Qingxin, who was following behind him, got excited and said in a feint of anger, "I'm going to catch these brats. They're going against the grain." After saying that, he wanted to run away. Tian Kaiwa stopped him. "Stop. Where are you going? Didn't you see chicken on the ground? You haven't cleaned it yet? You don't want to eat tonight? If you don't sweep it, get out and spend time with your mother." Zhou Qingxin silently picked up the broom that fell on the ground in the corner and started sweeping it. Tian Kaiwa picked up the school bags on the ground one by one and scolded her as she picked them up. "Your parents are really partial. Their partiality is as boundless as the sea." The fourth couple went to sea, one went with him, and the other stayed. "We cook and do housework at home. The fourth child and I have nothing to eat as soon as they get home. They don't help me with anything. They don't help me feed the chickens, and they don't help me make meals. I get up in the middle of the night to go out to sea. I will cook for you guys when I get back." Zhou Qingxin knew that she had not made any money from going to sea today, and she was unhappy. Moreover, after a busy day, she was indeed tired and hungry. He wanted to let her vent, but he really couldn't listen. He said angrily, "My dad said yesterday, didn't you say no to going to sea with us today? You were obviously worried about giving half of the money to my dad and didn't want him to go with us." Tian Kaiwa became even more angry when she heard this. "What about your mother? She can cook at home and wait for Jiang Xia to come back, but can't she come over and help me feed the chickens and cook the rice? I also gave birth to 4 sons to your Zhou family. What does Jiang Xia have? Credit? Look how good your parents are to her. It turns out that your father bought it from the market today." Jiang Xia couldn't finish it and wanted to share it with others. "They are just partial. And you, thinking about your fourth brother's family, treat him as a younger brother. Give him a bucket. Does he regard you as his brother? He won't give you any fruit." Zhou Qingxin, "Didn't my mother come over to cook the meal that Guang and the brothers had for lunch? Yesterday, my mother said that she would come over to cook in the evening. It was you who said that you could just come back and cook in the evening. Besides, the family has been separated, and my parents are with Ale and his wife. Isn't it normal to do more work for them? Before the separation, my parents gave us the new house, so why are we partial? Guangzhong Yaozu is not her grandson, so what's wrong with her coming over to cook a meal? You're not his son, so what's wrong with her coming over to help with some work? Your mother did a lot of work before, so why don't I do less? I'm not as good as Jiang Xia. My mother's family is rich, and the man can make money. He doesn't have to do anything at home, and the family provides good food and drink for her. It's not like me, who is a cow and works for you." Zhou Qingxin was also angry. "You also know that I am my parents' son, and I am still the eldest son. Why didn't you let my parents live here when we separated? If you let my parents live together, are my parents here? You just sit around and don't work? What do you think of Jiang Xia? You don't want to support my parents, but you want them to work for you. Are you feeling guilty?" After saying that, he threw away the broom, opened the courtyard door, and walked out. Then he saw several sons standing outside the door holding half a watermelon and a basket of fruits, panicking. Zhou Qingxin, "Zhou Wenguang, Dad, my uncle just gave us some fruits and water chestnuts. He said that he and his aunt went to the market today and Aunt bought them. He said that Aunt asked them to send them here." Tian Kaiwa, Zhou Wenzong, "Mom, I'm sorry. The reason why the chickens ran out is because we heard the chickens clucking after we finished our homework, and we went in to pick up eggs without closing the door. Grandma said that the chickens and pigs have been fed, and the vegetables have been watered. The ducks will catch up later." Zhou Wenyao, "Mom, we had dinner at my uncle's house at noon. The door of your room was locked, so Grandma couldn't go in to get rice to cook." Tian Kaiwa, "She forgot that she put the rice vat in her room." Zhou Qingxin looked back at Tian Kaiwa, sneered, and walked out. Tian Kaiwa muttered, "Your father has a bad temper. I forgot about it." Zhou Wenguang, "I'm going to catch the ducks." Zhou Wenyao, "I sweep the yard. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version." Zhou Wenzong, "I wash vegetables." Zhou Wenzu, "I'll light the fire." Tian Kaiwa said hurriedly, No, you hurry up and do your homework. You don't have to do this. Boys don't have to do housework. You must study hard, go to college, and give your mother a chance in the future." How could Tian Kaiwa be willing to let her sons do this? Usually it was Zhou Zhou who did it. She also hoped that her 4 sons would be admitted to college, stand out, and make her look good. Don't be like her, who can't even write your own name and bullies everyone. When Zhou Chunlei returned home, Jiang Xia saw something wrong with his face and didn't ask anything. He probably heard something bad. After all, Tian Saihua's face just now was not ordinary. With her temperament, she would definitely have an attack when she got home. Zhou Qinglei just came back with some mudfish and crabs. Zhou Qingxin gave them to her because he knew she liked eating crabs. So Jiang Xia picked up a piece of fruit and asked Zhou Chunlei to deliver it to her. She didn't like to owe others, especially people like Tian Kaiwa. If something happened one day, she could probably chase him back in person. Zhou Qingxin is actually not bad, and this person is also good in the book. For dinner, Jiang Xia and Zhou's mother cooked a pot of mashed fish, steamed dried fish with black bean sauce, macaroni with garlic paste, stir-fried pumpkin and beans with green bean leaves, and a few steamed crabs. The family ate with relish. Father Zhou suddenly remembered and said, "There was a broadcast in the morning saying that there will be a typhoon in the next 2 days, and everyone is told not to go to sea for these 2 days. I guess I won't be able to go to sea tomorrow." Jiang Xia was shocked. The radio said there was a typhoon? Adding an update today. End of chapter. Mother Zhou nodded. As I said, it was broadcast all morning this morning. Jiang Xia thought of the plot in the book and only said that the typhoon landed near this area, and then after the typhoon, the beach was full of shrimps. Only the heroine was almost swept away by the waves while chasing a fish. The book did not mention any other casualties, but some people lost their boats. She felt a little relieved. Jiang Xia reminded. Then remember to find a safe place to dock our boat and tie it up. Zhou Chunlei nodded. I'll go take a look after dinner. Jiang Xia thinks that Zhou Chunlei has one good thing. That is, he can listen to other people's opinions. No need to explain much. As long as it is useful and good, he is not afraid of trouble. After dinner, Zhou's mother took the initiative to clean up the dishes and chopsticks. Zhou's mother has always been diligent. She has done all the housework at home, and Jiang Xia does not need to do it. Zhou Chunlei went to park the boat. Jiang Xia went to cut watermelon. It's been really hot all day today. It's stuffy and hot, and there's no wind at all. Eat some watermelon to cool down. The next day, the wind and waves were very strong. It was gloomy all day long, and there was no sun. It was probably a typhoon on the other side of the sea. The waves were so strong that it was impossible to go out to sea. Zhou Qinglei set up a grape trellis at home and checked the tile roof. Sure enough, it started to rain at night, and the raindrops hit the tiles tick, tick, tick. There was the sound of things being blown down in the yard, and the wind roared outside. There was so much movement that Jiang Xia was woken up just after entering a deep sleep and opened her eyes. Zhou Qinglei's voice sounded. It's okay, the typhoon is coming. It's still early. Keep sleeping. The sound of rain and wind outside became louder and louder, and Jiang Xia couldn't sleep. Suddenly, she heard a ticking sound coming from the closet. Zhou Qinglei sat up. Jiang Xia also sat up and asked, "Is it leaking?" Zhou Qinglei nodded. "Probably. I'll find a basin to catch the water. After all, it is an old house that is decades old. Although the tile leaks have been repaired, there are leaks everywhere. If you have not experienced wind and rain, you will not know where the leaks will occur." Zhou Chunlei got out of bed, turned on the light, and found rain leaking from the wardrobe, so he quickly walked out. Jiang Xia was still lying on the bed. After waiting for a while, Zhou Qinglei did not come back. Suddenly the light bulb went out, and the power went out. Not long after, she heard bursts of crashing and breaking sounds coming from outside. The tiles on the roof must have been blown off by the typhoon. She was startled and worried whether Zhou Chunlei had been hit. She shouted Zhou Chunlei several times, but no one answered. She quickly got out of bed and ran out. As soon as I left the room, the draft mixed with the rain blew into the hall. The wind was so strong that people almost couldn't stand still. A bolt of lightning lit up in the sky, and Jiang Xia saw things in the yard being blown around. There were a bunch of broken tiles on the ground, and the tiles in the utility room were blown down. She didn't see Zhou Chunlei, so it didn't take that long to get a basin. She was worried that he would be knocked unconscious in the utility room. She waited for a gust of wind to pass and ran out quickly. Zhou Chunlei. Zhou Chunlei. After running out a few steps, the tiles of the utility room were blown up by the strong wind and rushed towards Jiang Xia. An enamel basin on the patio was also picked up by the wind and flew over. Jiang Xia's whole body was blown away by this evil wind. She couldn't control her body and could only subconsciously raise her hands to block it. A figure came out of nowhere, pulled her in, and protected her whole body between the wall and his arms. Jiang Xia only heard the sound of a large number of tiles hitting the basin. The tiles shattered on the ground under their feet. Before Jiang Xia could react, Zhou Chengli had already picked up Jiang Xia with one hand and rushed into the house, put her down, and then quickly closed the door to block the violent storm raging outside. Jiang Xia came back to her senses and said anxiously, "Are you okay?" Zhou Chengli was holding an enamel basin in his hand. He used the basin to cover his head just now and scratched his arm. But what kind of injury is this small injury? He didn't take it seriously. "It's okay. I covered my head with a basin. There's a typhoon. Why did you run out?" Jiang Xia, "I heard the sound of tiles blowing down, and I was afraid you would be injured." Jiang Xia saw that his arm seemed to be bleeding, but it was not clear whether it was because of the dim light. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou also came out at this time. "What's wrong? Are you okay? Are you injured?" There was a power outage, and neither elder could see that Zhou Chengli was injured. "Zhou Chengli, it's okay. The room is leaking. I'll go out and get a basin." "Is your house leaking?" "I'm going to get another basin in. It's windy outside, and the tiles have blown off." "Don't go out. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version." "Father Zhou, there is no leakage in our room. Where is the back of the tile flying off?" The tile back of the wood house was blown away. "Yesterday, we went up to check and reinforce it, but it was still blown away. This shows how powerful this typhoon is." Zhou's mother went to find a flashlight. "I'm going to see if there are leaks in other rooms so that the grains don't get wet." Fortunately, the house was repaired before, otherwise it might not be possible that all the tiles would be blown away. "This typhoon is a bit big." "Zhou Chengli, I've checked it all, and there's no leakage. No need to look. You go back to sleep. Don't go out. It's dangerous. You go back to sleep. Let's take a look again. Don't go out." Zhou's father and Zhou's mother were still worried and went to Zhou and another room to check. Zhou's mother planned to sleep with Zhou. The child was sleeping deeply and didn't wake up, but if he woke up, she would be afraid. Zhou Chengli told the two elders not to go out and took Jiang Xia back to the room. Zhou Chengli went back to the room, took out the flashlight, and turned it on. He put the basin in his hand on the top of the closet to catch the water and wiped the water on the top with a cloth. With the flashlight on, Jiang Xia could clearly see several wounds on Zhou Chengli's arm. Jiang Xia waited for him to finish wiping, took his hand, and checked with a flashlight. There are 2 wounds that are quite deep and bleeding. Some medicine is needed. Others are shallower. There must be a wound on his back, because his clothes were stained with a little blood. Jiang Xia, take off your clothes, and I'll help you treat your wounds. When Jiang Xia looked at Zhou Chengli to see if she was injured, Zhou Chengli was also looking to see if Jiang Xia was injured, worried that she might also be injured by the tiles. Jiang Xia was not injured, but her clothes were soaked. Her pajamas were white and looked particularly see-through when they were wet and stuck to her skin. Under the light of the flashlight, Zhou Chengli saw that she was not injured and looked away. "I'm fine. You change clothes first and see if you are injured. I'll go out for a while." "Where are you going?" "I'm fine. I'll give you some medicine first." Jiang Xia grabbed him and lowered his head to check on himself. "I'd better change my clothes first." It was the first time he was so embarrassed that Jiang Xia stuttered and quickly let go. Zhou Chengli walked out. Jiang Xia quickly changed her clothes in less than a minute. After a quick glance, she saw that there was nothing wrong and she was dressed neatly. Then she opened the door and went out to call Zhou Chengli to come in. Her face was still a little hot. Zhou Chengli walked in. Jiang Xia closed the door and said, "Take off your clothes." Second update. I wish my baby a healthy Dragon Boat festival in advance, and remember to eat rice dumplings. End of chapter. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Jiang Xia was frightened by her harsh words. She realized that these words were inappropriate. She hurriedly explained, "I will help you treat the wound. Take off your clothes and let me take a look." After saying that, she ran to the dressing table and took out the cotton, gauze, and the box of Yunnan Baiyao. Zhou Chunlei was often injured in the past and had the habit of preparing injury medicine. Jiang Xia knows where to put it. Even in the dim light, Zhou Chunlei still saw her blushing face and reached out to her for the medicine. "Give it to me. I'll do it myself." Jiang Xia didn't give it to him and kept a straight face to make herself look serious. "How do you heal the injury on your back? Sit still and take off your clothes quickly." Zhou Chunlei glanced at her pretending to be calm face, sat down obediently, grabbed the hem of her clothes with both hands, lifted them up, and took off her clothes. Jiang Xia could see his abdominal muscles at a glance. They were not overly showy, but the lines were clear and just right. This man is blessed with a handsome face and a perfect figure. She took the cotton ball and carefully wiped off the excess blood on his arm. Zhou Chunlei lowered his eyes and looked at her. Under the dim light, her features were picturesque, delicate and beautiful, and her movements were gentle. Zhou Chunlei couldn't help but be fascinated. Gently wiping the cotton ball on his arm, Jiang Xia looked solemn and frowned slightly. "This wound is a bit deep." Zhou Chunlei came back to his senses and took a look at the wound. He didn't care much. "It's a small injury. It'll be fine in 2 days. Don't worry." Jiang Xia wiped away the blood, picked up the Yunnan Baiyao powder, motioned for him to raise his arm, sprinkled the powder on the wound, and then wrapped a thin layer of gauze around it, which could not only cover the powder, but also allow the wound to breathe and heal faster. "Quick. It's best not to get wet in the past 2 days to avoid infection." Seeing her skillful bandaging techniques, Zhou Chunlei raised his eyebrows slightly and responded softly, "Yes." After taking care of the wound on his arm, Jiang Xia looked at his back. The wound on his back was not deep, just a slight scratch. It would be fine without any medicine. But there were many scars on his back, which were shocking. The book said that he had been on the battlefield, participated in several battles, and made many contributions, and narrowly escaped death. He couldn't help but ask, "Are the scars on his back left on the battlefield? Were you seriously injured at the time?" Jiang Xia looked at the scars and couldn't imagine how he survived. "It's okay, I can't die." In fact, he almost died, but as long as he can win the battle and get injured, what does it matter? It's worth dying. Zhou Chunlei turned to look at her and saw her frowning tightly. He stood up and went to the closet to get a shirt and put it on to cover the hideous scars on her back. "Are you scared? It's ugly." Jiang Xia came back to his senses, shook his head, and said in admiration, "It's not ugly. These are medals for lovely people like you. Medals that never fade. They are very beautiful." Zhou Chunlei paused for a moment while buttoning and felt a strange throbbing in his heart. He glanced out the window and said, "It's still early before dawn, so you can continue to sleep for a while." Zhou Chunlei got dressed, took another pair of pants from the closet, and planned to go to the next room to change into them. Jiang Xia saw him walking out. "Where are you going?" "Change pants." Jiang Xia. She shouldn't have asked. It was almost dawn, but there was a violent storm outside, and there was a power outage. There was nothing he could do. Jiang Xia went back to bed and lay down. He fell asleep quickly and didn't wake up until dawn. It was still windy and rainy outside. Zhou Chunlei is not in the room. Jiang Xia changed her clothes and went out, and found him planing wood in the corner of the hall. Several logs have been planed, and there is another one being planed. Jiang Xia saw that the pieces of wood were planed quite smoothly. Ask him why he is planing wood. Zhou Chunlei. "I made a swing under the grape trellis." He didn't know why, but he thought she would like a swing in the yard. Jiang Xia didn't expect that he would think of making a swing, let alone that he could do it. "It's pretty good. Can you do it?" "Well, it's not difficult. In fact, he knows how to make bamboo chairs and bamboo stools, but he just doesn't have the time to do it. There was a typhoon today, and I had nothing to do, so I thought of making a swing." Father Zhou is breaking bamboo. In the long hall, the table was moved to one side, and the father and son settled in their own corner without disturbing each other. Jiang Xia saw Father Zhou holding a piece of bamboo, cutting a hole in the middle of the bamboo's cross-section, and then inserted a small wooden stick into it, then made another hole in the cross-section to form a cross with the previous one, inserted another wooden stick in, and two of the wooden sticks formed a cross and were pushed down, and the whole bamboo broke into 4 pieces. Then the 4 pieces of bamboo were divided into 8 pieces. Clean and neat. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. She finally understood how she was so unstoppable. Zhou's mother has already prepared breakfast: white porridge with sour bamboo shoots and steamed fish fillet with black bean sauce, which is quite appetizing. Even after carrying the food from outside the house to the house, Zhou's mother's clothes got wet, so she went to change again. Jiang Xia went to wash up and came back wet. This kind of old house still has many inconveniences. There is no toilet, and the kitchen is outside. In the house she builds in the future, there must be a way to go to the kitchen without being exposed to the rain, and there must also be a bathroom in the house. Now she doesn't dare to drink water or eat randomly at night, for fear of having to go out to use the toilet in the middle of the night. On typhoon days, every household does not go out. Zhou's father was weaving sun mats in the house. Zhou Chunlei was making a swing, and Zhou's mother was weaving fishing nets. There was almost no place to stay in the entire hall. Jiang Xia thought of the shrimps that were all over the beach after the typhoon. She went out to find 2 bamboo rakes and asked Zhou Chunlei to cut some thin bamboo strips for her. She wanted to improve a shrimp rake. The wind outside was less, and the rain was still heavy. When the rain stopped, she went to collect the shrimps. Seeing her clumsily weaving the teeth of the bamboo rake with bamboo strips, Mother Zhou asked curiously, "Xiao Xia, what are you doing?" "Jiang Xia, I plan to make a tool to catch the sea." "Don't worry, Mom. I will remove these bamboo strips after use, and the rake will not be damaged." Zhou's mother had never seen such a strange tool for catching the sea. She just thought she had nothing to do and didn't care about her. It rained all day, and the wind was strong and weak. When the wind was less windy, Zhou Qingxin and Tian Kaihua came in the rain. They were worried that the tiles on the roof would be blown away, so they came to see if they could be taken to a new house. They also brought some food. Tian Kaihua saw Jiang Xia playing with the bamboo rake and asked curiously, "Xiao Xia, what are you doing?" "Make a tool to catch the sea. I heard that there will be a lot of fish and shrimp on the beach after the typhoon. When the time comes, I will rake all the fish and shrimp into a pile. Do you want to make one, sister-in-law?" Tian Kaihua's mouth twitched. "No need. Do you think the ground will be full of fish and shrimps after the typhoon? And you still need a bamboo rake? There aren't that many, so don't bother." Using the gadget she modified, she didn't know if there would be a pile of fish and shrimp when raking it up, but there would definitely be a pile of sand. "I really have never seen the world." Jiang Xia didn't say much. She couldn't just say that she knew there was one and let everyone think that she was wrong because of ignorance. Of course she knew that it was very unlikely that the beach would be full of shrimps after a typhoon, but she had seen similar videos in modern times. And she's wearing a book. This typhoon is a typhoon that the author specially arranged for the heroine to make money, and it is also a typhoon that starts a relationship with the hero. However, Zhou Qingxin and his wife have both gone out. Now the wind and rain outside have lightened up. The typhoon has passed, but it is still raining. Jiang Xia asked Zhou Chunlei, "Is it okay to go to the beach now?" Tian Kaihua looked at her like a monster. "Going to the beach now? Are you willing to risk your life just to make money?" Happy Dragon Boat Festival. End of this chapter. Tian Kaihua said go. The typhoon has just passed, the rain has not stopped, and the waves are definitely still big. Going to the beach now is asking for death. Zhou Chunlei, "Don't worry. Wait until the rain stops and then go take a look." In fact, he also planned to go to the beach in the rain, but he just didn't want to take Jiang Xia with him. It was raining and the waves were big and dangerous. Zhou Qingxin also gave some advice. "Xiao Xia wants to catch the sea. Just wait until the rain stops and let Ale take you there. There is no point in going now. The waves should be big and you won't be able to pick up anything. You can easily catch a cold if you get caught in the rain." Jiang Xia glanced at the rain outside. Although it was still a bit heavy, like moderate rain, there was no wind. However, the rake in her hand has not been modified yet, and it is indeed raining, so she will have to wait a little longer. Then when I have modified these 2 rakes and the rain has subsided, I can go to the beach again. Brother, you will go to the beach early soon. Why are you anxious? It's not like there are fish, shrimps, and crabs all over the beach waiting for people to pick them up. Let's wait until the rain stops before going there. It doesn't cost money to catch a cold or have a fever in the rain. Tian Kaihua glanced at the rake modified by Jiang Xia and sipped it disdainfully. Pursing her lips, she suspected that Jiang Xia was too busy and wanted to go to the beach to play in the sand and water. Fearing that the rain would intensify, Zhou Qingxin saw that his parents were okay, so he called Shang Tian to pick flowers and left. Another quarter of an hour later, the rain was still falling. After Jiang Xia modified another target, she went directly to cook. After eating early, she went to the beach to pick up shrimps. Jiang Xia simply steamed the dried fish, fried a green vegetable, and fried a plate of sauerkraut, and the family had a simple meal. After dinner, the rain eased, but it was still falling. Jiang Xia packed up several snakeskin bags, 2 baskets, for buckets, several fences, and some bamboo poles, and also brought a new broom, dustpan, and other things. She put on a bamboo hat and a piece of plastic film as a raincoat and said to Zhou Chunglei, "Let's go. The rain has eased. Let's go to the beach." Jiang Xia just saw Zhou's mother dressed like this and walking back and forth between the kitchen and the hall. She finds it very convenient. The brim of the hat is very wide and can almost cover her shoulders. In addition, the thin film is draped over her body, so she doesn't need to hold an umbrella, which frees up her hands. Zhou Chunglei, Father Zhou, Mother Zhou, the wife here has completely fallen in love with rural life, right? Or is it just for fun? Father Zhou looked at the baskets, buckets, and snakeskin bags that Jiang Xia had packed away, and it was outrageous. He couldn't help but said, "Xiao Xia, it's enough to bring 2 buckets. You don't need to bring a basket." Mother Zhou nodded vigorously. Yes, even after the typhoon, there are not so many things to pick up on the beach. Bringing so many things out will definitely make you laugh to death when you meet the villagers. Miss, did she think it was a dry fish pond in her house with a lot of fish picked up? When she goes to the beach, does she bring so many things to pack the sand? Do you really think that after the typhoon, the entire beach will be full of fish? Being prepared may be useful. Isn't it said that the stronger the wind and waves, the more fish? Mom, you can go and remind brother and others to bring more things to pack. Then remember to push the cart over. After Jiang Xia finished speaking, he urged Zhou Chunglei, "Have you finished eating? How about I go to the beach first and won't wait for you? Jiang Xia is so anxious. If you go early, you might be able to pick up an extra pound of shrimp." Zhou Chunglei didn't understand why she was so anxious. It was still raining, and few people would go to the beach to pick up fish in the rain. It was estimated that no one would go there until the evening, but he still poured the rice in the bowl into his mouth, put down the bowl. She stood up, walked to her, and took the basket, bucket, snakeskin bag, fishing net, 2 iron bars, broom, and 2 bamboo rakes she had improved yesterday with her. Although he felt that these things might not be used, he did not argue as long as it took a little effort for her to do as she liked. Jiang Xia packed everything and stuffed it into 2 baskets. He just took it out with a pole. The couple walked out of the courtyard. Jiang Xia saw smoke coming from the chimney window of Grandma's house. She ran to Grandma's house and shouted, "Grandma, hurry up and catch the sea." Grandma replied, "So early? It's still raining. You go first, I'll go after dinner." Jiang Xia didn't wait for them, reminded them to bring more snakeskin bags and baskets, and walked quickly to the beach with Zhou Chunglei. Jiang Xia's steps were faster than ever before. She couldn't wait to run. No, she was already trotting, and kept urging Zhou Chunglei, "Hurry up. Your legs are so long. Why do you walk so slowly?" Zhou Chunglei. Until she was dozens of meters away from the seaside, Jiang Xia saw densely packed things on the sea surface. The waves rushed up and took away a wave, and she started running. Zhou Chunglei has good eyesight and started running. Shrimp. There are shrimps everywhere. There are also many fish. The book says that this was caused by a tornado at sea that swept up the shrimps on the bottom of the sea and dropped them into the air. Fortunately, the tornado did not reach the shore, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The 2 ran to the beach. The waves were indeed a bit big, but they just didn't get close. The beach where the waves can't reach them is enough for them to pick up. Jiang Xia. Enclose the net and don't let the waves take away all the shrimps. Okay, Zhou Chunglei was already holding the fence. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. He already understood the purpose of Jiang Xia's preparation of these things, but he was curious about how she could prepare so many, as if he had already known that there would be shrimps on the beach. He is curious, but will not delve into it. The couple pulled up a nearly 10-meter-long net on the beach to trap the shrimps. Zhou Chunglei was still watching Jiang Xia not to go too far, fearing that she would be carried into the sea by the waves. Give me that rake, Jiang Xia said excitedly. Zhou Chunglei glanced at her and immediately gave her the rake. The couple found a place where shrimps were densely packed, took Jiang Xia's improved bamboo rake, and rake it gently to get a small pile of shrimps, This also requires skills. If you use too much force and stir up the mud and sand, it will be more troublesome. Gently pull along the surface so that it just touches the shrimp but does not touch the sand. Both husband and wife are good at work, and they quickly mastered the skills. Within a few minutes, they had pulled out a pile of shrimps, about 5 or 6 kilograms. They went to find a place with dense shrimps. As for the scattered shrimps, they first picked up the shrimps in the dense areas and then slowly picked up the others. Of course, there were also some fish and shellfish, which they also scooped into a pile. Wenwan carried a load of tools and rushed to the beach in the rain. She was surprised when she saw people on the beach from a distance. Then she recognized Zhou Chunglei and Jiang Xia. It was only after she was reborn that she realized that after the typhoon, there would be many shrimps on the beach. She thought she would be the first to arrive. But Jiang Xia and Zhou Chunglei were earlier than her. She has been wondering for the past 2 days whether Jiang Xia was reborn. Now she can confirm that Jiang Xia is also reborn. Wenwan suddenly burst into anger. Jiang Xia came back again and refused to divorce, so he just took over Zhou Chunglei. She had been waiting to pick up the shrimps on this beach to earn money for tuition, so why should she come and grab them? This is not giving her a way to survive. End of chapter. Wenwan's eyes turned red when she looked at the seine net on the beach and the small piles of shrimps collected by Zhou Chunglei and Jiang Xia. Today, her father and stepmother forced her to give up her studies. They said they had no money to pay her tuition when school started and asked her to find a job to make money to help support the family. She has been waiting for this typhoon, waiting to collect shrimps and sell them to make money to pay for school. She does not want to follow the same path of her life. She didn't finish high school in her previous life because she didn't earn enough tuition this summer and was forced to drop out. The stepmother believes that a girl will get married sooner or later, and reading too many books is of no use. It is better to go out early to make money and help support the family. Otherwise, it will be in vain when she gets married. If she is not given money to study, she will always pay for the high school tuition herself. Earned. Her father has no biological son, only 2 biological daughters. One is her, and the other is the sister he and his stepmother later gave birth to. So his father raised the son brought by his stepmother as his biological son, thinking that he would rely on this in the future. The adopted son will provide for him until his death. All the money in the family is tied to this adopted child flower. Moreover, Father Wen also believes that no matter how many books a woman reads, it is better to find a good husband and marry well than to have a good job. So in her last life, she didn't finish her senior year of high school, so she went out to make money to support her family. The money she earns from working helps her stepmother's son and stepsister go to school. She got married not long after working. In her previous life, she didn't marry much better than Jiang Xia. The man she married was a gambler. The man she married was also found by her stepmother. Although it was a second marriage, the man worked in a supply and marketing cooperative and had a decent job. His ex-wife divorced because she had not given birth to a child for several years. The man had a good job and said that after getting married, he could get her to work in a supply and marketing cooperative and give her a large bride price. Stepmother said, "Isn't studying just to find a good job? Working in a supply and marketing cooperative is a guaranteed job, and even my stepbrother may not be able to find such a good job after graduating from college." At that time, she also felt that her stepmother's words made sense. After all, the work in the supply and marketing cooperative was really good. How many people wanted to join it? Then the man really liked her and was very kind to her. He brought her a lot of things every time he came. He also promised that after she got married, she could continue to go to college if she didn't want to work in the supply and marketing cooperative, and he would support her. So she got married. She was admitted to college, but she found out she was pregnant just after school started and ultimately failed to graduate from college. Because that man showed his true nature after she got pregnant and was a bad gambler. He would gamble every month as soon as his salary was paid, and he would go home after losing all his money. Later, he was caught gambling and lost his job. After she gave birth to the child, she still had to make money to support him and the child. But he secretly used the money she earned to gamble, and when he lost it all, He knelt down and begged for forgiveness. She forgave him again and again because her daughter was pregnant with a second child. Later, the man refused to change his ways and sold out all the houses, and his daughter also learned bad things. She couldn't bear to look back on the past, so Wenwan stopped thinking. In this life, she will never follow the old path. She will no longer support her stepbrothers and stepsisters in their studies, and she will not marry that man again. She will go to college by herself and get rid of the fate of her previous life. College students of this era are very popular. Her stepbrother and stepsister both went to college and found very good jobs after graduating from college. Their lives were much better than hers. A life of peace and stability, and a pension of tens of thousands when old. Wenwan looked at the seine net and small piles of shrimps. Since Jiang Xia was also reborn, it still blocked her from making money to pay tuition and change her destiny. Then there's no need for her to be polite. Let's just rely on our own abilities from now on. See who can change their destiny. Originally, she thought that if Jiang Xia was also reborn and she was unwilling to divorce Zhou Chengli, then she would not be able to be a mistress. But now I think about Zhou Chengli not liking Jiang Xia. And her dreams are too real. They are all omens. Everything she dreams will happen. So Zhou Chengli must be her husband in the future. Jiang Xia is now a dove occupying a magpie's nest. A while ago, she dreamed that Zhou Chengli saved her from being swept away by the waves. She vaguely felt that today was the moment when her and Zhou Chengli's destiny began. Wenwan hurriedly ran to Zhou Chengli and said with a smile, "Brother Zhou, are you so early?" Zhou Chengli and Jiang Xia were separated to collect shrimps in a place where shrimps were densely packed. Zhou Chengli only replied, "Yeah," without raising his head or looking at her. He lowered his head and used a rake to pull the shrimp steaks together. Wenwan felt that there was no need to rush. He would save her soon. Now it is important to seize the time to collect shrimps and make money. Otherwise, she will have no money to pay for school fees. The waves were quite big now. She didn't expect Jiang Xia to be so smart that she would use seine nets to block the shrimps that were carried away by the waves. However, she came prepared and brought a pushboard for harvesting grains. However, when the pushboard was scraped, there was more mud and sand than shrimps. It would also be troublesome to clean up. Moreover, the beach was not flat, and it was not easy to scrape. She saw the improved bamboo rake used by Zhou Chengli and Jiang Xia. With a gentle pull, it could catch only the shrimps, and the sand and mud could also leak out from the gaps, leaving behind individual shrimps. Moreover, the rake had teeth and was not afraid of unevenness, which is much more convenient. Why didn't she think of using a rake? Wenwan had no choice but to give up using the pushboard and pick it up directly. In addition to shrimps, Wenwan had another dream last night about 2 conchs. Those 2 conchs were picked up and pearls were found. Those 2 conchs are also her goal today. Wenwan glanced at the basket next to Zhou Chengli. There was no conch, so she felt relieved. She quickly picked up shrimps and looked for conches. It was raining now and no one came. After a while, the rain stopped and the people in the village came out. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Soon Father Zhou arrived. He saw that Zhou Chengli and Jiang Xia hadn't gone home for so long, so he came over after guessing that the beach might have something in store. Of course, he was even more worried that something might happen to them, so he came to take a look. Father Zhou saw something unusual on the beach from a distance, and he hurried over. Zhou Chengli saw him and said, "Dad, please help shovel these piles of shrimps into the basket." Jiang Xia and Zhou Chengli both collected piles of shrimps with rakes. Although it is only a small pile, it is still a pile of several kilograms. Okay, Zhou's father hurriedly ran over to pick up the piles of shrimps with a bamboo basket and poured them into the basket. He smiled from ear to ear. Fortunately, Xia is so well prepared. If you don't bring enough, you can run back to get it. The time you need to go back and forth is enough to collect 2 or 3 kilograms of shrimp. Yes, it's about harvesting shrimps. Now the beach is like drying millet, full of shrimps. All right, a bit exaggerated, but there are indeed scattered shrimps everywhere. Wenwan became even more anxious when she saw Father Zhou coming, which proved that more and more people would come. She just picked up a basket now, and I haven't found the 2 conchs that produced pearls in my dream. But the beach is very vast, so finding it is easier said than done. She looked around. Where's the pearl conch? Wenwan's eyes suddenly paused and fell on the sleeves Jiang Xia was wearing. The hand that picked up the conch in the dream was slender and white, round and delicate. At first glance, it looked like a pampered hand, but in contrast, it was wearing a sleeve. It's exactly the same as Jiang Xia's sleeves. Wenwan's heart was beating fast. Jiang Xia must not pick up her pearl conch. Adding an update. Thank you for your support. End of chapter. Jiang Xia didn't know that she was being targeted by the heroine. At this time, Zhou's mother, Dafang's family, and Grandma's family also came in a hurry. Tian Saiwa's eyes turned red when she saw that Jiang Xia had picked up a basket full of shrimps and half a basket full of fish. Father Zhou was still collecting piles of shrimps. She couldn't help blurting out, "You guys have picked up all the fish and shrimps on this beach. What? Why didn't you call us earlier?" In addition to shrimps, there were also some fish that were swept up by the tornado. A fish was worth more than a shrimp. Zhou Chunglei and Jiang Xia would pick it up first when they saw it. Jiang Xia didn't even bother to talk to Tian Kaiwa and didn't even look at her. The more he pays attention to this kind of person, the more arrogant she becomes. If you have time to pay attention to her, you can only pick up 2 more shrimps to make money. Let her talk to herself and feel aggrieved. Zhou Chunglei didn't speak either. "Father Zhou, didn't Xiaoxia say that? It's still raining heavily, and she wants to come. Pick it up quickly. Before anyone else comes, pick up more." Xiaoxia and Alei came here in spite of the rain. Tian Kaiwa pursed her lips, no longer caring about the sourness, and hurriedly ran to a crowded place to pick up shrimps. She used a small shovel to plate the shrimps into a pile, but Jiang Xia and Zhou Chunglei pulled the surrounding shrimps together with a few rakes. What a regret she had. If I had known better, I would have brought a rake. She even wondered if Jiang Xia had already known that there were so many shrimps on the beach. But how is this possible? All I can say is that she is lucky. Some people are very lucky since they were born, like Jiang Xia, whose father is a senior leader and his mother is a factory director. I heard that he has always taken a jeep to go to school since he was a child. God is so unfair. She was almost thrown away because she was a daughter, and it was even impossible to study. Zhou's mother and great-grandmother were together, and they also saw that the improved rakes in the hands of Jiang Xia and Zhou Chunglei were useful. Grandma said, "How did you come up with the idea of arranging the rake like this?" Mother Zhou smiled and said, "Xiaoxia did it." Grandma, "Oh, Xiaoxia is really smart. This educated person has a good brain." Mother Zhou was convinced. She looked at the baskets of shrimps and smiled from ear to ear. Jiang Xia's shipping is really good. How could there be so many shrimps after typhoons? A rare opportunity in a century. She chased the sea when others were chasing it. The first time she came, the beach was full of fish and shrimps waiting for her to collect. Mother Zhou also regretted not coming with her just now. Mother Zhou excitedly picked up shrimps on the beach. As the rain became less and less, villagers also came to catch the sea one after another, and more people came to the beach. Within half an hour, the entire beach was full of people. Zhou Chunglei asked Zhou's father to collect the shrimps in the seine net. There were too many people on the beach, and they had picked up a lot of shrimp anyway, so Jiang Xia simply walked to the reef. Zhou Chunglei saw her walking away and called her. "Jiang Xia, where are you going?" Jiang Xia pointed to the reef. "I'll go there and have a look." Zhou Chunglei warned her. "Be careful, the surface of the reef may be slippery." Jiang Xia nodded, indicating that he understood, and then walked towards the reef with the bucket. Wenwan heard Zhou Chunglei calling Jiang Xia, looked over, and saw Jiang Xia heading towards the rocks. Her heart was beating fast. She searched around the beach but couldn't find the 2 pearl conchs in her dream. They must be among the rocks. Don't let Jiang Xia pick it up first. She also has to make money to pay for school fees. Wenwan also hurriedly walked towards the rocks. Jiang Xia didn't care when she saw Wenwan walking quickly past her towards the rocks. The beach is not hers. Whoever wants to go can go there. She has no control over it. Jiang Xia walked slowly and slowly. When she saw bubbling air holes under her feet, she would dig with a small shovel to see if there were any shellfish. Jiang Xia slowly dug her air holes and walked toward the rocks. Suddenly something big flew over and hit Jiang Xia's calf. Jiang Xia glanced at the big guy at his feet. It was a conch with thorns all over its body. A very big one, and the thorns are also very long. Jiang Xia was frightened for a while. Fortunately, She was wearing long water shoes, otherwise her calf would have been stabbed with several holes. But there was still a pain in her calf. Jiang Xia lifted up his trousers and saw that he had really been stabbed. A drop of blood formed quickly and flowed into the water shoes along the white and tender skin. Jiang Xia quickly pressed the wound. Zhou JJ almost stepped on a conch covered with thorns. If he stepped on it, even if he was wearing shoes, his feet would probably be broken. In anger, he raised his foot and kicked it away, but he didn't expect to hit Jiang Xia. It hit Jiang Xia's foot. Jiang Xia's skin is so white and tender. Only a small part of her legs are exposed, and they look gleaming white from a distance. He was about to walk over and take the opportunity to care and touch. But Panditi grabbed her and asked, "Where are you going?" "It hit someone. I'm going to see if there are any injuries." Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Panditi also saw Jiang Xia was hit and bleeding. It is true that Jiang Xia's skin is too white, and the bleeding is particularly obvious. She was so angry that she quickly pulled Zhou Junjie away. "Are you stupid? Are you going up at this time to pay for medical expenses? Of course you refuse to admit it. There are so many people on the beach. Who knows who smashed it? Don't admit it." At this time, Jiang Xia also looked up to see who had kicked such a dangerous guy over. In that direction, she saw Panditi and her son, as well as several villagers bending down to pick up things. She thought it was Panditi and her son who kicked her over, but she didn't see it. "Who kicked this conch over?" "It hurt someone." Panditi replied loudly. "You didn't see it. It wasn't us." In the distance, Zhou Chunglei saw Jiang Xia rolling up her trouser legs and saw her calf bleeding. All the shrimps in the same net were collected. He handed the remaining net to Zhou's father to collect and hurried over. Wenwan also happened to see Jiang Xia being hit, and she also saw the big guy that hit Jiang Xia. Wenwan's breathing paused. The conch that bloomed with pearls in the dream. She was particularly impressed because it was covered with thorns. Wenwan hurried over. "I hope Jiang Xia won't pick it up. Don't pick it up. She's not from the seaside, so she shouldn't understand, right?" Zhou Chunglei ran over, and Jiang Xia was bending down to hold the bleeding spot. He squatted down. "How did you get hurt? Let me take a look." "It's okay. I don't know who kicked this thing and hurt my calf. Fortunately, I was wearing water shoes and blocked it. I was only stabbed by a long thorn, otherwise my leg would be useless. Let me see if the wound is deep." Zhou Chunglei was worried. If such a sharp wound is too deep, it needs to be prevented with a tetanus shot. Jiang Xia let go of his hand. "It's not very deep. The bones are blocking it, and the water shoes also bear most of the force." Zhou Chunglei took a look. Fortunately, the wound was not very deep. He looked up at her and said, "Does the bone hurt? I'll take you to the health center to have a look." Being hit by such a big orangutan sea chrysanthemum clam, I don't know if any bones were broken. "Go to the health center again?" Jiang Xia quickly shook his head. "No, it wasn't very forceful when it was smashed down. You don't need to go to the health center. It's not that exaggerated. If you go to the health center, the doctor will laugh. You won't even see blood." Zhou Qinglei also thought about the last time he took her to see a doctor when she had a fever. It's normal to see a doctor when you're injured. When Wan came over at this time, took a look at the conch, and said warmly, "Sister Jiang Xia, are you injured? Are you okay?" Jiang Xia was surprised that she would take the initiative and replied, "It's okay. I was hit by this thing. I don't know who kicked it." Jiang Xia gently kicked the orangutan and the clam with his feet. Orangutan sea chrysanthemum clam rolled to Wenwan's feet. Wenwan's heart skipped a beat, and then she bent down to pick it up as if nothing had happened. End of chapter. Wenwan's hand almost touched the orangutan sea chrysanthemum clam, but a white and tender hand grabbed the longest thorn and picked it up. Wenwan's pupils shrank suddenly, and she suddenly looked up at Jiang Xia. When she realized something, she tried to keep her tone calm and said softly, "Sister Jiang Xia, this thing is so prickly. It's not good to leave it on the beach to sting people. I'll take it." "Lost it." Jiang Xia carefully took the orangutan sea chrysanthemum clam and studied it. She remembered the plot in the book. She also checked the pictures at that time, but she was not sure, so she asked Zhou Chunglei, "Do you know this guy?" "Orangutan sea chrysanthemum clam." Zhou Chunglei replied, "Even if Jiang Xia doesn't pick it up, he is going to pick it up. This big guy has a chance to produce pearls, although the chance is very slim." Jiang Xia put it into the bucket as soon as he heard it. This guy is quite beautiful. I will take it back and make it a decoration. Wan, she said unwillingly. There are so many thorns. Aren't you afraid of being stabbed accidentally when you take them home? I think it's better to throw them away. Sister Jiang Xia also has a child at home. The child is playful, so it would be bad to use it for fun. Jiang Xia, don't be afraid. I'll put it on the wall to prevent thieves from returning to the house. Wan. She was so angry. Just a little. Just a little. Who kicked it? Why didn't he just kick the orangutan and see Chrysanthemum towards her? Jiang Xia ignored the heroine and said to Zhou Chengli, I will continue to look at the reef. Zhou Chengli didn't trust her alone. I'll go take a look too. Only then did Wan come to her senses. Yes, there is also a pearl conch. She also quickly ran back to the rocks to look for it. This time Jiang Xia must not be found first. Neither the couple paid attention to Wan, who came inexplicably and then left rashly. After the typhoon, the sky was still overcast and the waves were big, but the tide gradually receded and many rocks were exposed. The couple walked to the rocks together, bending down from time to time to pick up a shrimp or dig a shellfish out of the blowhole and throw it into the bucket. For example, white clams and 60-year-old clams are very delicious, and Jiang Xia also likes them. I picked some back up and raised them in the seawater. They spit out the mud the next day, but I was a little worried that they would die if I couldn't keep them alive. Now the beach is full of people picking up shrimps and shellfish. There are not many people on the reef side because the waves are still big on the reef side, and seawater hits the reef from time to time. The waves were very big. Zhou Chengli told Jiang Xia not to go where the waves hit, but to search among the exposed rocks. Jiang Xia responded. The two of them were looking for each other at a distance not too far apart. Jiang Xia soon found a crab bigger than her hand in the cracks of the rocks, and she immediately picked it up with pliers. When the crab saw the iron pliers reaching over, it raised its two pliers and clamped the two legs of the iron pliers, so that Jiang Xia's clamps were more stable. She put the crab directly into the bucket, then continued to look for it, and picked up another flower crab. People here didn't like to eat it, but Jiang Xia loved it. After searching like this, I can't seem to find anything good as expected. Suddenly Jiang Xia saw a very large white conch, almost as big as a watermelon, in the crevice of the reef not far away. She didn't know if she could eat it, so she walked over. When one would pay attention to Jiang Xia from time to time, when she saw Jiang Xia's eyes falling in a certain direction, she looked over and her pupils shrank. Conch. Big conch. The conch that bloomed with pearls in her dream. When Wan ran over directly, Jiang Xia jumped up immediately when he saw her running. Depend on. Are you still talking about martial ethics? This is obviously an attempt to rob him. Zhou Chengli saw Jiang Xia jumping and running on the rocks with a bucket, her body shaking like the bucket in her hand. His heart ached. This slip and fall was no small matter. He ran over quickly. Jiang Xia reached the conch in a few jumps and hugged it directly. Good guy, it's so heavy. She held the conch and looked at Wan provocatively. Wan was not as fast as Jiang Xia. She was a step slower. When she saw Jiang Xia picking up the conch, she was so anxious that her soul slipped and she fell. Wan's knees were bruised, and a burning pain spread throughout her body, but she didn't bother to check. She hurriedly got up and said loudly, Jiang Xia, that Emperor Tang Guanlua is mine. I saw it first. Jiang Xia, a civilized, well-educated, gentle and beautiful person, couldn't help but yell, You fart. You found a fart. Wan. Zhou Chengli. The corners of his mouth twitched, but his eyes were filled with smiles. Wan has always been gentle. She really can't say such vulgar words, and she doesn't know how to quarrel with others. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. But thinking of the two missing pearls, her eyes turned red with distress. She looked at Zhou Chengli. I just found this conch, but I didn't pick it up because it was too heavy. I'll pick it up when I leave. Brother Zhou, this one the conch is mine. Jiang Xia picked up my conch. Jiang Xia. There's no need to call him Brother Zhou. It's useless even if you call him husband. The King of Heaven is here, and this conch is mine too. Zhou Chengli strode to Jiang Xia with long legs, ignored Wan, and said to Jiang Xia with a black face, What are you talking about? Why are you running? Don't you know the danger? Why call him husband? Is it allowed to say this nonsense? Whose husband is he? She doesn't know? Jiang Xia. This Balian wants to steal my conch. Can I not run away? If she doesn't run, she's stupid. Zhou Chunlei didn't understand why Jiang Xia called Wenwan Balian, but he was sensible enough not to remind her that she called it wrong. Wenwan was so angry that after being reborn, she certainly understood what Balian meant. She didn't know how to quarrel, and she was made red-faced by Jiang Xia's words. She hated talking sarcastically, so she said to Zhou Chunlei, "Brother Zhou, I really saw this conch first. It should be mine." Jiang Xia. The one you saw first is yours? According to you, I was the first to come to this beach, so aren't all the seafood on the beach mine? Why did you pick it up? Zhou Chunlei. You saw it first, and it belongs to you? Jiang Xia was the first to arrive, so does everything on the beach belong to her? Wenwan. Jiang Xia and Zhou Chunlei spoke in unison, leaving Wenwan speechless. After Jiang Xia finished speaking, she couldn't help but glance at Zhou Chunlei, but she didn't expect that he actually said the same thing to her. After Zhou Chunlei finished speaking, he ignored Wenwan. He reached out and took the conch from Jiang Xia's hand, put it into the bucket, and supported her. Let's go. Don't run away next time. It's just a conch. A fall is not worth the loss. Jiang Xia ignored him. Zhou Chunlei added, nothing is as important as your body. Wenwan watched Jiang Xia being supported by Zhou Chunlei and walked away. She was full of care in her thoughts. She lowered her head and rolled up her trouser legs. As expected, the skin on her knee was broken. It was as big as a fist, and it started to bleed. A wave of injustice, unwillingness, and grievance came to my heart, and my eyes turned red. Obviously, she was reborn and had a golden finger to dream about the future and gain an advantage. She dreamed of 2 pearl conchs. And she came to this reef first, so why was she still one step slower than Jiang Xia? She and Jiang Xia discovered the conch at the same time, but kept themselves farther away from the conch. God is always so unfair to her. The first pearl conch was delivered to Jiang Xia, and the second one was noticed by Jiang Xia at a glance. It was still relatively close, giving her a head start. Wenwan looked at Zhou Chunlei holding a bucket in one hand and supporting Jiang Xia with the other, and her unwillingness became even greater. Sooner or later, Zhou Chunlei will become her husband. When she calls her husband, she will do so in a fair and above-board manner, as a matter of course. Wenwan thought of Zhou Chunlei's rescue in her dream when she was caught in the waves. She looked at the rolling sea and walked over. He was a former soldier and would not die without saving his life. End of chapter. Jiang Xia no longer paid attention to what the heroine was doing, but continued to look for anything in the rocks. When she encountered a rock that could be moved, she moved it, but she found nothing. Zhou Chunlei followed her with a bucket. Jiang Xia chased him. Why are you following me? Pick them up separately. Finish picking up quickly and go home. It's almost dark. Check to see if there are any more crabs. You might as well pick up 2 more. Crabs are cold. It's not good to eat too much. Zhou Chunlei followed her because he was afraid that she would fall, but because she was disgusted, he could only walk away and go find her favorite crabs. Jiang Xia walked forward carefully, and when she encountered a small mussel, she picked up oysters and other shellfish. No matter how few mosquitoes there were, they were still meat. She would not let go of any that could be eaten. Not far away, she picked up another blue-green fish. It was Chingy. It was already dead. Jiang Xia took a look at the fish's gills. It was still bright red, which meant it was still fresh, so she picked it up and put it in the bucket. Walking forward slowly, this reef is almost at the end, and there is a beach in front of it, with many people. Jiang Xia thought there was no goods, but unexpectedly saw a red carapace protruding from the rocks in a small puddle. Looking at the shell, Jiang Xia thought it was a shrimp. Her heart was lifted. Jiang Xia put the bucket aside and squatted down. She found that her hands were not long enough, so she simply lay on the rocks and waited for the opportunity. Zhou Chunlei paid attention to Jiang Xia's movements from time to time. He turned around and saw her lying on the rocks with her sticking out. Zhou Chunlei. Not knowing what she found, Zhou Chunlei raised his feet and walked towards her. After Jiang Xia lay down, more of the carapace was gradually exposed. When half of its body was exposed, Jiang Xia immediately pinched it and grabbed it. She caught a red cicada shrimp in her hand. Zhou Chunlei raised his eyebrows. Jiang Xia turned to look at Zhou Chunlei and smiled brightly. I caught a peepish shrimp. Zhou Chunlei continued to approach, hearing the excitement in her tone, and took a look. It's a cicada shrimp. This shrimp is delicious. The meat of cicada shrimp is firm and tender, with a delicious and rich flavor, similar to that of lobster, but its meat is smoother and more delicate than lobster meat. Is it expensive? Yeah, but shrimps are not often caught. Thinking that Jiang Xia had never eaten them, he said, I picked up so many shrimps today. You can keep this big shrimp and try it. Jiang Xia, all right. You can't make enough money, so you have to enjoy it. Zhou Chunlei put the bucket in front of her. Put it in the bucket. Zhou Chunlei didn't pick up everything. Jiang Xia saw a sea bass, an eel, and a few crabs in his bucket. The crabs were alive, but the fish were dead. The moray looked a bit like a snake. Jiang Xia's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly put the shrimp in. Zhou Chunlei picked up the bucket she placed on the ground. Let's go. Oh, Jiang Xia responded, but still couldn't help but subconsciously look around. Looking at it, he saw the waves crashing against Jiao Yu, and a flash of white flashed by. Jiang Xia immediately said, There is something there. As she said that, she strode over. Don't go there, the waves are big. Zhou Chunlei shouted, and quickly followed. I won't come closer, Jiang Xia replied. When she came closer, the waves hit her, and her water shoes were filled with water. But Jiang Xia saw a very long, very flat fish twisting its body in the cracks of the reef and almost dying. It must be that not long after I rushed up, my abdomen was a little bloated. It's hairtail. The hairtail fish has sharp teeth. Fortunately, it looked like it was about to die and probably didn't have much strength left. I'm coming. You go farther away. Zhou Chunlei jumped down and grabbed its head with one hand and its body with the other. The moment I caught it, the hairtail struggled. He shook Jiang Xia's face. Jiang Xia was wearing a snakeskin bag and had already opened the bag and was waiting. Zhou Chunlei pierced its abdomen and threw the hairtail in directly. This hairtail fish is very big and long, probably weighing more than 10 kilograms. Because they found another hairtail, Zhou Chunlei and Jiang Xia looked around the reef again and found that there was really nothing, so they left. Zhou Chunlei carried the 2 buckets and the hairtail fish and did not let Jiang Xia carry anything. Jiang Xia held a pair of iron pliers and a small shovel in his hand. The two walked back. Jiang Xia didn't give up yet and looked around while walking. Suddenly, an exclamation came from the distance. Someone was swept away by the waves. Jiang Xia was startled, looked over, and found that there was indeed a white figure in the sea, rising and falling in the waves. The heroine is wearing white clothes. Zhou Chunlei quickly put down what he was holding and ran over. Jiang Xia also ran over. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. But the sole of his foot slipped on the rock for no reason, and he fell down on the rock. Severe pain in my knees. Jiang Xia's trouser legs were rolled up just after a shoe was filled with water from the waves. At a glance, he could see blood droplets emerging from his knees. Jiang Xia tried to get up, but the pain was so painful that she couldn't help but gasp. Hiss. Zhou Chunlei seemed to realize something. He looked back and glanced at the seaside again. There were several people rushing forward to save people. They are all very water-based people. Zhou Chunlei turned around and returned to Jiang Xia and took a look at her. His knees and ankles were bruised and bleeding. He frowned. Let me see if there is any sprain. Zhou Chunlei gently held her ankles and calves and moved them slightly. No joints were twisted. Zhou Chunlei felt relieved and took another look at the beach. Jiang Xia also looked over. At this time, a big wave rushed over and sent the white figure back to the beach. Several people rushed forward and quickly pulled the person to the beach. It's okay. Zhou Chunlei felt relieved, looked away, and said to Jiang Xia, I will carry you back. Jiang Xia shook his head and stood up. It's okay. It's just a scratch. I can go by myself while you get the things. This small injury is nothing. When she was rushing to work, she fell even more seriously while riding an electric bicycle. Half of her arms and thighs were bruised. She got up and rushed to work. Zhou Chunlei saw her knee bleeding and walked forward as if nothing had happened. His heart tightened inexplicably. He lifted 2 buckets and a snakeskin bag with one hand, and then came to Jiang Xia. Without saying a word, he picked up Jiang Xia with his long arm and walked forward. Jiang Xia was held by him with one hand like a child. She was so frightened that she hugged his neck and her face turned red. "What are you doing? I can walk by myself. Put me down. Don't move." Zhou Qinglei did not put her down and carried her to the shore. Jiang Xia didn't dare to move. She subconsciously looked around. The whole beach was full of people, but fortunately, because some people had just been swept away by the waves, they were all watching the fun, and no one looked at them. In the distance, Wan was dragged to the beach, and she was frightened for a while. She subconsciously looked at the people who rescued her, and none of them was Zhou Qinglei. She couldn't help but look around for Zhou Qinglei, and then she saw him walking towards the shore carrying 2 buckets in one hand and Jiang Xia in the other. Wan. He actually refused to save him? End of chapter. Zhou Qinglei directly carried Jiang Xia away from the beach, put her down, then sent her home, and took out Yunnan Baiyao to give her medicine. Jiang Xia said, "Just use red potion. This powder is almost used up, don't waste it. You still need to apply medicine on your arm." The wound on his arm was deeper. Zhou Qinglei didn't say anything, but took the medicine powder and sprinkled it on the wounds on her knees and ankles for free. When it was over, he stood up. "I'll go to the beach and sell those shrimps. You sit at home and don't walk around." Jiang Xia couldn't help but said, "When will I walk around?" Zhou Qinglei didn't speak. She didn't seem to be walking around, but he didn't know how to put it, but he felt that she was quite disobedient. Jiang Xia didn't argue with him. "Sell that shrimp in the bucket, that pair of green clothes, and all the valuable ones. Sell all the ones that you think are valuable. Don't sell the orangutan sea chrysanthemum clam." Zhou Qinglei responded and walked out. He picked up all the cicada shrimps and Qingyi caught in Jiang Xia's bucket into his bucket. Except for the orangutan sea chrysanthemum clams, he had no intention of selling another large conch, which was the imperial Tang Guanlu. "It's such a big one. I don't know if there are any pearls inside." Jiang Xia didn't sell the crabs she picked up. She liked to eat them. He also picked up a few crabs. It happened that he had an early dinner today, so he steamed them together with the cicada shrimp for her to eat at night. The rest are some white clams, blood clams, oysters, 60-year-old clams, etc. These are not valuable, so they will not be sold. When the time comes, we will bring back some seawater to raise them and keep them for our own consumption. After Zhou Qinglei sorted it, he took the bucket and the big hairtail fish in the snakeskin bag and pushed the family cart out. It was starting to get dark, and Jiang Xia guessed that they wouldn't be back so soon. She went out to heat hot water and planned to wash her hair and take a shower. Jiang Xia went out and saw the cicada shrimp and several crabs in the bucket. They were obviously left for her to eat, because she was the only one who liked to eat crabs. Oysters, mussels, and other shellfish were placed on the ground in a small pile. The oysters were not big. The large conch and orangutan sea chrysanthemum clam were not sold either. Jiang Xia felt a little hungry and had dinner before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was already past 7 o'clock now. There is white porridge cooking in the coal stove. It was cooked by Zhou's mother. I don't know whether to save it for dinner or for tomorrow's breakfast. Jiang Xia thought that they would be hungry when they came back from their busy work, so he simply opened some oysters and had an oyster, shrimp, crab, and seafood porridge. Mr. Jiang Xia heated up the hot water and then opened the oysters. As soon as a small plate of oysters was served and the cicada shrimps and crabs were taken care of, Zhou Qinglei and Zhou's father brought back 2 baskets of shrimps. Jiang Xia was surprised when he saw it. "Why don't you sell it?" Zhou's mother: "There were many people selling shrimp today. The purchasing office said it was too late and will not be fresh until tomorrow. The price they gave was too low. Ale said he would take it back and dry it and sell it." Jiang Xia heard this and said again, "There isn't much dried here. How about we buy the ones from other people in the village?" Zhou Qinglei was unloading the shrimps from the trolley and glanced at her. Father Zhou smiled and said, "Xiao Xia's ideas coincide with Alei's." Zhou's mother said with some pain, "Ale, your eldest brother, my great-grandmother, and several other family members agreed to collect their shrimps. It is 5 cents a pound more expensive than the purchasing office. I didn't make any money, but the price was still 5 cents per pound higher than the purchase price." The prodigal son was so generous, and Mother Zhou's heart ached. Jiang Xia said, "It doesn't matter. You can make money back after drying it." "Mother Zhou, you and Ale are talking about the same thing. But after drying, you have to take it out to the market in the city to sell it. It's not easy to sell it in the town. It's very troublesome. Zhou's mother felt that it would be fine if she didn't sell her shrimps. At least she wouldn't lose money. If she dried them and couldn't sell them, it wouldn't be wasted if she ate them slowly. But it wasn't cost-effective to pay for other people's shrimps. If she couldn't sell them, she would lose money. Moreover, the weather is not good. Who knows if the sun will shine tomorrow? If the shrimps are not dried and smelly, it will be a big loss. Father Zhou, when the time comes, we will dry some dried fish and sell them together when we don't have to go to sea. Why are you worried so much? Jiang Xia also thought so. She didn't answer any more and changed the subject. The hot water is boiled. Mom, you go take a shower. I'll make some oyster and shrimp porridge to eat later. Since the shrimps were not for sale, she put a few more shrimps into the porridge to make the porridge sweeter. Mother Zhou, don't wash them yet. The hot water is ready. I'll run the shrimps through the hot water and dry them in the sun. Mother Zhou did it as she was told. There were so many shrimps and she was afraid of the smell. Jiang Xia also took a pound of shrimp, washed it, boiled it in boiling water, and put it into the porridge. The more shrimp the porridge would be, the sweeter it would be. Zhou Chunlei glanced at Jiang Xia's knees, but she had already lowered her trouser legs and could not see them. Without saying anything, he moved 2 baskets of shrimp into the kitchen and poured them into 2 large iron pots in batches. Mother Zhou had already poured water from a large iron pot into 2 iron pots. They boiled the shrimps in hot water and spread them out in the sun. Jiang Xia also made the porridge and told them to eat it first before eating. The whole family was actually hungry, so they all started eating with a bowl of porridge. Jiang Xia gave Zhou a bowl of porridge with many shrimps, oysters, and crabs, and asked Zhou Chunlei, "Why don't you sell the remaining conch?" Zhou Chunlei, "That conch is an imperial conch. Like the orangutan conch, it has a chance of producing pearls." Jiang Xia stopped eating porridge and immediately went out to take the big conch and big clam back to the room. After a while, someone came to sell shrimps. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Although I don't know if there are any pearls, but if someone took it away casually, they must feel that there must be pearls inside. At this time, Zhang's mother shouted in the yard, "Lei, someone is here to bring shrimps. Come out quickly." Zhou Chunlei responded, hurriedly finished the porridge, went back to the room, and took out a stack of change from the iron box to Jiang Xia. "You will be responsible for settling the settlement with the villagers later. There is 150 yuan here. If it is not enough, you can come in and get it from the box." Okay. Jiang Xia took it. Jiang Xia and Zhou Chunlei hurried out. Jiang Xia first found a portable vegetable basket woven with plastic webbing to hold the change. It was very convenient to hold it on her arm. Several villagers came to the yard, and each bucket contained half a bucket of shrimp. Wenwan stood behind several villagers holding 2 snakeskin bags. After she fell into the water, she went home, changed her clothes, and then came over to sell shrimps. She glanced at the bowl of porridge with shrimps, oysters, and crabs in Zhou's mother's hand, and swallowed unconsciously. The Zhou family is really rich and the food is so good. No wonder Jiang Xia didn't leave after she was reborn and even organized a separate family. Father Zhou has prepared a scale, and he and Zhou Chunlei are responsible for weighing the shrimps. Pan Didi was the first to rush out with a bucket. "Weigh mine first." Zhou Chunlei weighed her the shrimps first. Half a bucket of shrimps was not enough. He weighed the shrimps once, minus the weight of the bucket. 1 catty and 6 tails. Pan Didi, why are there so few? Is your scale accurate? Zhou Chunlei, if you think it's not accurate, you can go to the acquisition office to sell it. Pan Didi, forget it. I'm too lazy to bother. Just give me the money. How much is it? Who can help me calculate it? A gentle and sweet voice sounded. 35 cents per pound. 6 cents per pound is 56 cents. All the villagers were still calculating, but they didn't expect Wenwan to calculate it so quickly. Someone praised, "Xiaowan really knows how to count." There is a girl in the village, Zhou Min, who is Wenwan's classmate and her good friend. After hearing this, she said, "Awan is the best in reading in our school. She ranks first in the school in every exam. Of course she is good at arithmetic." After speaking, she glanced at Jiang Xia. But sister-in-law Jiang Xia should be more capable. After all, she is from the city, so she should be more educated. Pan Didi thought of Jiang Xia's neglect of her last time, and immediately said, "Yes, Alei's wife is not from the city. Doesn't it mean that she is very educated? You can't even calculate such a small number. End of chapter. When the others heard Panditi's words, they all watched Jiang Xia's response with the intention of just watching the excitement and not taking it too seriously. Jiang Xia's reaction was to pass the 56 cents she had already counted to Panditi without changing her expression. Panditi felt even more aggrieved when she saw that Jiang Xia didn't say a word to her and didn't react at all. He still looked arrogant and didn't take her seriously. She took the money. Wenwan also didn't expect Jiang Xia to be so calm even when someone was so weird and angry, without saying a word. Doesn't it mean that she is very pampered? However, for a person who failed the college entrance examination 3 times, he is not very good at arithmetic. He is probably afraid of making a fool of himself. Wenwan decided to show off that she was super fast at arithmetic. Before Jiang Xia came in, Zhou's mother told people that Jiang Xia was from the city and was educated. Then let Zhou Mu see who is the literate one. One by one, the villagers came forward to weigh the shrimps. Wenwan was able to report the amount of money every 3 or 4 seconds after Zhou Chengli reported the weight. There are few people in the village who have read books or even know books, so Wenwan came out before they could even react. Everyone was filled with admiration and could not help but give a few words of praise. Wenwan, your calculations are so fast. It's really amazing. As soon as Alei finished speaking, she turned around and figured it out. A proper future college student. When the time comes, Wenwan will be the first college student in our town. Everyone praised Wenwan while accepting the money handed over by Jiang Xia. No one noticed that Jiang Xia started counting the money immediately after Zhou Chengli counted. Everyone thought Jiang Xia counted the money after listening to Wenwan's report. Every time Wenwan reported the amount of money, everyone would like it. Wenwan is so awesome. You will take the college entrance examination next year, right? You will definitely get into college. Which university do you want to go to? Go to Beijing University? That's the best university in the country. It's awesome, it's awesome. Why can't you pass the exam? You can definitely pass it. Wenwan stood there wearing her only white skirt, like stars over the moon. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. But in the dream, she tried. That is, marrying Zhou Chengli, becoming the wife of the richest man, and returning to the village with him. At that time, everyone held her in their arms, respected her, and followed her with envious eyes. Just like now, whenever she stands next to Zhou Chengli, she is particularly noticeable. Mother Zhou glanced at Wenwan. Wenwan was also the daughter-in-law that Zhou's mother had initially set her sights on. If her son hadn't been unwilling to get married 2 years earlier, he might have had children with Wenwan by now. She glanced at Jiang Xia again, but Jiang Xia was doing very well now and hoped to have a grandson soon. People were bringing shrimps one after another, and when they heard everyone praising Wenwan for being quick at counting, everyone liked to join in the fun, so they all stayed to watch the fun. Gentleness lives up to expectations and counts quickly every time. At this time, Zhou Chengli and Zhou's father weighed the shrimps from Grandma's house. My great-grandmother has a large family and strong strength, and she went relatively early and picked up more than others. The Zhou family scale can weigh up to 20 kilograms at a time, so it needs to be weighed twice, which takes some time. Seeing that Wenwan was so good, Tian Kaiwa wanted her to give her son some guidance in math, so she praised her. Xiaowan, you are really good at math. You often come first in the exam, right? Wenwan said modestly. No, I'm not that great. Sister Jiang Xia is from the city's #1 high school and is much better than mine. She must be better at arithmetic than me. Zhou Min, Xiaowan, you are so humble. You are the #1 in the school, and after you were a freshman in high school, you took a year off because you had no money to pay tuition. Later, you made money before you could continue to return. How can you compare with those who failed to get into college after taking the college entrance examination 3 times? When Tian Kaiwa heard that Wenwan was so powerful, she said, Wenwan, several of my monkeys are not good at learning and can't even count. Can you teach them more when you have time? Wenwan smiled lightly. Sister-in-law Tian, Ying is too exaggerated. I only rank first in total, and I don't always get first in math. I only get first occasionally. Some boys are much better than me in math. I think Sister Jiang Xia must be better than me, and Sister Tian will be better taught by her. After speaking, Wenwan couldn't help but glance at Jiang Xia. Tian Kaiwa came to her to tutor her son in mathematics. How did Jiang Xia, a serious aunt, feel? In fact, she didn't understand why Jiang Xia had the courage to take the college entrance examination 3 times. If she really didn't have the courage, she felt so embarrassed. She also admired Jiang Xia's expression without changing even when someone said that. No wonder they all eloped with Wu Qizhi and were caught by Zhou Chunglei. But they could stay shamelessly and not get divorced. Turns out he is a shameless person. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. She can't teach him. Tian Kaihua pursed her lips. She didn't think Jiang Xia was powerful. She was just pretending to be. Just thinking that the tone of the sentence just now was not very good, I added another sentence. Children do not listen to the teachings of their own family, and they are born to be taught by outsiders. Jiang Xia teaches, they do not listen. At this time, Zhou's father and Zhou Chunglei weighed the shrimps from Grandma's house. After removing the weight of the bucket, Zhou Chunglei said, a total of 32 caddies and 3 tails. More than 30 kilograms is the heaviest so far. Before, it was only 1 or 2 kilograms. Because of Jiang Xia's reminder, my great-grandmother's family went early and picked up more. Everyone subconsciously looked at Wenwan, waiting for her to figure out how much. Jiang Xia handed over a stack of money to Grandma. It's a total of 11 yuan, 3 cents and 5 cents. If you round up, the 5 cents will be counted as 1 cent, Grandma. Here is 11 yuan, 3 cents and 1 cent. You can count. The great-grandmother took the money and said with a smile, no need to count. I can trust your calculation. Zhou Min, Grandma, wait. Sister Jiang Xia, Wenwan hasn't figured it out yet? Why did you give me the money so quickly? Jiang Xia held the pen and lowered her head to write down the accounts and said calmly, she hasn't calculated it yet. What does it have to do with me? The money I gave is not her money, nor is it your money. Do you want to take care of it? Zhou Min, so angry. It's really a good intention that goes unrequited. Xiaowan spent a long time helping her settle the accounts in vain. How could someone as arrogant and despised as her be so lucky to marry Zhou Chunglei? Zhou Min looked at Wenwan. Xiaowan, is this the number? Did she make a mistake in calculation? Everyone also looked at Wenwan. Wenwan also figured it out, and her mood was a bit complicated. Jiang Xia did not make a mistake in her calculation, but how could she calculate so quickly? As soon as Brother Zhou counted, she also started counting, but Jiang Xia finished the calculation 1 step ahead of her. Wenwan smiled and said, I just talked to Sister Tian, so I didn't calculate it. Sister Jiang Xia won't make a mistake. Tian Kaiwa nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Xiaowan talked to me and didn't do the math. Otherwise, how could Jiang Xia be faster than Xiaowan? At this time, it was the next woman's turn. She couldn't trust Jiang Xia, so she said to Wenwan, Xiaowan, please help me do the math. I haven't read a book and I can't do the math. Wenwan glanced at Jiang Xia and smiled. Okay. It turns out that the amount of money Jiang Xia gave this time was different from what Wenwan reported. Add one more update. End of chapter. The woman counted the money in her hand and said to Jiang Xia, no, why is it only 3 yuan and 36 cents? 20 cents missing. Wenwan just said it was 3 yuan, 55 cents and 5 cents. Even if the 5 cents is not counted, it should be 3.5 cents. You paid less. Zhou Min, you can count it wrong with such a small amount of money? I've even calculated it for you, Wenwan, so you can count it wrong. Jiang Xia lowered her head and counted in her notes without raising her head. Can you shut up? I've tolerated you for a long time. Did I make a mistake and it's none of your business? Is it your money you spent? The air suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Jiang Xia in shock. Zhou Min was shocked until his face turned blue and white. It took her a long while before she could hold back her words. It's so kind-hearted that no one is rewarded. Wenwan's face was also offended, and she couldn't help but say, I'm sorry, I was meddling in other people's business. Jiang Xia also didn't raise his head. It's good to know. Wenwan. When the woman heard this, she immediately said, how do you think you are nosy? Wenwan did the calculation for me. You don't know how to calculate, and you don't want to let people who know speak out. Do you want to defraud us of our money? Hurry up and give me the 2 cents. Otherwise I won't sell it. Jiang Xia. Okay, pay me back the money. The woman. Zhou Qinglei is also very capable in mental arithmetic. He knows that Jiang Xia has always been right. And Jiang Xia's calculation is not wrong. If you don't believe it, you can find someone to help you calculate. Someone has been calculating it for a long time, and the number is not big. Jiang Xia's calculation was correct. Alei's wife is right. Wenwan's calculation was wrong. Xiaoxia's calculation was right. Wenwan had already calculated again and said with a blushing face, "I'm sorry, I made a mistake." Sister Jiang Xia, you are really good at arithmetic. Zhou Min's expression changed. It's normal to make a miscalculation. Jiang Xia twitched the corner of his mouth. Zhou Min, what expression? So angry. Can't it be considered wrong? The great-grandmother said cheerfully. Actually, Xiaoxia has always been very fast in counting, much faster than Wenwan. When Wenwan was counting, Xiaoxia had already counted the money. Didn't everyone notice? It happened that Zhou Qinglei had finished weighing another villager and reported the number. Then everyone saw clearly this time that Jiang Xia started counting the money as soon as Zhou Qinglei reported the number. In other words, as soon as she heard the weight, she calculated how much it was. This mental arithmetic speed is amazing. Everyone praised. I saw it just now. Alei's wife was already counting money in the basket before Wenwan said anything. Really? This is too awesome. Isn't that better than Wenwan? Why can't you get into college? Nonsense. I am in the first high school in the city, the best high school in the city. Can Wenwan's high school compare? Examinations are about luck, just like fishing in the sea. Everyone throws nets into the sea to catch fish. Why? The money earned is different. Sometimes people really talk about luck. Alei was a good soldier and became a regiment leader. Isn't he very capable? Didn't he come back injured? When people are unlucky, even the water they drink is unlucky. This is the principle. People have 3 declines and 6 prosperity. Wenwan thought it was really funny. Is Jiang Xia still unlucky? She gave birth to a good child and married Zhou Qinglei. If she had Jiang Xia's family background, she would have been admitted to Beijing University long ago. Jiang Xia asked Aunt He, "Do you want to sell the shrimp? If not, return the money to me. I will return the shrimp to you." Aunt He hurriedly stuffed the money into her pocket and said, "Sell it. Why not sell it?" After saying that, she rolled her eyes at Wenwan and walked away. She couldn't help but mutter, "Such a small number is wrong, so don't make it more complicated. You're really nosy." Tian Kaiwa has always been superficial and straightforward. What about that, Xiaowan? My son is naughty, so I don't need you to teach him. Her little aunt can teach him. Wenwan was so angry that she laughed. Suddenly, I felt like I was a joke. It's self-inflicted. All the good mood is gone. She had been busy for most of the day, but in the end she didn't get a single kind word and was even disliked. These villagers are so awesome. No wonder they have been fishermen all their lives. Wenwan felt embarrassed and wanted to leave quickly. She handed over the shrimp in a small snakeskin bag. "Brother Zhou, weigh it for me." After Zhou Qinglei finished weighing, he looked at Jiang Xia. 10 pounds and 20 taels. Jiang Xia handed the money to Wenwan. 10 pounds and 2 taels is only $3.57, which is rounded up to $3.60. Wenwan took the money and left in a depressed mood. It was too little money. After paying more than 3 yuan for tuition, she would have no money. She still had to find ways to earn living expenses and travel expenses to college. She originally thought she could earn at least 100 or 200 yuan from the pearls this time. But when she came, Jiang Xia had almost finished picking up the shrimps, and even 2 pearl snails were picked up by Jiang Xia. Life has never been so unfair to her. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Luck never falls on her. Wenwan left with red eyes. The shrimps were collected quickly, and a total of 73 kilograms and 6 taels were collected, totaling 25 yuan, 76 cents, which was exactly 26 yuan because the number of cents was rounded off. Jiang Xia handed the account book to Zhou Qinglei. Zhou Qinglei found that Jiang Xia's accounts were clean, clear at a glance. Moreover, her handwriting is beautiful, elegant, and artistic. Zhou Qinglei felt that what he was holding was not an account book, but a calligrapher's copybook. He had seen Jiang Xia's signature. Her signature handwriting was more delicate and upright, not quite like her current handwriting, but it was also pretty. He didn't think much about it. After all, a signature couldn't mean much. Due to work needs, he also practiced several different handwriting techniques. After harvesting the shrimps, the family started cooking and drying the shrimps again. Jiang Xia is responsible for lighting the fire, while Zhou Chonglei, Zhou's father and Zhou's mother are responsible for cooking and drying the shrimp, which is a heavier task. However, making a fire on a hot day is not an easy task. Fortunately, the 2 iron pots are big enough, so it can be done quickly. Including his own shrimps, there are a total of 196 kilograms of shrimps. Jiang Xia asked, "Approximately how many dried shrimps can be produced from these shrimps?" Father Zhou, 10 pounds of prawns will produce about 2 pounds of dried shrimps. Do the math. Jiang Xia calculated that after drying, it only weighed about 39 pounds. 1 pound of shrimps costs 35 cents, and 10 pounds only yields 2 pounds of dried shrimps, including firewood, labor, time, and transportation costs. That pound of dried shrimp costs 3 yuan and 50 cents. Zhou's father went to sell it. It's almost the same. There are large and small mixed dried shrimps for about 3 yuan and 50 cents. They are all big shrimps. If they are dried enough, they can be sold for more than 4 yuan or 5 yuan per catty. Small shrimps are even cheaper. 1 piece. It's not even worth the money. Some people sell dried shrimps which are cheaper if they are not dried very well, but if you don't let them go home and dry them, they will shrink, so it's the same. The yard was full and the roof was full of shrimps. Mother Zhou was worried. The typhoon has just passed, and I don't know if the sun will shine tomorrow. Jiang Xia, don't be afraid. If the sun doesn't come out, just bake it in a big iron pot or on the stove. When the sun comes out, it will dry in the sun for a day. Jiang Xia is afraid of rats and cats eating at night. Mother Zhou muttered, "It's too troublesome." Jiang Xia said nothing. What if you want to make money but are afraid of trouble? In fact, the more profitable something is, the more troublesome it is. Because every hassle you deal with costs the consumer money. At this time, Zhou Chonglei came out of the house, holding the 2 conches in his hands, and called Jiang Xia. When Jiang Xia saw it, she immediately became energetic. A father's love is like a mountain. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers in the world. End of chapter. Jiang Xia quickly walked to Zhou Chonglei. Open a conch. Yes. Zhou Chonglei carefully placed the 2 conchs on the ground and went to the utility room to find tools. Mother Zhou saw 2 big guys on the ground and said in surprise, "Hey, what kind of conch is this? It's such a big one. These 2 big things are quite beautiful. Why didn't you sell them just now? Such a beautiful conch shell is worth it point money." The shell of the orangutan sea chrysanthemum clam is similar in color to the shell of a coconut, except that the shell is covered with white spikes of different lengths, which makes it unpleasant to look at. The imperial tangle is white, decorated with brown spots. It also has thorns, but the thorns are not as sharp as the star clam, nor are they completely untouchable like the orangutan clam. The thorns are a bit dull. Father Zhou had just come out of the shower, took a look, and immediately put down the bucket and walked over. "What are you selling?" "This snail is an imperial Tongwan snail, and this is an orangutan sea chrysanthemum clam. It's possible that such a big one can produce pearls. Which of you 2 will pick it up?" "Of Zhou Chonglei." Jiang Xia picked it up. "Father Zhou." "Jiang Xiao again." "Xiao Xia, you are so lucky." Jiang Xia smiled. "I am just a blind cat that bumped into a dead mouse." When Zhou's mother heard that there was a possibility of pearls, she urged, "Hurry up and open it." Tian Kaiwa came in with a basket of vegetables and asked casually, "What kind of blind cat hits a dead mouse?" "What?" She went to the vegetable garden to pick cucumbers to serve as fruit for a few children. This year's cucumbers were growing well and in abundance, and they would get old if they didn't eat them, so she sent a basket over. Then Tian Kaiwa saw 2 big guys on the ground. Her eyes widened. "What kind of conch are these?" "4th brother and sister." "Did you pick them up?" Jiang Xia couldn't hide, even if she wanted to. Who knew she had just left and came back? Zhou's mother was proud. "Except for Xiao Xia, who in our family has that shipping. Dad said it's the imperial tang guanluo and some kind of star clam. There may be pearls. Ale, hurry up and see if there are any pearls." Tian Kaiwa is sour again. "What kind of shipping is this from Jiang Xia?" She couldn't help but said, "This conch looks really big, but I saw that the conch with pearls that Dahai picked up before was bigger than this one. This one is so small. I wonder if there are any." Mother Zhou glared at her. Ba ba ba. You crow's mouth. If you can't speak, don't say it. The orangutan sea chrysanthemum clam was covered in thorns. Zhou Chunlei used gloves to finally pry open its clam shell, and a white UFO-shaped pearl was exposed in the clam meat. Tian Kaiwa. What kind of luck is this? Just pick up something covered in thorns and get pearls? Although Jiang Xia had known about the pearl for a long time, she still couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. This pearl is quite big. Zhou Chunlei pinched the pearl and washed it in the salt water in the bowl before handing it to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia took it and looked at it. The pearls of the orangutan sea chrysanthemum clam are white, without any pearlescent luster, not round enough, and only have a little luster. Its luster is far less than that of ordinary white pearls, but this pearl is bigger than a suit button. The most important thing is that its texture is like a camellia. It just lies in the palm of your hand like a blooming white camellia, elegant and low-key. Even if it lacks a little pearlescent sparkle, it's still worth a lot of money. If it can go to an international auction, it will probably be bought by someone from a certain brand at a high price. Tian Kaiwa took a look. The pearl is a pearl, and it's big enough, but it has too many flaws and no luster at all. I'm afraid it's not worth much. What a pity. Not all pearls are valuable. Zhou's mother was also a little disappointed. How could such a big pearl lack some sparkle? Otherwise, it would be worth a lot of money. Jiang Xia. If you can't sell it for much, then just keep it. This is a natural pearl, a gift from nature. It's not expensive, and it's worth it. Zhou's father couldn't bear to hear the unlucky words of his eldest daughter-in-law. No matter what, it was very good luck to get a pearl. He said, Jiang Xia is right. An old man in the past said that intact pearls can ward off evil spirits. If they cannot be sold for money, they should be kept at home to protect the house. Such a big one can keep the family safe. Tian Saihua's mouth moved. She wanted to say that a pearl could keep the house safe. Everyone was safe and well that day, but they didn't say anything, so as not to displease their parents-in-law. Tian Kaiwa said, Fourth brother and sister are so lucky. Maybe this conch also has pearls. Fourth brother, hurry up and take a look. Zhou Chunlei wanted to break the conch shell into pieces. Jiang Xia thought that such a big conch shell could be used as a work of art and was quite beautiful. She quickly stopped him and said, Is there a way to get out the conch meat without breaking the conch shell? Father Zhou immediately took out an iron hook. It took some effort for Zhou Chunlei to use an iron hook to pull out a large piece of conch meat. Mother Zhou, look carefully for pearls. Zhou Chunlei carefully rummaged through the conch meat. The family gathered around him, watching his movements without blinking. Tian Saihua's heart was aroused. He had already opened one just now. He couldn't be so lucky, could he? Suddenly, Zhou Chunlei made a move. Tian Saihua's heart skipped a beat. Isn't it? Zhou Chunlei pinched the conch meat, and he pinched out a golden, round pearl the size of a fingernail. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Father Zhou's eyes lit up. This pearl is worth money at first glance. Tian Kaiwa. Zhou's mother said excitedly. This bead is beautiful. It looks like a gold bead, and it looks so smooth. It seems there are no flaws. 99% of pure natural wild pearls will have flaws. If you find a pearl with no flaws at all, it is really a blessing from God and will make you rich. Zhou Chunlei washed the pearls in salt water before handing them to Jiang Xia. There are no flaws. That's not a flaw at all. Jiang Xia was reaching out to take it, and Tian Kaiwa couldn't help but reach out to grab it. Let me see. Zhou Chunlei avoided her hand and handed it to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia reached out and took it. Tian Kaiwa pursed her lips and retracted her hand silently. What's so great about it? It's not like I've never seen it before. She also picked up a pearl oyster a few years ago and found 2 pearls. Jiang Xia ignored her and lowered her head to study the pearl in her hand. This is a golden pearl with a little orange flame pattern. The shape of the pearl is very good. It is perfectly round. The luster is soft and full, and it is full of pearls. This bead is much better than the one just now. It's round and big. If it's not flawless, it's worth at least 100 or dozens of yuan. Zhou's mother looked at it with a pleased tone. Jiang Xia turned the pearl in her hand. There is a little flaw. Tian Kaiwa also saw the little black spots on it. It looks so good. Why is there still a little blemish? Otherwise it would be so valuable. Jiang Xia didn't speak, looking at the texture on the pearl carefully. Suddenly, she pulled Zhou Chenglei's clothes. Zhou Chenglei, look at what the flame pattern on this pearl looks like. Jiang Xia's voice couldn't help but be a little excited. End of chapter. Zhou Chenglei took a look, and was startled. The flame pattern actually formed the shape of a deer inside the pearl, and this flaw was just above the deer's eyes. A very small flaw cannot be seen unless you look closely, but if you look closely, the flaw is no longer a flaw, but the finishing touch, and even more powerful. The deer inside the pearl seems to be alive, agile, and spirited. This is a deer running upwards in the mountains. It is about to reach the top, raises its head and barks to command all living beings. Father Zhou came over curiously. What does it look like? Mother Zhou and Tian Kaihua also came over with their heads. What does it look like? Deer. Deer? Let me see. Zhou's father was delighted. Zhou Chenglei gave the beads in his hand to Zhou's father. Father Zhou took it and looked at it with squinted eyes. Because of his presbyopia, he pinched the pearl and raised his hand, moving near and far, but he couldn't find the clearest angle for a long time. Mother Zhou became impatient. Are you blind or something? If you can't see it, stop looking. Let me take a look. Father Zhou. Don't move. I found the best observation point. Mother Zhou's mouth twitched. You're the only one who's troublesome. So the two old men got together and squinted their eyes to watch. Father Zhou looked at it carefully, and then his hands shook with excitement. It's a deer. It really looks like it. Not only does it look like a deer, it also looks like a painting. Mother Zhou asked excitedly. Let me take a look. What kind of painting does it look like? Father Zhou put the pearl in his palm, pointed with one finger, and explained to Zhou's mother. Look, does this look like a deer? Do these lines look like mountains? Does this look like a pine tree? This is an auspicious cloud. Zhou's mother hadn't even seen it clearly yet. Her eyesight becomes dim as people get older, but she nodded vigorously. It's very similar. More similar than anything else. Even if you can't see clearly, you have to say it looks like it. The more similar it is, the more valuable it is. She has no culture, but she also knows some auspicious animals. Deer is an auspicious animal in the world. Deer is homophonic with Lu, which means getting an official position and getting a good fortune. The patterns on the pillars of their village's ancestral hall include deer, bats, pine trees, and the like. Mother Zhou was very happy. This is a pearl that is a good omen. What a sign of good fortune and good luck. Zhou Chenglei, an auspicious sign. Yes, it's an auspicious sign, haha. Tian Kaihua also took a look at it. She couldn't even think about how it looked like. It was too similar. Even if she is uneducated, she knows that deer is an auspicious animal and has auspicious meanings. A stone naturally takes the shape of a deer, and the stone becomes sky-high in price. If the texture of a pearl forms the shape of a deer, wouldn't it become a priceless treasure? Tian Kaihua is sour, as if he drank 100 pounds of freshly squeezed lemon juice. Jiang Xia, what kind of shipping is this? The most important thing is that now that the family is separated, it is none of his business no matter how much the pearl is sold for. The more Father Zhou looked at it, the happier he became. It looks like it. It looks so much like it. This deer looks so good. Huh. Show me. Mother Zhou actually hadn't seen clearly yet. Zhou's father gave the pearl to Zhou's mother and asked her to see it. Mother Zhou took it and squinted her eyes again to play with it before she could barely see clearly. It's a deer. It looks so similar. It's so beautiful. Good luck. Good luck to anyone who sees it. Good luck. Upon hearing this, Tian Kaihua hurriedly said, Mom, show me. Let me have some good luck. Zhou's mother gave the pearl to Tian Kaihua. Tian Kaihua took it and looked at it carefully. Her heart felt even more sour, as if she had eaten 10,000 kilograms of lemons, sour and astringent. The flame pattern not only looked like a deer, but also looked like a deer raising its head and hooting on the grass. The flame patterns under the antlers are obviously finer, just like the grass on the mountain. The texture is like a landscape painting growing inside the pearl. Tian Kaihua twisted the pearl back and forth, reluctant to let go, as if doing so would bring some auspiciousness. Why didn't she pick up the pearl with such a good meaning? Sister-in-law, give me the pearl. I'll take a look at it. Seeing her, Jiang Xia wanted to rub the deer off it, but was also afraid that her nails and the thick calluses on her hands would scratch the pearl. So who should she cry to? I didn't even know how much the pearl cost before it was sold, and it would be difficult to ask her to compensate for it. Let me look at it again to cheer you up. This is your pearl. When will you not be able to see it anymore? Tian Kaihua was still reluctant to give it to her. Seeing Jiang Xia reaching out, she subconsciously turned around and hid, but she never thought that her arm would hit her side. Mother Zhou, the pearl fell from her hand. Jiang Xia and Zhou Qinglei reached out to pick it up at the same time. Zhou Qinglei caught the pearl first. Jiang Xia was feeling excited just now, but now she feels relieved. If she messed up, she would definitely ask Tian Kaihua to pay for it. She doesn't know how to show mercy. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Tian Kaihua was also frightened. She was also afraid that she would have to pay for it. She was embarrassed to pay dozens of yuan. If she had to pay 100 yuan, wouldn't it hurt her to death? Zhou's mother was also shocked. She hurriedly said, "Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Xiaoxia, put it away quickly. It won't be worth anything if it gets ruined. Although it is not so easy to spend it, who can guarantee that it will not be spent?" Jiang Xia nodded. "Then I'll take it in and put it away." Mother Zhou quickly warned, "Remember to hide it well." Jiang Xia took the 2 pearls back to the room. Zhou's mother was very happy. Seeing that it was getting late, she looked at Tian Kaihua. "You should go back too. Are the brothers asleep? Remember to let them go to bed early and get up early tomorrow to weed the peanut field with me." Tian Kaihua responded with a long face and left. She always asked her son to do this or that. There is no time to do homework. What should I do if I can't get into college in the future? Tian Kaihua walked out of the courtyard and happened to meet Pandaidi coming out next door. When Pandaidi saw Tian Kaihua's dark face, her heart was burning with gossip. "Why does Ahua look so unhappy? Didn't I just hear you guys talking lively?" Normally when she asked this question, Tian Kaihua would tell her everything in a lively and vivid manner. Tian Kaihua was not in the mood today. She said angrily, "Why am I unhappy? I am very happy. My brother-in-law picked up a conch and a pearl bloomed. Why am I unhappy?" Tian Kaihua dropped these words and left. Pandaidi grabbed her and said, "What did you just say? What kind of conch produced pearls?" Tian Kaihua threw her hand away, and she said angrily, "What kind of conch can there be? Of course he is lucky, and the conch he picked up on the beach bloomed with pearls." Pandaidi held her hand tightly again. What does the conch look like? Is it covered with thorns?" Tian Kaihua, "Yes." Anyway, she saw that both conches on the ground had thorns. One of them did have thorns all over its body, but she didn't know which conch came from it. Tian Kaihua dropped these words and left. She was in no mood to talk. Why did we separate so early? How much better would it be if we waited until the typhoon passed before we separated? It would have been nice if the radio had announced a typhoon a few days earlier. Yes? Pandaidi froze on the spot, feeling sour and regretful in her heart. So the conch her son kicked away produced a pearl? Pearl. No matter how small a pearl is, it is still a pearl. Just missed it? End of chapter. After Pan took D to the hut, her heart ached at the thought of missing the pearl. She covered her heart and walked back to her yard. Although the village has had electricity in the past 2 years, for rural areas, 9 o'clock is considered to be night time, especially for those who have to get up very early the next day and go out to sea. Pandaidi's family didn't have a boat, so they didn't have to go to sea. However, they didn't have any TV or radio at home, so they went to bed early to save some electricity bills. She returned to her room and lay alone on the bed feeling distressed and unwilling all night, feeling as if she had missed 100 million. She barely slept the whole night and fell asleep at dawn the next day. She woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning. When she got up, she found that she was the only one in the room. She started to make breakfast, making a lot of noise. The whole family was woken up. Zhou Junjie came out of the house yawning. When he saw Pandaidi, he asked, "Mom, what's there to eat? I'm hungry." Pandaidi was furious and couldn't help but step forward and beat him. "Eat, eat, eat. You know how to eat all day long. You prodigal son." Zhou Junjie was beaten so hard that he hid behind his sturdy wife. "Mom, what's the matter with you?" Pandaidi's second daughter-in-law hurriedly used her huge body to stop Pandaidi. "Mom, what happened? Her man has been sleeping since he came back from the beach, and he didn't go out to do anything out of the ordinary last night." Pandaidi's eldest daughter-in-law and son heard the noise and came out of the house to watch the fun. I don't know what the second child did again. Are you losing money again? Panditi said angrily. The Zhou family opened a pearl on the conch that the prodigal kicked away yesterday. You tell me whether he should hit it or not. I'm so angry. When I encountered a conch with pearls, I didn't know how to pick it up and even kicked it away. Panditi's second daughter-in-law's eyes widened. Mom, what did you say? That thorny conch produced pearls. Panditi's eldest daughter-in-law also became more energetic. Pearls were really prescribed? Mom, how did you know? Panditi said angrily. Tian Kaiwa said, is this still false? This prodigal, if you hadn't kicked the conch away, our family would have produced pearls. Panditi's second daughter-in-law said anxiously, Mom, that was the conch that Ajay discovered first. That conch should be ours. We have to ask Zhou Qinglei's family to get the pearl back. Panditi was stunned for a moment and slapped her thigh. You're right. Why didn't I think of that? Ajay discovered the conch first, so it should be ours. Zhou Junwan, Panditi's eldest son, felt that the two of them were simply arrogant. Mom, if everyone picks up the conch, it belongs to someone else. Don't go there and embarrass yourself. Panditi, how come it belongs to someone else? Ajay discovered it first. Second daughter-in-law. Yes, whoever finds it first belongs to him. Let's go get our pearls back. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law ran out in a hurry. Zhou Junjia also went out, mainly because he wanted to see Jiang Xia. Those arms and legs are really thin and white, and just looking at them makes people's blood surge. Zhou Junwen wanted to follow, but his wife held him back. Don't go, it's embarrassing. After saying that, she pursed her lips, with disdain flashing in her eyes. Panditi and her second daughter-in-law went out, turned a corner, and arrived at Jiang Xia's house. The sun came out today, but the wind and waves on the sea were still a bit strong, so Zhou Qinglei and Zhou's father did not go to sea. After breakfast, Zhou's mother went out to dry vegetables. Zhou's father and Zhou Qinglei went out to cut bamboo. The drying mat was not enough, so they had to cut some bamboo and come back to continue making drying mats to dry shrimps. Jiang Xia was the only one at home. The courtyard door is not closed, and in rural areas, when there are people at home during the day, the courtyard door is usually not closed, making it easier for neighbors to come and visit. As soon as Panditi entered the door, she took a look around and saw that there was no one in the house. Only Jiang Xia was watering the grape seedlings outside the yard. She immediately put her hands on her hips and said, Jiang Xia, you kicked my son in front of you yesterday. Take out the conch and pearls and give them back to me. Her second daughter-in-law followed. Yes, my man discovered that first. Why did you pick it up? Jiang Xia poured half a spoonful of water into the roots of the grapevine, then straightened up and glanced at the three aggressive people and said calmly, Where is the imperial edict? Panditi was confused. What imperial edict? Without an imperial edict, why do you come to ask me for conchs and pearls as if to accuse me? Who do you think you are? If I didn't know, I thought it was the who delivered the edict. The Qing dynasty has long been destroyed. Where can I get them from? Go back to where you are. Jiang Xia looked at Panditi, taking the lead with irony in her eyes, and the two guardians around her. After saying that, she carried the bucket and continued to water the strawberries and the flowers in the corner. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Panditi was almost furious. This took advantage of her culture and never used curse words. She found out that there was no one in the Zhou family, and Jiang Xia looked so delicate. There were 3 of them here, and she was so timid that she went directly to the house. He grabbed Jiang Xia's hair and said, Do you want to take it out? Take out the pearl quickly and give it back to me. Jiang Xia was caught off guard and her hair was grabbed from behind. The pain was so painful that she almost burst into tears. She immediately hit the other person's feet with a bucket of water, then grabbed the other person's hair and pulled it hard. Panditi was hit by a bucket and her feet hurt, and she let go. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Xia grabbed her hair and pulled hard. The person stumbled and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Panditi's second daughter-in-law rushed to help and took the opportunity to grab Jiang Xia's hair. Jiang Xia's other braid was pulled by someone again. She turned back and grabbed Panditi's second daughter-in-law's hair with her other hand and pulled hard. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law's heads hit each other, and they were so painful that stars appeared in their eyes. But Pan Daidi's second daughter-in-law also reacted very quickly. She grabbed Jiang Xia's hair and didn't let go. She hit Jiang Xia hard with her huge body. Pan Daidi was also huge. The two of them grabbed Jiang Xia's hair and hit Jiang Xia hard with their huge bodies. Jiang Xia grabbed their hair fiercely with both hands and swept Pan Daidi's second daughter-in-law down with a sweep of her foot. A bunch of Jiang Xia's hair was pulled out by her, and her scalp hurt, which made her even more violent. With a strong push, there were 2 large bunches of hair in my hand. Pan Daidi was also pulled by Jiang Xia and fell on her second daughter-in-law. Jiang Xia kicked them hard. That ferocity frightened the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. 3 people came to her door and beat her up. Can she not be cruel? She knows she can only be cruel. The second daughter-in-law was hit by Pan Daidi and couldn't get up. She was so frightened that she yelled at the dumbfounded man standing by. "You are dead. Why are you standing there? You can't help? Do you want to collect the body?" Pan Daidi was also kicked to death by Jiang Xia. She was so shocked that she couldn't get up at all. "Help!" Zhou Junjie was also shocked, came to his senses, and quickly stepped forward to pretend to break up the fight. "Stop fighting. Stop fighting. If you have something to say, please say it, don't fight." Zhou Junjie stretched out his hand to pull Jiang Xia's slender and white wrist, and then let go. The evil in his bones was offended, and he took the opportunity to reach towards her waist. End of chapter. Just as Zhou Junjie stretched out his hand, Jiang Xia felt the clothes on her waist move. She quickly grabbed his hand, twisted it hard, and made a click. Then Jiang Xia turned around and kicked the opponent downwards in the abdomen. No effort left. Zhou Junjie's entire palm was twisted, and his lower body was in pain so much that he couldn't straighten up. This is not enough. Someone grabbed the clothes behind him and then punched him in the face. One punch, and he was knocked to the ground. Then punch after punch landed heavily on him. Pan Daidi and her second daughter-in-law were kicked so hard by Jiang Xia that they could not get up. At this moment, they were even more frightened and froze on the ground. Zhou Qinglei's fist hit him firmly. The punches hit the bones, and the pain penetrated into the marrow. He was beaten until he curled up on the ground and couldn't get up, and the pain was so painful that he couldn't even make a sound. Zhou Qinglei came back with Zhou Yonghua. Seeing that he was crazy, Zhou Yonghua quickly stepped forward and stopped him. "Okay, that's enough. That's enough." Zhou Qinglei was finally caught. It wasn't until he took back his hand that Pan Daidi came to his senses and shouted, "Hitting someone! Help!" The second daughter-in-law also shouted, "Do soldiers still have the right to beat people? Help!" Before Jiang Xia could get over his anger, one of them slapped them in the face. "He beat people at their homes, robbed them in their homes. 2 fat women beat me up, and another one took the opportunity to molest me. Are you qualified to teach the king's laws? We call this legitimate. Defend." "Zhou Qinglei, I want to call the police." This matter finally reached the production team, which happened to be the time of system reform. At this time, there was only one police officer in the Public Security Bureau, and the militia team of the production team was still there. Pan Daidi's family of 3 were taken to the whole village for criticism and education. And Jiang Xia must be compensated 20 yuan for medical expenses and mental damages. Jiang Xia proposed the mental damage fee. She felt that 20 yuan was too little, but the team felt that 20 yuan was enough, and Pan Daidi and his family couldn't afford any more. Pan Daidi and her second daughter-in-law had a lot of hair ripped off by Jiang Xia. Their scalps were exposed, and they were bloody. Even their faces were swollen. The Wuzishan area was particularly obvious. As for the injuries from the punches and kicks, it is unknown. Yes, this was not revealed until the next day, and no one could see it. Zhou Junjie's hand was directly twisted by Jiang Xia, so that it hung down weakly. His whole body was in terrible pain, especially down there. It hurt very much. He suspected that he had been crippled. After being criticized and educated, he shouted to Zhou Junwen to send him to the health center. On the other hand, Jiang Xia's hair was as messy as a chicken coop. Her scalp looked fine, and there were no injuries on her body, except that her clothes were a little wrinkled. Zhou Qinglei did not care about the eyes of everyone, helped her tidy up her hair to see if her scalp was injured, and helped her straighten the wrinkles in her clothes, and then pulled her. "Go home and see if there are any injuries on your body. If you are injured, I will look for you." They settled the score. People from a village. Injured? They saw that Jiang Xia was fine, but her hair was a little messy and her clothes were wrinkled. On the contrary, Panditi's family of 3 looked miserable. In fact, Jiang Xia only had a small amount of hair ripped off, but she had so much hair that it couldn't be seen at all, but her scalp still hurts a little now. Zhou Chunlei took Jiang Xia away, and her battle was famous in the village. Panditi and her second daughter-in-law were very capable in fighting. In the past, when fighting with people in the village, no man could beat Panditi. It could be said that they were invincible in the whole village. Later, they restrained themselves after being criticized during special periods. Now that she's back to her old ways, someone should come out and teach her a lesson. It's just that no one expected that Jiang Xia, who was so fragile, could beat 2 strong women with thick waists and big arms who had been working in the fields all year round. The villagers also gathered together and talked about it. You can't tell she's so skinny and can fight so well. One person fought 3 of them, and she didn't lose. With the figure of Panditi's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Jiang Xia beat 5 of them one by one. And not only did she not lose, Zhou Junjia's hands and the scalps of Panditi and her daughter-in-law were all bald. You haven't heard that Jiang Xia's father was also a soldier. He probably taught her. There was a woman who had been taken advantage of by Zhou Junjia, but had no evidence and could not speak out. She couldn't help but said, Junjia Zhou deserves it. Who doesn't know what kind of character he is? I hate the look in his eyes when I see him. This time it's really very satisfying. Panditi's family has hit a brick wall this time. A woman whose farm ridge was almost flattened by Panditi said, You deserve it. The whole family is not a good person. They always like to take advantage of petty gains. They do a lot of stealing and bullying. They bully Jiang Xia at home alone. Do you think everyone is afraid of her? She's used to being evil. It's not like you don't know. Is there anyone in the village who hasn't had a quarrel or fight with her? It's too bad for 3 people to come to bully a little daughter-in-law. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Zhou family. Zhou Chunlei took Jiang Xia back to the room and looked at her. Are you injured? Jiang Xia shook his head. No. Zhou Chunlei was afraid that she wouldn't say anything, so he wanted to help her take a look, but he couldn't, so he could only worry in his heart. If you are injured, if you want to tell me, I will ask my mother to help you get some medicine. Jiang Xia rubbed his scalp. No, it's just that my scalp still hurts a little. You saw it when you came back. I was the one holding them down to beat them. Zhou Qinglei was frightened when he thought about the scene he saw when he came back. In the end, he couldn't help but hold her in his arms, wrap his head in his big hands, and gently rub her scalp. Next time if something like this happens, just run away. There are so many of them. Don't fight them. It's not worth it if you get hurt. You go find me, or go next door, and when I come back, I'll fight them for you. If anything happens to you, I'll... His Adam's apple slid up and down with difficulty, and he was unable to make a sound for a while. When he saw her hair and clothes were messy, his mind went blank. Even though she was the one holding him down and beating him, he only knew that she was being bullied and felt extremely distressed. He just wanted to kill him. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him if something happened to her. What will he do? Jiang Xia was stunned when she was hugged unexpectedly. Then she felt his body trembling slightly. Her height only reached his chest, and her ears were right next to his heart, which was beating very fast. He was scared. He felt distressed. This was what she felt at this moment. Jiang Xia couldn't help but think of the night of the typhoon when he blocked the falling tiles for her without hesitation, and the injury on his arm was not healed yet. Thinking of his fall yesterday, he looked back as if he was sensing something and took himself away from the rocks without hesitation, thinking of just walking through. Zhou Qinglei has lived for almost 30 years. He has always been rational. When he has not lost control, he always knows what he wants, so he also knows his heart clearly at this moment. He hugged Jiang Xia for a while before he found his voice and gave a big palm, still rubbing her scalp gently. Does it still hurt? Jiang Xia came to her senses. It doesn't hurt anymore. Zhou Qinglei let go of her, held her shoulders with both hands, and looked at her. Jiang Xia looked up at him. Zhou Qinglei looked at her beautiful eyes. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and the hand holding her shoulder unconsciously tightened, a little nervous. Jiang Xia we. End of chapter. Jiang Xia looked at him for a moment. Her eyes were beautiful, as if stars were twinkling. Zhou Qinglei's palms were a little sweaty. Jiang Xia, can we stay together? At this time, Zhou's mother and great-grandmother rushed in hurriedly. Xiao Xia, where are you? Are you okay? Xiao, are you okay? Xiao. Zhou's mother pulled Jiang Xia over, and Zhou Qinglei was pushed aside. Are you okay? Have you been beaten? Panditi is that bastard. I won't let her go. Grandma's eyes were brighter, and she said cheerfully, as long as Ale is here, everything will be fine. Zhou Qinglei, it's too late for me to come back. Jiang Xia smiled and said, it's okay, they can't beat me. Mother Zhou felt relieved when she saw that Jiang Xia was fine. Zhou's mother went out, yelled at the closed door next door, and threw stones inside. You are a bunch of crazy chickens. You are throwing yourself at the street at UN %, hashtag UNAT. Are you trying to make money? You are bullying no one in my family. You come out and fight me. Is the pearl yours? Come out and fight me. I won't kill you. Percent and UN hashtag percent at UN %. Mother Zhou spoke a series of words to the closed courtyard door next door, and every word was different. The scolding was too fast, and Zhou's mother was not a local. She used her native dialect to scold people. Jiang Xia didn't even hear clearly what she was scolding, but she knew that there were many chickens, all kinds of tricks, and unscrupulous remarks. Jiang Xia was amazed. The great-grandmother said with a smile, your mother can scold people for half an hour. You should learn from it in the future. When you live in the village, you will have to quarrel and suffer losses. Whoever bullies you, scold him back hard. Otherwise, everyone will think that you're easy to bully, so you'll do it even worse next time. Jiang Xia blinked. I can't scold you. Can you just beat me? The great-grandmother laughed. Okay, why not? If anyone hits you, hit him back. You're welcome. As long as you can't be beaten to death, that's fine. However, if you can't win, remember to run. Bring in reinforcements. Don't be stupid and don't know how to run. You can carry it hard. A hero is not after suffering the immediate loss. We ran back to bring in reinforcements and fought with the people in our village. Then we went home. Our whole family went out to fight with other villages. If we couldn't fight, we went home. Our whole village went out. Grandma taught Jiang Xia how to fight. Next door, Panditi was scolding Zhou's mother in the yard and dared not go out. Mother Zhou scolded her for half an hour, until Panditi stopped speaking. Not long after, Zhou's father came back with a few bundles of bamboo. When he came back, he also heard what the people in the village said. He asked Jiang Xia if he was injured. He expressed concern for a few words and then warned, most of the families next door are shameless. After we go out this time, remember to close the courtyard door when you are at home and ignore anyone you don't know. Jiang Xia said hello. Lunch was cooked by Zhou's mother, and Jiang Xia went to wash her hair without letting Jiang Xia do it. Zhou Qinglei moved out a recliner for her to lie down on, and he helped her wash it. This time she felt much more comfortable. After washing his hair and having lunch, Zhou Qinglei took the iron truck to buy some bricks, cement, and sand and came back, saying that he was going to build a platform for the hand pump. Originally, he wanted to go to the next village to buy some tiles to repair the roof of the utility room, but after the typhoon, many people's roofs were blown off, so he couldn't buy them. It would take a few days to get them. It just so happens that the well cover is already hardened, and a platform can be built to mount the water pump. Jiang Xia didn't understand either, but she had seen it in the original house. It was similar to a rectangular cement pillar. The hand pump was fixed on it, just reaching the waist, so that it would not be too hard when pressing. Zhou Qinglei installed a hand pump, and Zhou's father knitted a sunbathing mat. Jiang Xia and Zhou Mu peeled the shrimp shells and sorted them by size. The peeled shrimps sold more expensively and dried faster. The family is busy with their own affairs. Zhou Qinglei is unfamiliar with this kind of warmth and harmony, but he likes it very much. He couldn't help but look up at Jiang Xia, who was peeling shrimps. The setting sun slanted down in the yard, and she was sitting in the shade. Her hair was styled into 2 braids, with fine strands falling on the side of her face. She was very gentle and beautiful. At night, after the family had dinner and took a shower, Zhou lay on the deck chair in the yard and played. Jiang Xia came out with a plate of watermelon, placed it on the 8 immortals table next to the recliner, and called Zhou's father, Zhou's mother, and Zhou Qinglei to come and eat the watermelon. This watermelon was given to me by Jiang Yang. Fortunately, it was freshly picked, and had not gone bad after being stored for 2 days. Zhou Qinglei was building a grape trellis, but before it was ready, he responded, "You guys eat." Father Zhou took a piece of watermelon and took a bite. Sweet. Mother Zhou also took a piece and said, "It's sandy, it must be sweet." Jiang Xia took a piece of watermelon and handed it to Zhou Zhou and asked with a smile, "Is this recliner comfortable?" "Comfortable. Very comfortable." Zhou Zhou climbed up, took the watermelon, put on plastic slippers, and ran with the watermelon to Zhou Qinglei. "Uncle, eat the watermelon." She raised the watermelon high and let Zhou Qinglei taste it. Zhou Qinglei lowered his head and took a bite, smiling, "Sweet." Then he took the watermelon and said, "You go and eat it." Zhou Qinglei finished the piece of watermelon in 2 or 3 mouthfuls and put the peel into the swill bucket. Jiang Xia handed him another piece, but he refused and went to the well to wash his hands. Father Zhou also finished a few bites, washed his hands, and went back to the room. He didn't know if the waves would be strong tomorrow and whether he could go out to sea, so he had to go to bed early. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. After finishing the meal, Mother Zhou cleared away 2 pieces of watermelon rinds from the table and said to Jiang Xia, who was still eating, "After you finish eating, throw the watermelon rinds into the swill bucket and save them to feed the chickens tomorrow. Chickens like to eat them." As she spoke, she threw the watermelon rind into the swill bucket and told Zhou Zhou to go back to bed. She also told Zhou Qinglei not to stay up so late as he didn't know whether he would go to sea tomorrow. Zhou Qinglei responded. After Jiang Xia finished eating the watermelon, she cleared the table and prepared to go to the toilet before going to bed. Jiang Xia took a flashlight and went to the toilet outside. There is no bathroom inside the house. There is a dry toilet outside the house. It is a very low dry toilet built with mud bricks. It is built outside the house, and you have to walk a few meters to go out. She goes to the toilet every night before going to bed. To be honest, she is a little scared, mainly of snakes, but she should be even more scared of going to the toilet in the middle of the night. As a result, Jiang Xia had a dream in the middle of the night. She dreamed of looking for the toilet. When she woke up, she found that she was in a hurry. "It's probably because I ate too much watermelon before going to bed." In the darkness, Jiang Xia regretted being greedy last night. "I don't know if snakes come out in the middle of the night, but I'm afraid they have to go to the toilet." Jiang Xia glanced at the man next to her. She had to crawl over him when she got up to go to the toilet. But she became more and more anxious, and she couldn't bear it anymore. She sat up gently, carefully stretched out one foot and placed it beside him, then stretched out her hand and stepped over him. Zhou Qinglei had just fallen asleep, and he vaguely felt the movement of the people around him, but didn't pay attention. After all, she always liked to put her hands and feet on him after falling asleep. There was just something wrong. He had always felt her breath on his face. When he opened his eyes, he found that Jiang Xia was indeed riding on him. Jiang Xia forgot that her knee was injured, stepped over his body, and the moment she knelt down, the wound hurt, and she hit him directly. Zhou Qinglei subconsciously put his arms around her waist to protect her from falling off the bed. In the darkness, their eyes faced each other, unable to see each other clearly. But he held her, and she lay on his side, each other's breaths intertwined. Zhou Qinglei's eyes darkened, his arms tightened unconsciously, and he turned over to press her under him. End of chapter. The light in the room was very dark. Jiang Xia couldn't see the other person clearly, but she could feel the hot breath of the other person and heard his fast heartbeat. Jiang Xia's heartbeat was also very fast, and it felt like it was going to jump out. Zhou Qinglei has poor hearing, but his night vision is very good. He looked at the person under him, raised his hand, and gently pushed the fine hair on her face behind her ears, and slowly lowered his head. Just when his lips touched hers, he was pushed away. "Zhou Qinglei, I can't help it anymore. I want to go to the toilet." Jiang Xia couldn't help it. Being pressed down by him like this made me feel even more anxious. Zhou Qinglei stiffened for a moment, took a deep breath, then turned over and lay down on his back. He said as calmly as possible, "Go. Did you eat too much watermelon at night?" Although he tried his best to act as if nothing had happened, his voice was hoarse when he spoke. He almost lost control just now and couldn't hold back without her consent. "Yeah." Jiang Xia's face felt hot. She quickly sat up, opened the mosquito net, and got out of bed. Zhou Chenglei didn't say anything. After calming down, he sat up, got out of bed, turned on the light, and took out the flashlight. Let's go. He was afraid of her in the middle of the night. And if something like that happened during the day, Zhou Junjie lived next door, and he wouldn't trust her to go to the toilet alone. 2 minutes later, Jiang Xia squatted on the 2 stones of the dry toilet with a flashlight, feeling 10,000 beasts running wildly in her heart. She wanted to solve it quickly, but she was afraid that the sound would be too loud and people outside would hear it. Although he had an injured ear and had poor hearing, he probably couldn't hear it. She released it carefully, but the mosquitoes buzzed in her ears again, and she was afraid of snakes. I have never been so depressed and embarrassed in my life. After finally solving it, Jiang Xia came out with a flashlight and said with a blushing face, "Okay." Zhou Chenglei didn't say anything, and the two walked back to the yard. After Jiang Xia washed her hands and returned to the room, he also went out to use the toilet. He still needs to calm down. Jiang Xia lay back on the bed and felt a little pain in her abdomen. It felt like her aunt was coming. She has no memory of the original owner and doesn't know when this body's aunt will come. Also, in this day and age, are there any sanitary napkins? She didn't seem to see any sanitary napkins in the original owner's luggage. Thinking about it this way, I couldn't help but feel anxious. What would I use if I didn't have sanitary napkins? Menstrual belt? That seems to be something from ancient times. Are menstrual belts also used in this era? That's not mentioned in the chronicle of this edition. Jiang Xia quickly got out of bed to look for it, but when he stood up, he felt a surge of heat. Jiang Xia subconsciously pinched her butt. I'm sure it's coming. When Zhou Chenglei came back, he saw her rummaging through the trunk and took out all the clothes. He closed the door to the room. What are you looking for? Jiang Xia turned to look at him with a solemn expression. My aunt is here. She searched through the original owner's belongings, but couldn't find anything like sanitary napkins or menstrual belts. It seemed that the original owner was unprepared. The fact is that the original owner used sanitary napkins and was not prepared when he got married. The things he brought when he got married all had good meanings. If it was not a special day, who would bring them? Just prepare in a few days. Did Zhou Chenglei understand? Your aunt is here? Where is she? Outside the door? Is there someone knocking on the door? Jiang Xia didn't expect that he couldn't understand this. She said, My period, I'm on my period. Official holiday? Zhou Chenglei knows what menstrual leave is. There are female soldiers in the military camp, and they will ask for leave. He looked at the clothes she had turned out. What do you need me to do for you? Jiang Xia's face was a little hot. I forgot to prepare it when I got married. Does the canteen in the village sell sanitary napkins, or menstrual belts? Does your mother have any? Zhou Chenglei said, My mother is 60 years old. I will help you buy it. After Zhou Chenglei said that, he went out. Jiang Xia covered her face and exhaled. So embarrassing. Zhou Chenglei ran there. He first went to the canteen in the village and took pictures for a long time. The result was that there were no sanitary napkins. Such high-end things would have to be found in the city. There were also no sanitary napkins, which can only be found in the town. There was only straw paper for sale, but the straw paper happened to be sold out, and it was Tian Kaiwa who bought the last pile. Zhou Chenglei ran to the new house again. He banged the courtyard door hard and shouted loudly, Brother, sister-in-law. Zhou Qingxin and his wife were already asleep in the room. When they heard such loud and anxious shouts, they thought something had happened. Zhou Qingxin didn't even wear any shoes, so he ran out and opened the door. Lei, what's the matter? Why are you so late? Zhou Chenglei, it's none of your business. I'll find my sister-in-law. Zhou Qingxin, are you here to settle a score with his mother-in-law in the middle of the night? He turned around and shouted, Ahua, come out. Tian Kaiwa was also scared. She went back to her parents' home today and heard about it when she came back. She originally planned to apologize to Jiang Xia tomorrow, but she didn't expect a man to come to her door in the middle of the night. She put on her clothes and walked out. Here he is, he's here. Fourth brother, I'm sorry for being too talkative. I was just thinking about going over to say sorry to Jiang Xia tomorrow. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Zhou Chenglei, you can talk to her about this tomorrow. Jiang Xia's period is coming. Sister-in-law, do you have any sanitary napkins or the like here? Tian Kaiwa, come to borrow something? Those who didn't know thought it was a reminder. Shock her. I don't have sanitary napkins. I heard they are very expensive. Don't tell me you don't have them. I've never seen them before. Do you want some toilet paper? I'm afraid Jiang Xia is used to using sanitary napkins, but not her toilet paper, Tian Kaiwa thought. Yes, sister-in-law, give me some and I'll buy it for you. Tian Kaiwa went back to the house to get toilet paper. Zhou Qingxin took the opportunity to apologize. Today, your sister-in-law and I went back to our parents' home. When we came back, we found out that Panditi's family of 3 came to ask for pearls and beat Jiang Xia. It's all because of your sister-in-law's talkativeness. Please help me say sorry to Jiang Xia. Ask my sister-in-law to talk to her. One thing after another, Zhou Qinglei felt that Tian Kaihua should apologize. Okay. Zhou Qingxin also agreed. Zhou Qinglei gave him $1. You can give it to my sister-in-law later. No. Zhou Qingxin pushed away. It's not easy to borrow this thing. Once you borrow it, you have to return it. Is it possible that I have to come back and return it? I also need to buy some brown sugar. Zhou Qinglei stuffed it into his hand. Her face had turned pale just now. Zhou Qingxin found it difficult to refuse after hearing this. In fact, it was a bit embarrassing. Tian Kaiwa quickly took out a stack of straw paper. Zhou Qinglei asked Tian Kaiwa for some brown sugar again, and then left in a hurry. Zhou Qingxin gave the money to Tian Kaiwa. Tian Kaiwa took it and couldn't help but said, "It's so expensive. Do you still need to use sanitary napkins during menstruation? Those things are all imported, so expensive. I don't know where to buy them. Fortunately, your 4th brother wants to divorce her, otherwise what would happen? Can you afford it? I heard that it only costs a few yuan per pack, and you have to change 2 or 3 tablets a day. It costs several yuan to have a period. Who can afford it?" But she was very envious because she heard that the sanitary napkin was very easy to use and would not leak. The straw paper she used was rough and easy to break. It's true that people with the same fate have different fates. Zhou Qingxin said angrily. Why do you care so much about other people's affairs? You are the only one who talks too much. Remember to apologize to Jiang Xia tomorrow. Tian Kaiwa was unhappy when she heard this. Didn't she apologize to Zhou Qinglei just now? Was he deaf? Ignoring him, he went back to the house with a dark face. In Zhou's old house, Jiang Xia looked at the pile of poor-quality rose-red papyrus. She was stunned for a moment before taking it. She was so surprised that she blurted out, "How can this be used?" Zhou Qinglei. End of chapter. I'll go ask. Zhou Qinglei turned and left. Jiang Xia quickly grabbed him and said, "No need. Although I have never used it, I can guess how to use it." Really not necessary? Zhou Qinglei looked at her. Under the soft light, her face was extremely pale and her fingertips were cold. Jiang Xia nodded and let him go. You go out first. Zhou Qinglei went out and made brown sugar water for her. After Jiang Xia changed, she went out to wash her pants. Zhou Qinglei came out from the kitchen with a bowl of brown sugar water. Drink it first. Be careful not to burn it. Jiang Xia took it